Reincarnated in a romcom manga, I will make the losing heroine happy. Volume 1 by Shuryu, translated by Sekai. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. Reincarnating as a manga character. Let's talk about my favorite romantic comedy manga. The title of the series is My Childhood Friend, Ajo-sama, Gets in the Way, and I Can't Have a Normal Romantic Comedy. The story is about a high school student, Yuichi Shijimode, who falls in love with a girl he met in high school, Shiho Fuji's. When he was about to confess, his childhood friend, Kaori Tajin, stood in his way. She used her money and power to make sure that the protagonist wouldn't be alone with Shiho Fuji's, and eventually she makes the protagonist her own fiancé. At first, the protagonist finds his childhood friend annoying, but when he realizes that Kaori actually likes him, he begins to notice and care about her, realizing that everything that she did to disturb him was her own way of returning her affection. But Shiho Fuji's, who the protagonist fell for, also likes the protagonist. Shiho Fuji's is a girl who likes the protagonist with pure-hearted intentions, while the protagonist's childhood friend, Kaori Tajin, is a young lady who's twisted and wants to monopolize the protagonist. The love triangle between the three is very entertaining and amusing. This romantic comedy manga is so popular that an anime adaptation is in the works. I don't read a lot of romantic comedy manga, but this is the one of the few that I actually enjoyed. Usually when I read manga like these, I have a favorite character. There's a lot of other people in my high school who have also read the manga, and they all talk about who they like better, Shiho Fuji's or Kaori Tajin. It's usually a 50-50 split, but my choice is different. It's not Tajin Kaori nor Fuji's Shiho. My character of choice is Seishima Shimada, the best friend of Fuji's Shiho. She's part of the so-called losing heroines. They are the ones who'll never be tied with the protagonist. This manga is commonly known as Ajajama, and the two main heroines are Kaori Tajin and Shiho Fujiwara. The protagonist will choose between one of the two. There can be no other ending for this story. There are other heroines who also add color to the story. One of them is my favorite character, Saint Shimada. She's a short girl with silver hair and has a cool look in her eyes. She's a very beautiful woman with a cool vibe, and because of her appearance, she's portrayed as a woman who's liked by girls. I loved her. I may sound creepy for feeling this way towards a manga character, but I genuinely love her. I got a part-time job while I was still in high school and spent most of the money I earned on merchandise for Sechan. I really liked her, and I never would have thought that I would be so addicted to her. As I was on my way home from work today, I was going to the store to buy some of the Saints' merchandise. I've been buying a lot of merchandise lately because of the anime adaptation. All the money I have is dwindling, and I'm slowly running out. I'll have to work harder and get another part-time job. As I was walking along the sidewalk thinking about this, I heard a scream right behind me. As I turned around, I saw a truck approaching right in front of me. It's a large truck. I can't escape by diving sideways. I mean, this is a sidewalk. Why would a truck just go and run into it? Oh, the driver's asleep? You gotta be kidding me. I was thinking about all of this in less than a second. If I have the time to think about something like this before getting hit by the truck, then is this the feeling you get when you're about to die? Time stretching and feeling it slow down. Am I about to die? I don't want to die. I'm still in high school. I haven't finished reading the rest of Ajajama. Ajajama isn't even complete yet. I want to go ahead and finish it. I know that the saint won't win, but I still want to know about how it ends. There will be a lot of Sechan's goods on sale today, and I need to buy them. I definitely don't want to die in a place like this. At that moment, my entire body received a shock that I had never experienced once in my life before, and I lost consciousness. Section. Where am I? I was fading in and out of consciousness. I opened my eyes and checked my situation. I looked around and saw that I was apparently in some kind of school. For a moment, I thought it was my school, but upon closer inspection, it was not. The structure of the building and the corridors are different from my school, and most importantly, for some reason I'm wearing a different uniform. My uniform is different no matter how I look at it. Why am I wearing the uniform of a school that I have no idea of, and where even am I? Wait, didn't I get hit by a truck? So maybe I'm dreaming all of this. I've been hit by a truck, rendered unconscious, and now I'm in a dream. That's most likely what happened, or maybe I'm dead. Somehow, my body started to move against my will. I walked down the hallway of the school, heading towards some area. When I look out the window, I could see the soccer team working on the field, so it seems that school has already ended. And yet, I seem to be heading towards a classroom instead of the school's elevator. I don't know, it's a strange feeling to not be able to move my own body even though it's my own. Well, it's a dream, so is it supposed to be like this? As I let my body move on its own, I arrived in front of a classroom. As I reached for the sliding door, my body stopped. I heard voices from inside, so I began listening to them. What should I do, Sechan? Am I allowed to confess my feelings? What are you confused about, Shiho? The voice, and now the names, could they be Shiho Fuji's and Seishima Shimada? No, I've bought the drama CD and listened to it way too many times. There's no way I could be wrong. These voices are definitely Shiho Fuji's and Sei Shimada. Because Yuichi-kun already has Tajin-san, and I thought I was just getting in the way of the two of them. This scene is from No Way, This Should Be Impossible. This is my favorite scene. I love this scene. This is the scene that made me fall in love with Saint Shimada. This scene isn't from a drama CD or anything. This is a scene I'm able to see in action. This is the scene where the heroine, Shiho Fuji's, is wondering if she should confess her feelings to the protagonist, Yuichi Shijimoto. She isn't sure if she should confess her feelings to Yuichi. She can't find the courage to do so. Fuji's thought that he would refuse the date because Yuichi already had a cute childhood friend named Kaori Tajin. It was Sei who encouraged her to do so. Tajin doesn't matter. What matters is Shiho's feelings. I was alone outside the classroom after school, and I could hear her voice coming from inside the classroom. My feelings. Shiho likes Shijimoto, right? You want to go out with him, right? Then you have to do your best. It's okay, Shiho can do it. He asked you out on a date, so he definitely has feelings for you. Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Sechan. At the end, Fuji said shyly and thanked her. Well, I'm off to club. Yeah, good luck. Yeah, thank you so much, Sechan. Fuji's is part of the tennis club, so she hurries off to go to her club activity. I'm at the door by the podium, while Fuji's is on the opposite end as she opens the door at the back of the classroom, leaves the classroom, and runs down the hallway. Fuji's went to her club activities without noticing me, and Sechan remained alone in the classroom. Good luck, Shiho, for my sake. This is it. This is the moment when I fell in love with Sechan. Sechan also liked the main character, Yuichi Shijimoto. But Sechan knew that Fuji's had been in love with Yuichi for a long time. At first, Sechan didn't approve of Shijimoto, but the more she interacted with him, the more she understood his true personality and the more she liked him. But for the sake of her best friend Fuji's, Sechan pushed aside her feelings and helped the two get together. Sechan is so sincere to her two friends and confidants. That's the kind of girl I grew to love. As I was thinking this, my body opened the classroom door on its own. Of course, Sechan, who was inside, noticed me and turned towards me. Hisamura, did you hear what I said? I didn't mean to do it on purpose. I'm sorry. My mouth opened on its own and I responded to Sechan's words. Or rather, Hisamura, is that Sechan calling my name? Ah, but it's not my name, is it? Remembering this scene, could it be that I have become Tsukasa Hisamura? Tsukasa Hisamura is another character from Ajijama and is a close friend of Yuichi Shijimoto. His role in the story is to listen to Shijimoto's troubles about love and give some advice. I like this guy too. Why, you ask? It's because I share the same name as the character. I was happy because it was really like a miracle that there was a character from my favorite manga with the same name as me. Moreover, his words and actions are very similar to mine. No, I promise I'm not imitating him. I got excited whenever any character called him by his name because I felt like they were calling me too. And even now, Sechan is calling me by my name. Well, perhaps they're calling Tsukasa Hisamura, the character in this manga, not me in the real world. However, the best friend stereotype in this kind of position is not really involved in romance. When Shijimoto and the others are struggling with their love triangle, Tsukasa Hisamura is just being amused and poking fun at them, and sometimes goes ahead and gives them serious advice. It seems that in this dream, I am Tsukasa Hisamura. About earlier, are you sure? About Yuichi. My mouth, or rather Tsukasa Kimura's mouth, opened by itself again and spoke to Sechan. Come to think of it, the story continued like this in the Ajajama manga too. Maybe I'm in the position of Tsukasa Hisamura, but right now, it's like I'm Tsukasa Kumura in the original story. It's supposed to be a dream, so why does this feel so real? Anyways, it's great, because from my special fucked-up seat, I get to watch and feel my favorite scenes in real life. The sei in front of me looked very beautiful and charming. It's okay. I was just trying to find out if Shijimoto was right for Shiho. There's no room for me, they're perfect for each other. Then Sechan laughed. Yeah, I fell for that smile when I saw it. You show a wonderful smile for your friends, but it's also a lonely smile that stifles your own feelings. When I saw the smile on her face that combined the both of them, I instantly became a fan of Sechan. But even though it's the smile that made me fall in love with her, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see you have that sad smile on your face. If you're happy, I am happy too. I want to change the story so you can be happy. I like you. Hi. Chapter 2, Confessing to the Heroine of Your Dreams. I like you. Why? For the first time in this dream, I was able to speak on my own accord. I love the way you think of your friends, the kindness in your heart. Huh? What are you talking about, Hisamura? It seems I'm talking to Sechan as Tsukasa Hisamura. Moreover, Sechan is responding to my words. To be able to tell your favorite character in a manga that you love them, and being able to see their reaction is just too good to be true. I love Sechan's dignified look, it's so cool. Your silver hair is also awesome, it's very beautiful. See Sechan, why'd you suddenly call me that? And stop complimenting me, it's embarrassing. Hearing my words, Sechan's face turned red like a cherry. She's so cute and precious. I love that you're kind and worried about Fuji's, that you look into Yuichi to make sure he's a good man. I also love that you're so cute and chocolatey that you fall in love with Yuichi after looking and interacting with him. Do you want to piss me off or something? Sechan, whose face was red, with eyes filled with tears, is so cute. I love the Sechan who cares for her friends, but I hate the Sechan who kills her feelings for the sake of others. What are you saying suddenly? The story I'm reading, Ajajama, isn't over yet. Earlier, Sechan told Fuji's that she should confess her feelings to him, and Fuji's tries her best to do so. But his childhood friend Tajin Kaori interferes with her, and thus she's unable to confess her feelings today. When Fuji's told her that she couldn't confess because of Tajin's interruption, Sechan felt a little relieved. Yuichi Shijimoto wasn't in a relationship yet, so she felt that she might still have a chance. Sei loathed herself for thinking that way, but as a human being, she can't help but feel that way. But, as the story continues, Sechan will never be able to go out with Yuichi Shijimoto. Because of the two main heroines, Sechan is definitely a losing heroine. In other words, Sechan won't be happy in the future due to the main storyline. You'll probably never be happy, Sechan. Why do you have to say that? Yes, Tsukasa Hisamura isn't involved in the romantic aspect of the story at all. But I can't just. That's why, Sechan, I'll make you happy. Huh? Sechan, I like you. I'll definitely make you happy, so I want you to go out with me. What? I don't know anything about Tsukasa Hisamura's position, but I know that I don't want to see her sad smiles again. I don't want to see her unhappy again, I just want to make her happy. Wait, are you serious about this? I'm serious. I love you so much, Saint, I could devote my whole life to you. Huh? I was still in high school and only had a part-time job, but almost all the money I earned from my part-time job went towards anything related to Sechan, such as merchandise and other various things. I would continue to do so every time new Sechan merchandise was released. That's how much I like Sechan. Oh, so you're the type of guy who would say stuff like that. Sechan made me do it. Ku, don't give me that dirty line. While saying that, Sechan looks away and her cheeks flushed red, as if she were feeling embarrassed. I walk over to her, wanting to get a closer look at her pretty face. I guess this is a dream, but I still want to take a closer look at her before I wake up. I love your cool and dignified face, your shy and embarrassed face, and your cute and smiling face. Well, you're only talking about my face right now. Of course, I like your personality too. As I said before, I think it's great that Sechan thinks about Fuji's and stiffens her feelings for her sake. I like that sort of kind Sechan, but I want you to be happier. Hisamura. And since the original story showed how Sechan looked like in a swimsuit, We know that she has a very voluptuous body, even though you can't tell that if you just look at her normally. Well, I don't have the guts to tell Sechan that, even if it was in a dream. Sechan was backing away a bit every time I tried to move closer to her. I was moving back towards the classroom's podium, so I didn't notice the step to move up to the podium. Sechan, who stumbled over it, began falling over the podium. Ah! Watch out! I hurriedly reached for her and grabbed her so she wouldn't fall down on the floor. I supported her as if I were holding her in my arms, so our bodies were close to each other. That meant our faces were extremely close too. I heard a gasp, which could have been mine or Sechan or maybe the both of us. I am sorry, thank you. And no worries. Sechan's face turned bright red, but she quickly stood up on her own and pulled a little distance from me. My face was hot, as expected from this situation. She had really long eyelashes, and her eyes were so big I felt like I was going to be sucked in. Seriously, she's so cute. I want to see it again, closer. So Sechan, what's your answer? Her answer for what? Of course, it's the response to my confession. Ew. As she stood on the podium and turned away from me with her back to the blackboard, I moved even closer to her and placed my right hand on the blackboard, enclosing Sechan with my arms and the wall. This form of kabedon may not look good for a guy like me, but it's great from both an objective and subjective point of view, especially when it's Sechan who's being subjected to it. Hi Hisamura, you're a bit too close. It's because Sechan didn't answer. Besides, your embarrassed face is too cute, so I wanted to get close to you. I love Sechan. I'll definitely make you happy, so please go out with me. When I say that again, Sechan looks up at me with moist eyes. Coo, Sechan is just too cute, my head's about to boil from this cuteness. Hey, can't you wait for a reply? It's too sudden for me to decide now. Nope, I want it now. This is a dream after all. If I don't get a response now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Even if I'm going to be rejected, I want to see how this confession turns out in my dreams until the end. I'm not leaving unless you answer me. Ooh, you're such a pushy guy. What do you think, Sechan? Can I be Sechan's boyfriend? Moving closer to her face, when I ask her that question, she responds by averting her gaze to the side. I know that Hisamura is a very nice guy, but that doesn't mean that you can't be my boyfriend. So we're going out. There's a difference between this and that. I need you to answer now. Otherwise, I'm probably going to wake up from my dream soon. Which one, Sechan? UWA. Why? When I tried to bring my face even closer to her, Sechan's face turned red and she pushed my chest with her hands. As expected, that made me wobble and pull away, and Sechan took advantage of the opportunity to slip out from between my arm and the wall. No, I can't right now. I'll definitely get back to you soon. Wait up. Sechan. If it's not now, it's meaningless. Or rather, if it's not now, I'll wake up from my dream and never hear her response. And no, I can't do this. I'm leaving. Sechan grabbed her stuff and headed for the classroom door. Damn it, no, I don't think I can hold her back any longer to hear her confession, even in my dreams. So let's just finish this up with one more line. I'm serious, Sechan. I really like you, and I definitely want to make you happy. Wah, I understand. I'll think about it using that as a reference. Bye. After showing her pretty red face one last time, Sechan left the classroom. I can hear Sechan footsteps from the hallway. She seems to be running as fast as she can. Sechan is also very athletic, so I probably won't be able to catch up with her even if I tried. I hope she's okay. I hope she doesn't fall down the stairs since she's moving in such a hurry. You're a bit of a klutz, aren't you, Sechan? Well, that part of her is cute too. But you didn't give me a reply. I don't know when I'll wake up from this dream, but I'll probably wake up before I get a response. Since this is a dream, can't I just skip time and get to the moment where I get a response? All right, let's go. Fly to the day where I get a reply. Yeah, no, why was I expecting that to work? This is like an inflexible dream. Though, I'm grateful to have been able to see a dream about my favorite scene, and more importantly, I don't think they've ever depicted such a cute Sechan in the original series. And I got to have such an experience in my dream, which is awesome. I'm sorry for saying that you're inflexible, thank you, Dream-san. I'm not waking up yet, I can't wake up from the dream, I mutter involuntarily. In fact, my consciousness is so clear that I can't believe that I'm dreaming. All my 5 senses are working properly. I doubt that I'm really dreaming at this point. But well, if it wasn't such a dream-like experience, it would be a disaster. Well, let's just go home, I guess, I said and carried the bag that was hanging on my desk. Even if I say I'm going home, this world is the world of Ajijama, so there is no home for me to go, but I am Tsukasa Hisamura. Of course, Tsukasa Hisamura, a character in this world, has a home to return to, so I should return there. For some reason, the location of the house is in my mind, so I should be able to return home normally. I mean, it's really interesting that this experience seems so realistic to me. So I began my journey back home in a good mood, remembering how cute Sechan had been earlier. Wait, did you confess to Sechan just now, Hisamura-kun? At this moment, it never occurred to me that someone had managed to hear my confession. Chapter 3, Sei Shimada's Feelings. Sei Shimada Point of View. That night, Sei Shimada was writhing in her bed, sprawled out on the floor. What the heck is up with him? The only thing that comes to my mind is what happened after school today. It was the same classes as usual, the same school as usual, until Shiho called me after school. Shiho had asked me to stay behind because she needed to discuss something with me, and we were talking alone in the classroom. The story goes that Yuichi Shijimoto, whom Shiho likes, asked her out on a date. However, there are rumors about how Shijimoto is dating Kaori, and some say that he's her fiancé. She asked if it was okay to date such a person, and even more so, if it was okay to confess her feelings to him. I advised her in a sincere manner. When I gathered information about Shijimoto for Shiho, I heard that those two were childhood friends, that the rumor that they were dating was a lie, and the fact that they were engaged was also a lie. However, it seems that Kaori Tajin really likes Shijimoto, and all the rumors are just rumors that Tajin has spread to keep Shijimoto around her. When I told this to Shiho, she was openly relieved. She accepted Shijimoto's invitation to go on a date, thinking that he was not the kind of guy who would ask a different girl out when he had a girlfriend or fiancé, but she was still a little worried. However, Shiho was unsure when she heard that Tajin held feelings for Shijimoto. I wonder if it's okay for me to confess. That's why I said, it doesn't matter what Tajin does. What's important is Shiho's feelings. After hearing this, Shiho finally regained her composure and decided to confess her feelings on their upcoming date. I thought that Shiho's problems would disappear and the consultation would be resolved and over. That's when he came in. Yes, that guy, Tsukasa Hisamura, came. I often talk with Hisamura these days, trying to gather information about Shijimoto for Shiho. At first, Hisamura also gave me a look of suspicion, but when he heard that I was just honestly gathering information about Shijimoto for Shiho, he spoke normally from then on. The fact that he was suspicious of me, who was investigating his best friend Shijimoto, must mean that he cared for Shijimoto as his best friend. It's a part that I can sympathize with since I have my best friend Shiho, and I remember thinking, he's a friendly guy. When I said I wanted to investigate Shijimoto further, Hisamura connected me with Shijimoto. I was very grateful for that and was able to find out if the man was worthy of Shiho. Well, because of this, I also thought Shijimoto was cool, and thus I took a liking to him. However, even though I had liked him, it stopped just shy at a boy I was slightly interested in. Maybe it was because Shiho liked him too, so I had to restrain myself from getting too passionate. However, Hisamura would immediately see through my feelings for Shijimoto. That's why I didn't want to see Hisamura there today, because he would know that I had pushed my feelings aside for Shiho's sake. And as I had predicted, Hisamura soon found out. Up to that point, it was as expected, but what has happened after that is what has caused me to writhe on the bed. So, Sechan, I'm going to make you happy. Ew. Sechan, I like you. I'm definitely going to make you happy, so I want you to go out with me. Don't remind me of that scene. I pull the pillow over my head and try to forget the scene I had just witnessed. But of course, that's not enough to make me forget. Rather, I've blocked out the scenery around me, so I remember not only the words, but also the scene at that time vividly. I didn't like the way he looked at me, but I knew that he was telling the truth. Hisamura supported me when I stepped back, tripped, and stumbled over the podium. I was pulled in forcefully, and our bodies were attached to each other, and I could feel our body heat transmitting to each other. Our faces were so close together that if either of us wanted to, our lips could have overlapped in a few moments. HMMMM. I covered my face in my pillow, so the roar echoed only in my room. And to top it all off, I was pressed up against the blackboard and cabedoned by him. It's because Sechan doesn't answer. And her embarrassed face is too cute, so I wanted to get close to her. Coo. I love you, Sechan. I will definitely make you happy, so please go out with me. Why am I remembering every single word? I hated my own memory and couldn't resist shouting that. In fact, my memory is so good that I've only ever ranked in the single digits on school tests. But is it a waste to use that much intelligence and memory here? If the first ever confession towards me were so passionate and intense, it might be understandable that I would remember them so vividly. I felt like my feelings for Shijimoto had been blown away by Hisamura's passionate confession. Hey, I said I'd think about it, but what the hell am I supposed to do? For some reason, Hisamura was obsessed with getting an answer on the spot. But as expected, it was too sudden for me to give an answer on the spot. If I had answered the question at that exact moment, I would not have been able to think calmly and would have most likely agreed to it. No, it's not that I'm going to say no now. If anything, it's more likely that I'm going to agree. What am I thinking? I repeatedly punched my fists in the stuffed animal besides me. It was like I was taking it out on the cute stuffed animal near my pillow. I thought to myself that I had managed to keep my cool and get out of that situation. If only I had agreed to it with the same vigor. Okay, if you're okay with me, you can go out with me. Don't say something like, if you're okay with me, Sechan, it has to be you. Then, please treat me well. Likewise, I'm so happy, Sechan. Our positions were still the same, with Hisamura surrounding me with a wall and his right arm. We were close enough that I could hear us both breathing silently. Two people who had just started dating were at such a distance. Sechan, I can't stand it. When I raised my eyes in surprise, I saw that Hisamura's face was closer than before. Understanding what Hisamura was trying to do, my face turned so red that I thought it might boil over. Why wait so suddenly, doing this right as we started dating? If you don't like it, you can push me away. Hisamura put his left hand on my chin and made me look upwards to make it easier for him to do so. There are only a few centimeters left until our lips overlap. For a moment I thought about pushing him away, but my hands stopped on his chest. And then our lips. Chapter 4, Contact from Shiho. Pom-pom, yue. The sound that came from clothes which brought me back from her delusion. Hoo-ha, what was I thinking? With my face turning bright red, I remember what I was fantasizing about. I shook my head so that I would forget it immediately. Ooh, what was I thinking? Although she doesn't really realize it, she is surprisingly delusional and sometimes fantasizes about such things on her bed at home. This time, however, I had a real experience to share, which made my imagination go very far. I unconsciously placed my hand on my lips and smacked myself in the cheek when I realized. Damn, for making me imagine such a thing, I'll never forgive you, Hisamura. I put aside the fact that it was my own delusion and blame it all on Hisamura. In fact, it is safe to say that most of the blame lies with Hisamura, because if he hadn't said those things or done those things, I wouldn't have had this delusion. Oh, by the way, I heard the sound of Rine. It was not the sound that interfered with Saint's delusion earlier, but the contact app that prevented it from getting worse. It makes a distinctive sound when someone contacts you. I looked at the screen of my phone and saw that someone had contacted me. When you open the Rine app, you can immediately see who has contacted you. It seems that it was Shiho who contacted me earlier. When I opened the chat screen with Shiho, there was, what, how come? Sechan, were you with Hisamura-kun after I left you in the classroom? How did Shiho know about that? I didn't think Shiho had seen me at such an embarrassing scene. I'm too embarrassed to face Shiho now. No, before that, I don't know what kind of face I should have to face with Hisamura rather than Shiho. For now, let's respond like this. I wasn't sure how to respond to Shiho's message, but I replied anyway. Yeah, Hisamura came to my classroom after you left. For the time being, I just typed that and sent it off to see how Shiho would respond. If she had seen that scene of Hisamura's passionate confession, it would have been so embarrassing that fire would have burst from her face. Also, before that confession, he told me that I had a slight crush on Shijimoto. I have no idea where Shiho was listening from. Hopefully, at the very least, she hadn't heard that I had taken a liking to Shijimoto. Well, now, Shijimoto is completely out of my mind, and all I can think about is Hisamura. Where did you hear that from? I sent a message, and it was immediately read, and within a minute the reply came. That's right. That voice was Hisamura-kun, wasn't it? Did he confess to you, Sechan? Geez. After all, Shiho seemed to have heard the confession part. That alone caused a tremendous amount of damage to me, but I received more messages in rapid succession. Didn't Hisamura call you Sechan? I was surprised too. Well, I was very surprised when he called me that for the first time. Just before he confessed, he would have called me Shimada normally, but then he suddenly started calling me Sechan. But I don't know why, but Hisamura seemed to be very used to calling me that. Could it be that Hisamura was calling me Sechan when I wasn't around? What an embarrassing thing too. I don't know if it was just because I was used to calling him that, but I didn't mind. It was rather fitting, and I was also a little confused. As I was thinking about this, I heard another unique pom-pom sound and received another message from Shiho. Apparently, Shiho is also excited, and the barrage continues. He said he was serious. He also said that he really loves Sechan. Gah. Pom-pom. And he said he'd make you happy for sure. I knew it wasn't for me, but those words alone made me nervous. Damn, that's what I'm talking about. Pom-pom. What did you say, Sechan? I mean, did you guys go out? How did it go? Wait, Shiho, calm down for a second. I shouted in response to the text message I received. It wasn't even a phone call. After all, Shiho is also a flower girl in high school, and she loves romance stories very much. Before the next message comes, I typed a message and sent it. We're not dating. Oh, so you overflowed with emotions. It took about 5 seconds, from the time I sent the message to the time I received this reply. I didn't do it. That was the only message, but she answered faster than the speed of her earlier reply. I said, well, it's still on hold, or rather, I said, let me think about it. I see, what are you going to do then? Because it's you, Sechan, you've been thinking about it the whole time. It's not something I've been thinking about. It had already been a few hours since he had confessed to me. As I expected, I didn't think about it the whole time. I did my homework for tomorrow's class, etc., and watched TV when I was eating dinner. But well, it took me so much longer to finish my homework than usual, and I was watching TV. But I don't remember what it was, and I don't even remember what I had for dinner. It's not that I was thinking about Hisamura all the time or anything like that, but I wanted to think of him as a good friend. Have you decided what you're going to say? I haven't decided yet. That's right. But since it's about Sechan, you would have rejected him on the spot if there were no feelings for him. Damn, why is today's Shiho so aggressive? I get a response within seconds or tens of seconds of being read, but I also wonder why they are so spot on. Maybe it's because me and Shiho are very close and best friends that we understand each other. But you're right, if he confessed to me so passionately, I can't help but be conscious of him. Not that I'm conscious of it. You're lying, I'm sure your face is still red. Is there a surveillance camera near me? Or is it a video call? I looked around the room for surveillance cameras and didn't see any, and my phone didn't seem to be on video call. But I'll definitely make you happy. I want to be told that too. I'm not sure what he likes about me. Well, you're really cute, say. Shiho always said that to me, but I always thought there was some flattery in it, especially since no one else had ever said that to me. However, from Hisamura, I could not see any feelings or vibes of flattery. I'm sure he's told me I'm pretty, cool, beautiful, etc., but I'm pretty sure Shiho is prettier than me. When I sent that message, the reply came a little later than before, but still pretty quick. You're cool and cute, Sechan. You're also very kind. I've been told that I'm kind, but I'm not kind. I just care about Shiho as a friend. You are kind, Sechan, but Hisamura is kind too. It's true that he was kind enough to support me when I almost fell, but I didn't expect him to hold me. And after that, I also didn't expect to be caved on. After Sei sent that message, another message arrived from Shiho after a short time. Sechan, have you noticed? You're really into him, aren't you? Hi. I looked at that message and went back to see what we've exchanged so far. Indeed, if you ask me, it looks like I'm enamored with the fact that Hisamura said this to me and did that to me. I felt embarrassed and immediately sent another message. No, I didn't mean it like that. Yes, I know. I know you're not that kind of girl. What are you, my mother's? I can't help but smile at that message. Even Shiho saw it, so she must have known about it. Don't tease me too much. I'm sorry, but I didn't see it. When I heard the message from Shiho, I didn't see it. My mind stopped at once. While I was in a daze, I got another series of messages from Shiho. I only saw Sechan dashing out of the classroom, and I heard Hisamura say that he loves you and will definitely make you happy. On the contrary, that's all I know. Lies. So I didn't know that Hisamura told you that Sechan was cute, cool, beautiful, and kind, or even the fact that he hugged you and caved on you. No way. I didn't expect Sechan to talk so much, while you were still embarrassed and upset. I've been set up. I received a sticker from Shi. It was a cute Nico picture that seemed to be apologizing, cutely saying, "I'm sorry." Chapter 5, Sei and Shiho's phone call. Unable to resist, Sei called Shiho on Rine. The phone rang, and just before the first ring ended, the other side picked up the phone. Shi. Ha, good evening, Sechan. Ah, good evening. I never thought I'd be tricked by Shiho. I wasn't tricking you. I was just trying to make it easier for you to be honest with yourself. That's what the public, or in my opinion, tricking people is about. But you were really cute, Sechan. I've never seen anyone fall for someone without being aware of it before. Cool. In reality, it was me who spoke about it, even though I was led to do so. And it was also a mistake to blurt out almost everything without checking with Shiho about how much of the scene she saw. However, it was good to know that she only saw me leaving. She didn't need to know that I had a slight crush on Shijimoto before Hisamura confessed his feelings to me. But thank you for calling me, Sechan. Now I can ask you about that time as much as I want. No, I'm not calling to talk about that. Fufu, recently I used to only talk about my feelings for Shijimoto-kun, but I'm glad that Sechan can talk about her feelings as well. I've got to go to bed. It's only 10 o'clock. You go to bed much later than that, don't you, Sechan? Do you not want to talk about love with me that much? No, it's not like that, but well, it's embarrassing. I said that as I barely squeezed my voice out. I heard a gasp from the other end of the phone. Sechan, you're so cute right now. What are you talking about? The way you said that. I'm a woman, but that still made me go Kayan. Yes, I'm not sure how to say this, but... Fufu. I knew Sechan was cute, but Hisamura-kun made you even cuter. What do you mean by that? I'm sure that he told you a lot of things just by listening to your love story. Ooh, yes. But... Shiho had led me to say almost everything that had happened. I was able to hide the things I needed to hide the most, but I couldn't hide all the embarrassing things that I had just told her on Rine. I mean, why did Hisamura-kun suddenly confess to Sechan? Well, that's what I'd like to know too. Both Shiho and I had some interaction with the two of them, Shijimoto and Hisamura. But there was never any indication that he had actually liked me. How did he confess to you, Sechan? Why are you asking? It's nothing. I just want to use it as a reference for when I confess my feelings to Shijimoto-kun. I don't know if it'll be helpful, but when I heard that my best friend wanted to make her confession successful, I explained the flow of the confession and the words that he had used against me. There were many parts in the middle where I was just too embarrassed to explain, but I managed to explain the entire thing to her. Thank you, Sechan. I'm sorry you had to tell me all of this. No, it's fine. If it helps Shiho's confession, then everything's good. No, I'm sorry to have you say all of that. I feel a little bad for having you tell me everything. I don't think I would have been able to do such a thing. It's too embarrassing. It's not a confession a student would make. It's more of a marriage proposal than a confession. Not expecting to be told such a thing, I coughed involuntarily. I couldn't grasp Hisamura's confession from an objective standpoint. But never would I have dreamt that I would be told such a thing by Shiho, who had looked at it from an objective standpoint. It sounded like a proposal, didn't it? I'm going to make you happy. I'm going to devote my whole life to you. It sounds like a marriage proposal, right? When you say it like that. Indeed, looking back on it now, Hisamura's serious mood and words were closer to a proposal than a confession. It was just like a proposal. The only thing it lacked was him asking me to marry him. I also want to go out with Shijimoto-kun and be with him, but I don't think I'd be able to propose to him yet. It's not like I'm thinking about marriage either, even if I accept Hisamura's confession. Oh, so you're accepting the confession. Well, I didn't say that. So you're rejecting it? No, I'm still at a loss as to what to do. In fact, he wouldn't be able to keep waiting forever for my response. I have to reply to his confession as soon as possible. Hisamura said he wants it as soon as possible. Is there anyone you like, Sechan? Anyone I like. I've never heard of your crush, Sechan. The first thing that comes to my mind when someone says, I like you, is now Hisamura's face. But before that, or rather before Hisamura confessed to me, the only person I could think of that I liked was Yuichi Shijimoto, Shiho's love interest. No, I don't have anyone I like. I can't let Shiho know about that. I see. Then how was it when Hisamura-kun confessed his love to you? Well, it made me kinda happy. What? I couldn't hear you at the end. It made me very happy. I couldn't help but add an adverb at the end to express how happy I was. I was very happy in my heart. That's why even now, a few hours later, my face turns red when I remember that moment. Fufu, it's hard not to be aware of it when someone confesses so passionately to you. Ooh, don't tease me too much, Shiho. I'm full of it too. I'm sorry. It's the first time I've talked to you like this, so I got excited too. We usually talked about Shiho's love story and relationship advice, but this time, it was about my love story. It was no wonder that Shiho was so excited. But Sechan, what are you really going to do? Are you going to go out with him? No, I knew Hisamura was a very nice guy, but he just confessed out of the blue, and I'm not sure. I don't think you need to take it so seriously. Really? I've been thinking about it. You can't help but think about getting married after hearing Hisamura's confession, but we're still in high school, remember? Yeah, I guess so. Of course, I wasn't delusional enough to get married right away. But before I got the message from Shiho, I was thinking about how I would have felt if I had accepted his confession right then. I just thought of something irrelevant. What's wrong? It's nothing, go on. I punched the stuffed animal again to get that delusion out of my head. This is a story about a friend of mine in the tennis club. A boy confessed to her, she didn't like him, but she tried going out with him once. Really? Yup. Well, there are some people who are doing well, and some who aren't, but one way is to go out with them without thinking too much about it. Sechan is serious, so it may be a little difficult. Yeah, I know. In fact, most high school romances are probably like that. No, it's not just high school students, it could be adults too. There are probably only a few men and women who have serious feelings for each other from the start and end up going out with each other. If you're in high school, you can go out with someone that confessed to you. If you're curious, you can give it a try. It's not like I'm going to be dating that person for the rest of my life. That's probably what happens usually. However, Sechan, I like you, I'm going to make you happy, so please go out with me. With serious eyes, Hisamura said to me seriously, can I go out with such a person with the feeling that I don't really like him, but it might be a good idea to try going out with him? Fufu, it's different. What's wrong? No, I'm sorry, Shiho. I don't mean to deny your friend or anything, but I'm just not into that kind of thing. Besides, Hisamura, well, he said it so earnestly. Yeah, I know, even though I suggested it, I knew Sechan wasn't that kind of person. Oh, I see. And if I'm going to confess to Shijimoto-kun, I won't be happy if he goes out with me thinking like that either. I guess so. Well, I'm sure Shijimoto, like Hisamura, will take these things seriously. Yeah, I think so too, because that's who I fell in love with. I see. If Shiho had been that confident, maybe I wouldn't have needed to approach Shijimoto to find out about him. That way maybe I wouldn't have taken a liking towards him. However, it's also possible that Hisamura wouldn't have confessed to me if Shiho hadn't liked Shijimoto. After all, I approached Hisamura to check and see if Shijimoto was good enough for Shiho. No. Why is being confessed by Hisamura the positive option? I haven't even agreed to the confession yet. Oh, by the way, Sechan. What? Shiho grins and speaks over the phone to Sei, who was thinking a little too much again. You got a little carried away earlier again, didn't you? No, I'm not in love with him. You said that Shijimoto-kun would take me as seriously as Hisamura-kun, right? In other words, Hisamura-kun treated Sechan very seriously, didn't he? Hey, no, I mean, it was Sechan who unconsciously fell in love with him again. Chapter 6. Enjoying your dreams. When am I going to wake up from this dream? It's been a few hours since I became Tsukasa Hisamura. Now I'm back at my house, lying on my bed, playing with my phone. I was playing with my phone as if it were the real world, so I forgot that I was in the world of a manga. I'm dreaming that I'm in my favorite manga. I can't have a normal romantic comedy because my childhood friend Ajusama is in the way. And because I have the same name as Tsukasa Hisamura, a character in the manga, I'm currently in a dream pretending to be this character. I was expecting to wake up soon after I made a passionate confession to Sechan after school, but why am I not waking up? Even though I was in a dream, I was eating food normally. It tasted so real and normal. I mean, am I really in a dream? This place is so real that it makes me doubt it. However, entering the world of a comic book is not realistic in any way. I've never had such a clear dream before, so I guess it's still a dream anyway. But it seems like I'm really Tsukasa Hisamura from the manga world. In the past few hours, I've looked in the countless mirror, and it's totally my face. This is the face of me in the real world, and not the face of Tsukasa Hisamura in the manga. I'm not sure if it's because I'm in a dream or not, but I can't really remember the face of Tsukasa Hisamura in the manga. I'm not sure if I'll be able to remember it though. I'm still in a dream, but I have nothing to do. I muttered to myself as I laid down on my bed. I've been playing mobile games and watching videos on video sharing sites, but I could do that in the real world too. I had forgotten that I was in a dream world until just a few minutes ago. Maybe in the real world I've been hit by a truck and am in a critical state of a coma and haven't woken up for a long time. When I think about that, I get scared of waking up. I don't want to think about such scary things. At any rate, since I'm in the world of my favorite manga, I want to do something that I can only do in this dream. So what can I even do? I could try to get in touch with someone on my phone. There was an app on my phone called Rine. The name sounds a bit different from the app in the real world, but I don't care. I opened up Rine and tried to find out whose contact information Tsukasa Hisamura had. Oh, I found Yuichi Shijimoto, the main character. Well, that's right, he's Yuichi Shijimoto's best friend, so he must have his contact information. There's also Shiho Fuji's and Tajin Kaori too. Does Tsukasa Kimura have the contact information of the two main heroines? Wait, then that means she too. There it is. I was lying on my bed, but the moment I found that name, I got up in happiness. On the screen of my phone, there are the words Sei Shimada. I knew you had Sei's contact information too. Yes, of course I'll contact her. I don't know how much longer I can stay in this world. I don't know how long I have left in this world, so there's no reason not to contact her. Now, what should I send? I'm sure she'll remember my confession earlier, so I'll mention it. If possible, I'd like to get a response from her, even if it's over Rine. I'd also like to get a phone call from her. I'll just send a message and wait for a reply. I hope I get a reply soon. Oh, it's already read. Section. Wait, Shiho. I just got a Rine from Hisamura-kun. Wait, really? Impossible. It says, Sechan, I hope you're still awake. I'm serious about everything that I said today. I won't rush you for a reply, but I'd be happy if you can give me a favorable reply. No, wow, that's amazing. Even my heart is pumping from that message. Hurry up, Sechan, give a reply. What should I say? You have to think about it, Sechan. It's not about my feelings, it's about yours. That's exactly what I said to Shiho today. Don't copy me. You're right, I'm sure it said that you read it already, right? That's right, well, what should I do? Section, I don't think that I'll be getting a reply from Sechan. It's been about 5 minutes since it was read. Just because you read it doesn't mean you're in a position to reply right away. What's a situation you can be in that you can't reply right away? Maybe a bath. No. I can't be fantasizing about Sechan bathing. Even the original series doesn't have that many fan service scenes for Sechan, so I hope the author will create more Sechan fan service in the near future. Pom-pom. Oh, here it is. I heard a unique sound and immediately opened my Rine screen. Sechan's reply was, Thank you, I'm really happy about your feelings, Hisamura. I just want you to wait for a while. I also want to face your feelings seriously. What a cute girl. I couldn't help but take a screenshot of this message. No, I don't think I could take it to my phone in the real world, because even if I did, it would still remain in the dream. She seems to have taken my confession very seriously and is thinking about it. This message alone conveys that. It's a pity that I couldn't hear her reply, but it was worth sending her a message just to know that she's a serious and nice girl after all. If she had said, "I'd be happy to go out with you as a trial," I would have been happy, but it would still be a little conflicting. Or maybe since this is my dream, I'm just making up my own image of Sechan and thinking that she would send me a message like this. Let's not think about it too much. I'm in a dream, so I should enjoy the most of it. In the meantime, I'll have to send a reply to her. Section. Shiho, the message was read, but I still haven't heard from him. Sechan, it's only been 3 minutes since you sent that message. He's probably still thinking of a response. Well, was the message that important that you need to think about the reply? Maybe. I would have fainted before I thought about a reply. What, why? Because I would faint just reading such a cute and adorable message. Shiho, you said it was fine. Yeah, it wasn't wrong as a sentence. I'm sure he can tell how serious you are about this, so don't worry. Oh, it's here. What did he reply? He said, "I'm glad you're taking me seriously too, Sechan. Thank you. I can't find the words to express my feelings for you." Sechan, there's more to the message, right? How did you know that? Because you're easy to understand, Sechan, so what's the rest? Saying I love you is not enough. Oh, I really can't express my feelings enough. Wow, even I'm starting to feel embarrassed. I'm the one feeling the most embarrassed. Why do I have to read it out myself? Chapter 7. Falling asleep in a dream? Is it too much to say that I really love you? That's how I felt about it, but maybe I shouldn't have sent it via RINE. Well, I'm in a dream, so I guess it should be fine. Something like this. So this is what it feels like to RINE with your crush. In the real world, I never had a crush. There are girls that I think are cute or beautiful, but I've never really liked them. So, to be honest, my first love is Sechan from Ajajama. It might be a little painful for my first love to be someone who's 2D, but I guess it can't be helped. I'm so happy to be able to RINE like this in such a realistic dream with such a girl. Seriously, this dream, I hope I never wake up. Pom. Whoa, she replied. Well, I'm very flattered, but please don't praise me too much. I'm dying of embarrassment. The message alone is so cute it's killing me. I'll take another screenshot of it. Haha, so precious. I really do love Sechan after all. I want to stay in this world forever and make her happy. In the original, Sechan would almost certainly never end up with Yuichi Shijimoto. Sechan is in a position where she hides her feelings and helps Shiho Fuji's instead. In the process, she finds herself alone with Yuichi Shijimoto, which makes her a little nervous. It's probably due to Sechan's personality. She'll keep her feelings for Shijimoto hidden for a long time until they get together. I'd rather make Sechan happy than have her go down that route. Section. Hey, this message is fine, right? Yeah, I think it'll be fine. In my opinion, it's less agonizing than the previous message. What was the degree of agony before? Is it less than before? Of course it was agonizing. I'm dying of embarrassment. But the Sechan right now is too cute not to take a picture of. I'm glad I was able to see Sechan be this cute. It's thanks to Hisamura-kun. It's not like I belong to him or anything. Besides, I showed Shiho many things that I can't show to Hisamura. Sechan, why don't you just pick me over Hisamura-kun? What do you mean? I mean, Shiho already has Shijimoto, right? I'm not going out with Shijimoto-kun. I'm also not dating Hisamura. Yet. Oh, that's a very funny way of putting it. We're not together yet. No. You're wrong, I don't have any plans to go out with him. I just got a reply from him. Fufu, good timing, so what did he say? What's with this guy? Why's he doing this again? Come on, Sechan, tell me what he say. I'd be very happy to go out with you, Sechan. I'll make you happy for sure. You guys should just get married already. And no, that's too soon. We don't know each other at all yet, and maybe after we went on a few more dates, then maybe we could. Fufu, so you're going to go out with him? No. Shiho, don't tease me too much. I'll get angry too. Haha, sorry, you're just too cute right now. Damn it, this guy. How does he go ahead and say such embarrassing things? Sechan also said some embarrassing things, so both of you are about the same. I haven't said anything too embarrassing. Well, I guess it depends on how you look at it. Section. I sent that message to her, hoping that the dream would continue. This is making me feel sleepy. Wait, no, how can I be sleepy in a dream? If I fall asleep like this, I might be back to reality in the morning. I don't want that to happen. I'd be lying if I said I had no lingering regrets about the real world. but this world is definitely more fun. What can I say? After all, I'm in the world of my favorite manga, and my favorite character, Sechan, is here too, so I don't want to go back to the real world yet. If I fall asleep like this, I might have to go back. Pom-pom. Oh, that sound. I think I got another reply from Sechan. I lay down on my bed and struggled to open my heavy eyelids to look at the screen of my phone. All right, don't be so embarrassing. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. I knew Sechan was cute. I can already picture Sechan typing that message with a red face. I still want to go out with you, Sechan. I want to stay in this world forever and keep watching cute little Sechan up close and make her happy. But I'm already feeling sleepy. Please let me stay in this dream forever. I mutter the last of my desires as I close my eyelids and fall asleep in my dream. Section, Shiho, I've been stuck on read for 30 minutes and I haven't gotten a response. It's late and he probably went to bed. It's only about 11 o'clock. I think it's a little early for a high school student to go to bed at this time. It's a little early, but it's not like you can't go to bed at this time. Maybe he didn't like my response, and that's why he's not replying to my message. Sechan, please calm down. There's no way Hisamura-kun, who's been making such an affectionate appeal towards you, would suddenly think that way about Sechan's reply. Yeah, I doubt that. He probably fell asleep with his phone screen on. I hope so. No, I think he might have been involved in some sort of incident. Sechan, calm down. Sechan was a little imaginative, and Shiho knew about it, but she had never seen her go this far before, so it was quite hard to calm her down. She can't say she's not amused, though. I think Sechan's worrying a bit too much about Hisamura. Well, I guess it's unreasonable to say that I shouldn't be concerned after being told so much. Since Sechan has done so much for me with Shijimoto-kun, I have to help her out too. It's definitely not because it looks interesting. Yeah, of course not. Chapter 8, Still in a Dream. Am I still in a dream? That's what I muttered to myself when I woke up this morning, ate my food, and looked at my uniform. I didn't notice it at all because the house looks nearly identical to my actual house in the real world. Well, that's fine and all, but no matter how I look at the uniform, it's the uniform of Tajin High School in Ajijama. And somehow, I had the memories of Tsukasa Hisamura who lived in the manga world. So I'm still in a dream, right? Am I really in a dream? Can a dream this realistic be called a dream anymore? Maybe I've actually entered the world of the Ajijama manga and took the position of Tsukasa Hisamura, a character with the same name as mine in the real world. Seriously. Have I really become Tsukasa Hisamura of Ajijama? That's the only way I can explain this situation. Until yesterday, I had thought that it was only a really long dream, but it seems that I've actually entered the world of the manga. It's hard to believe, but well, I'm more than happy to be here. You can enter the world of your favorite manga and interact with your favorite characters. An otaku who does not rejoice at such a wonderful thing is no longer an otaku. Wait a minute, so yesterday's events were also real in this world. So you're saying that I actually confessed my love to Sechan as soon as I arrived in this world. What? Isn't that bad? I thought I was dreaming, so I confessed to Sechan without any hesitation. But if this is going to continue as my reality, I feel like it's going to be really bad. Did I really confess my feelings to Sechan yesterday? Can't we just say that yesterday's event was a dream and that I actually entered the world of Ajijama today? Oh yeah, my phone. Yesterday, I RINED Sechan, thinking that I was dreaming. If the message history is still there, then this world is a continuation of yesterday. When I opened my RINE and looked at my text messages, I found some pretty messed up stuff. What's more is that I sent some insanely embarrassing stuff because of the tension in the middle of the night, or to be exact, the tension due to thinking it was a dream. Oh my God, seriously. I was so embarrassed that I shouted that out in my room. I mean, I've already made black history on my first day in this world. No, I don't want to admit that confessing to Sechan is black history, but my words of confession and the messages I sent are some serious stains in my life. Damn, I wish I could somehow forget about all this, but there's no way I can forget about the first conversation I had with Sechan. And Sechan's reactions and everything were so cute. I want to forget about it and also not forget about it. I definitely don't want to forget Sechan's overly cute reactions, but I also want to forget my painful words and actions. What a dilemma, and it looks like I'll never be able to resolve it. Well, my desire to remember Sechan's cute appearance is many, many times greater than my desire to forget my painful words and actions. So of course, I'll remember it. I also have a massive urge to purge this talk history, but I don't want to delete Sechan's messages. Yesterday I thought, this is probably a dream, so it's my thoughts making Sechan say these words. When I think about the fact that Sechan seriously thought about those replies and sent them to me, I felt that it was so precious that I could die. Yeah, I'll screenshot it, so no matter how many times I talk to Sechan from now on, the talk history will remain in my hands. Let's make it a family heirloom. As I was thinking this, I heard the door to my room open with a slam. Oni-chan, you'd better get to school or you'll be late. Aha, got it, Rink. I responded to the voice, grabbed my bag and left the room. Outside the room was my sister, Rink Hisamura. Of course, she's not my sister in the real world, but the sister of the character Tsukasa, Hisamura in the world of Ajajama. She's a year younger than me, a freshman in high school that attends the same school as me. Her flaxen hair is in a side-tail, and she wears some cute scrunchies as her design. She has a cute face, but she doesn't smile much when she interacts with her brother Tsukasa Hisamura, a sister who is pretty strong-willed and scolds her no-good brother. When she smiles, she's usually cute, but we haven't seen much of her in the works. To put it bluntly, Rink Hisamura is another heroine who helps in adding color to the story and is one of the girls that likes the main character, Yuichi Shijimoto. Rink Hisamura is gaining popularity as a junior high school character, but like say, Rink Hisamura is probably a losing heroine. Well, I guess I still haven't met the main protagonist, Yuichi Shijimoto, either. The scene I saw yesterday where Sechan pushes away her feelings for Fuji's was still pretty early on in the story. So, perhaps, in the original story, Rink Hisamura didn't even appear this early. Later he finds out that his best friend, Tsukasa Hisamura, has a younger sister, who later becomes one of the heroines of the work. Although she has a very pretty face, she doesn't smile much and always wears a Buddha's face expression. But the embarrassed face she makes when Shijimoto or someone compliments her is just way too cute. Or the face she makes when she's angry. She says, please, stop it, with an extremely cute face. But well, I think she's probably a losing heroine, or a heroine who doesn't stick with the main character. Hang in there, Rink. Huh, what are you saying so suddenly? Don't worry, you're incredibly pretty. You'll definitely be happy one day. Waha, what are you talking about? Whoa, she looks angry while blushing in embarrassment, just like in the original. And you have a lovely voice. Wawata, are you saying so early in the morning, Oni-chan? I think it's cute that a character like Rink calls me Oni-chan. Wah. Baka Oni-chan, I'm going ahead first. As I was mumbling out my thoughts, Rink went downstairs with a bright red face. Oh no, I must have upset her. I'm sorry, Rink. Let's go together. As I hurried down the stairs, I saw Rink waiting for me at the door after changing her shoes. I'll be there early, Oni-chan. Yeah, I know. Rink's cheeks are red and she's still frowning unhappily, but she still waits for me. I'm so lucky to have such a lovely sister. Really? What are you saying? The real world? Well, I guess this world has already become the real world for me, so let's just call it the previous world. In my previous world, I didn't have a sister nor a brother. I guess I can't help but be happy that I suddenly have such a cute little sister. Moreover, as I recall, Rink had cooked dinner for me last night, as well as breakfast in the morning. The Hisamura family's parents are always working away from home and spend most of their time outside the house. That's why Rink was in charge of cooking and such. Thanks for the food. It's nothing. It's just the usual. It's something you do for me all the time and I'm grateful for it. Hey, really, Oni-chan, what's wrong? Did you eat something strange for breakfast today? No, if I eat something weird, it's because Rink's the one making it, so that means Rink must have planted it in the food. Fufu, you're right. Oh, that was pretty cute. It was not a full-blown smile, but the corners of her mouth raised up a little, and the atmosphere softened at once. Yeah, you look really cute when you smile. I stroked Rink's head. Rink, who's a head smaller than me, is very easy to pet. What? No, don't do that. You'll ruin my hair. Ah, my bad, sorry. She wears her hair in a side tail, so the direction of her hair flow is always towards her right ear. Thinking that she was angry because I had stroked it the wrong way, I gently stroked it again to fix her hair into its original position. No, SDOPP. Rink then brushed my hand away and lightly tapped my chest. Oh, you're surprisingly strong, aren't you? Momao, Oni-chan. I'm leaving now or I'll really be late for school. Ah, got it, don't be mad, okay. I'm not particularly mad at you. Rink's cheeks were red as she placed her hand on the part of her hair that I had stroked. I knew my little sister would be very pretty. I felt my cheeks slacken at the thought. Chapter 9, to school. After that, I left the house with Rink, and of course, I had to remember to lock the door. Our house is close enough to the school that we don't need to take the train to get there. However, it takes about 40 minutes to walk there, so I always go by bike. Oni-chan, I'll ride at the back again today. Ah, yeah, sure. What's wrong? I never thought I'd see the day when I'd be pedaling a bike with a girl on the back. Well, she's a girl, but she's my little sister. And I don't even know if it's legal. There are often depictions of two people riding on the same bicycle in the world of romantic comedy manga and light novels. And in those worlds, there are probably no legal restrictions. Yeah, I'll take that as a yes. This world of Ajajama probably has no legal restrictions either. Well, Rink, is it fine? Are you on it properly? Yeah, I'm fine. All right, let's go. At the start, it's heavier and more painful than riding alone. But once you're moving, there doesn't seem to be any problem. It's difficult to start and stop every time there's a traffic light, but it's a piece of cake when you consider that it's for such a cute little sister. Then, I pedaled straight to the school for about 10 minutes and arrived at my usual spot. Well, it's just a usual place for Tsukasa Hisamura in this world. I've never been here before. I am supposed to drop Rink off a little bit away from the school. This is why Rink is always rushing me to get there early, because if I don't leave early, she is going to be late. Well, thanks, Oni-chan. As I always say, I can bring you to school if you want. I'm not tired at all. It's fine, I'll walk from here on, you go ahead with the bike. I guess she doesn't want people to know that she rides a bike to school with her brother. Okay, but let's go to school together once in a while. It's more fun that way, right? Sometimes I meet friends and talk to them as we walk. I see. That's right, if you ride a bike to school, you won't have the experience of youth, such as walking to school side by side with your friends. I used to walk from the station in my previous world, so I know the joy of bumping into friends and then going to school. Maybe I should try walking to school in this world too, but it's a long way and I've got Rink. I guess it's okay sometimes. I think she was worried since I looked a little depressed, but Rink said that to me while looking away shyly. Thank you, Rink. I was so happy that I patted Rink's head again. Hey, Babaka. Don't pat my head like that. I'm sorry, I'll be going first, Rink, don't be late. I stepped on the bicycle pedals before she hit my chest again. Aoni-chan Baka. When I heard such a voice, I didn't feel angry because the way she called me, Baka, was so cute. After riding on my bike for a few more minutes, I found someone I knew walking beside me. I know him, but that was through. Hey Yuichi, Tsukasa. It was Yuichi Shijimoto, the protagonist of the manga. My childhood friend, Ajo-sama, gets in the way, and I can't have a normal romantic comedy. He has short black hair and a clean, fresh, and handsome face. He was quite tall, with a height of over 180 centimeters. This is probably why he was on the basketball team. I lined up next to Yuichi, got off the bike, and started walking with him. Hey, no morning practice for the basketball team. Oh, not today. I got a good night's sleep thanks to that. I see. I guess even the ace of the basketball team takes days off. That's right. Resting is part of the practice. Yuichi is very athletic and has been the ace of the basketball team since his freshman year. And he has a good face, so he's popular. I know him well because he's my friend, and he's just a normal guy. Yuichi has all the elements of a popular guy, but this guy mistakenly thinks he is not popular. The reason for such a misunderstanding is because of his childhood friend, Kaori Tajin, who loves him. Since kindergarten, Tajin had a crush on Yuichi, so Tajin pressured the girls around him in order to keep them away. He's so cool that he could have a fan club if he really wanted to, but this guy still thinks he's neither cool or popular. Well, that's Tajin's fault, so I guess it can't be helped. However, Yuichi has fallen in love with someone in high school. That's the other heroine, Shiho Fuji's. I've heard about you, Yuichi. I heard that you finally asked Fuji's out on a date. What? Where did you hear that from? Of course, it's just a rumor. Are you telling me that you've awoken your power to the wind element? If I wave my arms, I can lift the skirts of all those women, but I can't go any further. Really? Come on, there are lots of JKs around here. Don't call high school boys JK. We were having a very wholesome, high school boy-like conversation. Well, I never thought that I would be able to enter the world of Ajajama and have such a stupid conversation with the protagonist. I'm not as happy as I was when I talked to Sechan, but I'm honestly happy as an otaku. So, who did you actually hear it from? I'd like to say it was Fuji's, of course, but I just overheard her talking to Shimada. Seriously, what did they talk about? Of course, she said, Shijimoto-kun asked me out on a date, but he's too creepy for me. What? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Even if it's a joke, it gets stuck in my heart, so seriously, stop. That's bad. Well, actually, she was talking about something really cute like, can I really confess my feelings to Shijimoto-kun? But that's probably not my place to talk about. When's the date, tomorrow or the day after? Today is Friday, so I'll have the weekend off tomorrow. It's Sunday, and it looks like both the basketball and tennis clubs don't have practice. Oh well, I guess I don't really have anything to help you with, but good luck. Ah, of course. Oh, you seem to be talking about something interesting, Yuichi. Yuichi was about to nod strongly when he heard a woman's voice from behind him. We froze with our mouths open. And no way, these thoughts were running through our mind simultaneously. Moving with movements like a robot, we turned around and, "Good morning, Yuichi, Hisamura-kun. More morning, Kaori. Good morning, Tajin-san." There was Kaori Tajin, one of the heroines, with a terrifying smile on her face. Her golden hair, shining divinely, flowed beautifully down her back and was swept by the wind. Her hair is so beautiful that it represents her elegance. She is wearing a school uniform, but for some reason it looks even more pure and gorgeous when she wears it, even though it should be the same as the other. Her face is very beautiful and her facial features have a Japanese feel. I think she was a quarter European, her grandfather was a European descent. So, Yuichi, you've been talking very happily all morning. Would you mind if I joined you? Nah, it's just something me and Tsukasa can talk about since we're both guys. Right, Tsukasa? Yeah, I guess so. You don't want to hear about Yuichi ordering me to lift up the skirts of all the JKs around here, do you? When did I ever tell you that? Yuichi retorted with a ridiculous amount of energy. Calm down, Yuichi, we have to divert the story first. Oh, so what were you talking about, Yuichi? I didn't order him to lift people's skirts. It's just Tsukasa muttering to himself, wanting clairvoyant powers to see naked high school girls. When did I ever say that? Now it was my turn to retort. Oh, Hisamura-kun, it's not good to spread your desires around. If you're going to do it in the privacy of your own room. Tajin-san, you seem to have a surprisingly high tolerance for this kind of thing. I'm learning every day so that Yuichi can attack me at any time. Good for you, Yuichi. Now your future is decided as the president of Tajin Group. Wait, you betrayed me. Shut up, who betrayed the other first? Well, I guess it's me. Well, that goes off topic. So, Yuichi, do you have any plans for the Sunday after tomorrow? Oops, I've made a sharp turn and went back. And no, well, my club has. The volleyball team will be using the entire gym on Sunday. How did you know even if you're not from the volleyball club? Because it's me. As expected of Tajin-san, she's the daughter of the man who founded Tajin High School. Well, that's probably a completely irrelevant part of the story, but I'll praise it anyway. Thank you, Mr. Hisamura. So, do you have any plans for Sunday? If not, why don't you have a party at my place? We can rent out a luxury cruise ship and throw a party. You have too many luxury cruise ships. The scale of money she spent is extraordinary. Anyway, I don't have any plans for Sunday, but I want to take it easy. I have basketball practice until noon. Oh, I see. Yesterday the basketball club was on holiday. That's why you muttered. I wanted to practice early so I get a day off. Wait a minute, when did you hear that? I think I said that last night. Whoa, Yuichi, I don't think you should ask any more questions than that. That's the dark side of Kaori Tajin, a childhood friend heroine who probably contains a yandere element, is not ready for you yet. All right, if Yuichi doesn't want to talk, it's fine, I have an idea. Well, I'd better get to school. Have a good day, Hisamura-kun. Oh, good day to you too. With that, Tajin walks toward the school, with her hair swinging smoothly. Yuichi and I froze there for a while. Tsukasa, I know you said earlier that you didn't think there was anything you could help me with, but I need your help with something. Ahem. I can already predict what you want help with, but what do you need help with? Kaori Tajin, keep her at bay. Of course I can't, use your common sense, and explode. WHYY. Well, what should I do now? I mean, was there ever a development like this in the original? Chapter 10, Conversation at School. Yuichi was very persistent in getting my help even after arriving at school and beginning our classes. Come on, please, for the love of God. Help me out. Look here, I've only known you for about 2 years, don't expect me to listen to such a request. Leave the lifelong request for your wedding when you need a best man. Tsukasa, you say that like it's some kind of quote, but I seriously don't understand what it is. I don't really know what you're talking about either. I've followed the story faithfully so far. If that were true, I wouldn't be having this conversation with Yuichi. I glanced at a certain direction. Of course, I was glancing at the sub-heroine of Ajijama, Sei Shimada. But every time I look at her, her cheeks turn crimson red and she turns away. It's already obvious, insanely obvious actually. I'm currently being avoided. Oh, I want to die so bad. Hey, what's up, Tsukasa? What's going on? Shut up, I'm fine. I'm absolutely not. Well, what's wrong? If you're so down right now, I'm all ears. This guy is the protagonist of this manga. In a sense, he's the only guy in this world where his confession would absolutely be a success. He can definitely go out with either Shiho Fuji's or Kaori Tajin. There's no way that this guy is going to get rejected by either of them, but I'm just his best friend, not the main protagonist. Which means that Tsukasa Hisamura's love life is never described in the manga at all. I'm more likely to be treated badly when it comes to romance rather than a losing heroine like Sechan or Rinka. In other words, Sechan may be a losing heroine, but I'm a clown that can't even stand on the stage. Yesterday, I was caught up in my dream tension, so I said to myself, I'll definitely make Sechan happy. But now that I'm thinking of this seriously, it's impossible. Hence, that leads to the current situation where I'm being avoided. Well, I've already confessed my feelings to her. In this kind of love, the game is usually won before the confession actually occurs. Confession is like a ritual, a confirmation process that can only happen when two people already like each other. So it's all about how close you can get to the person before you confess and get them to like you. I've already made my confession, so it's no longer a game. To use an example from a romance game, the main character doesn't confess to the heroines right off the bat with no affection points. And I've done this in the past world already. Come on, Tsukasa. I'm really asking you, on Sunday. Shut up, I've got nothing but despair in this world now. Seriously, man, what happened between this morning and lunch break? Is it bad that nothing actually happened? I don't understand what you're saying. I don't really understand it either. Or, actually, what does Sechan think of me? The relationship between Tsukasa Hisamura and Sei Shimada in the work is at best a friend, and at worst an acquaintance. Our best friends like each other, and we sometimes help each other out to get them together. So maybe her impression of Tsukasa Hisamura in the manga isn't actually negative. But the first thing I did when I came into this world was make a creepy and passionate confession. If you think about it calmly, it's basically a turn-off. It's currently lunchtime. Yuichi and I are eating at the edge of the classroom by the window, while Sechan is eating with Fuji's in the hallway. I can feel Fuji's eyes on me from time to time, but why is she looking at me? No, maybe she's looking at Shijimoto. I think I'm just being self-conscious right now. I was eating the bento that Rink had made for me, thinking it was insanely delicious. After all, Rink's sister I'm extremely proud of having with me. I'll give her more head pats when I get back home. Will she hate me for that? I don't think she will. Haas, I can't do it without thinking about that. Oh yeah. Hey, Tsukasa, you probably can't stop her by yourself, can you? Well, I probably can't. I'm sure you're aware of it, but I don't think there's anyone who can stop that Tajin-san by themselves other than you. Me? No, even I can't do it. I don't think I'll be able to stop her from doing anything on Sunday. Nah, you can probably stop her. If you go to Tajin's house on Saturday night and flirt with her for the entire night, she probably won't interrupt your date with Fuji's on Sunday. Well, I won't be saying that out loud. So, what are you going to do about Tajin-san that even you can't stop? Well, if Tsukasa can't do it alone, we can get someone else to help us. What? Who would it be? You know who'd be really good for this. Someone who knows that Fuji's and I have a date on Sunday and is willing to cooperate with you. Oh, you don't mean. It's Shimada. You can't do that, I'll die. Why? She's avoiding me right now. If you were suddenly placed with someone you were avoiding, would you be able to concentrate and stop Tajin from interfering with your date? It's impossible, of course. In so many ways. It's the only way, please help me out. I'll take care of it, just don't include Sechan. It's better if I do it alone. Why, and why are you saying something like Sechan? I don't understand. Don't ask or I'll blow you away. You're making even less sense than usual today. Damn it, what should I do? Should I tell Yuichi about it? The fact that I had confessed to Sechan. It's easy to see what he's thinking about on his face. If he wasn't so flustered when Tajin had found out about Sunday's date, he would have been able to deceive her that time. That was a self-inflicted wound on its own. But if other people found out that I was in love with Sechan, there was a possibility that Sechan would be involved as well. I want to avoid that at all costs. So you'll do it all by yourself. If only I could ask Shimada. But I really don't know what I can do on my own. What would you rather ask me? I don't believe it. Is that the voice of? It's the same situation as with Tajin earlier. The only difference was that it was coming from behind me, so Yuichi, who was facing me, could already see the other person. Ah, Shimada. I knew it. I turned around thinking that and saw Sechan standing there. Yuichi and I are sitting, so when Sechan stood there, I had to look up at her. So, is there something you need me to do? After a brief moment of eye contact and awkwardly looking away from me, she turned towards Yuichi and spoke. Ha, I knew you hate looking at me. That's enough to make me feel like I've hit rock bottom. Oh, Shimada, I can't let anyone else hear this, so can you give me some time after school? I mean, it's about Sunday. Oh, so it's about you and Shiho. Yeah, about that. We've got a little problem. Okay, after school, stay in class. When he said that, Sechan suddenly froze. It was as if the batteries in her machine had suddenly run out. What's the matter, Shimada? And no. When Sechan spoke to Yuichi, she started panicking. Her cheeks turned a little red, and she was acting a bit flustered after hearing that. Then, she glanced at me for a moment and our gazes met. I had already been staring at Sechan's eyes for a while, thinking that they were beautiful. No, not in this classroom. We'll meet in front of the school gate after school. She said that and quickly left. Is something wrong with Shimada? What's going on? I don't really know. I wonder. Since she was so upset when she saw me, did she remember what had happened with me in the classroom? She looked at me and said she wasn't going to meet me in this classroom after school, so she probably did. This was the classroom where I'd confessed my feelings to Sechan yesterday. I guess that's why she left the class, but I wonder what she meant by that. Awkwardness is probably the reason, well, in a negative way, I suppose, 9 times out of 10. Ha, I knew I shouldn't have confessed whilst being in a dream fever. But I can't help it. I never dreamed that I'd be in the world of Ajijama. Well, I'm more than happy that it wasn't a dream, but the thing yesterday would have been better off as a dream. I'm glad I got to see that, though. She was so dangerously cute yesterday. All right, I have to go to the club room right after school ends, since we have a basketball team meeting after school today. Hi. Sorry, but can you tell Shimada about the situation after school? Chapter 11. After school. It's officially the time after school. As that guy said earlier, Yuichi quickly left the classroom to head for his club meeting. I'm really sorry, but please help me explain and convince Shimada for this plan in my stead. I'm really gonna hate you. Those were the last words I exchanged with Yuichi today. Why do I have to talk to Sechan for you right now? No, I'm insanely happy to be able to talk to Sechan alone, but definitely not right now. Both me and Sechan are feeling extremely awkward after what happened yesterday. Well, Yuichi doesn't know that, and I'm sure he didn't mean to offend us at all. And it is my fault that things are awkward between us. Ha, I'm sure Sechan will be there waiting on her own. Feeling a little depressed, I grabbed my stuff and left the classroom. When I went to the school gate, I found Sechan standing there all by herself. Her silver hair was not very long, but it was beautiful as it swayed and swept around in the wind. I wondered why I was so fascinated just seeing her standing in front of the school gate. Ah no, it's Hisamura. Noticing that I was approaching, Sechan stammered a little as she said that. This is the first time I've been called by my name since yesterday, but I'm still happy for my name to be called by my favorite heroine. I'm glad I was named Tsukasa Hisamura in my previous world too. Is that time okay with you? Oh, of course I'm free then. Sechan was looking at me but also not. She looked like she was looking behind me. Well, what's wrong with Shijmode? Yuichi had a club meeting to attend to, so he couldn't find time after school to meet with you. He said he wanted to meet me, but was it actually you calling for me? Yuichi himself wanted to see you. What the hell was he thinking? I really feel the same way about that. Oh, so that means now it's just you and me. Say Shimada, did you say something just now? And no, it's nothing. Dangerous, I almost called her Sechan again. In this world, Hisamura usually calls Sechan by her last name. If this isn't a dream, then the hurdle for me to call Sechan is indeed too high. Well, what happened yesterday can't be helped. I can't just go back in time. I hope Sechan forgets about it. Well, I guess that isn't gonna happen. So, what was Shijimoto talking about? I'm pretty sure it was about those two on Sunday. Yeah, I guess so. Anyways, let's talk as we walk, it's not that safe here. We were in front of the school gate, and it was still full of students slowly leaving the school. If a man and a woman were to stop and talk here, they would indeed stand out in many ways, even if it was just her. Sechan is cute and would easily attract the eyes of nearby bystanders. Okay, let's head to a cafe nearby. I didn't expect to receive such an invitation and couldn't help but freeze. Well, it's going to be a long story, no? It would be difficult to talk about it while standing up. So let's talk about this calmly, or is it no good? Of course it's okay. I couldn't help but be formal. Please don't look up at me with such eyes and ask me such a question. I'll do anything you ask. It's such a powerful upward glance that I would gladly die even if you said, I want you dead, is that no good? I see, then let's go that way. Sechan started walking in the direction of the cafe, and I walked alongside her. Who could this possibly be? A after-school date. What a lucky guy I am to have an after-school date with my favorite character, Sechan. Yuichi, thank you. I'm glad you're not here. Me and Sechan went to the cafe. There was an insanely awkward atmosphere on the way. I think it's quite common for people to move a short distance in silence, but there's something different about this atmosphere. After all, me and Sechan were both feeling a bit awkward. Do you go to cafes often with Fujis? Yeah. Shiho is usually a little busy with tennis club practice. But she doesn't have as much practice as Shijimoto's basketball club, so whenever she doesn't have practice, we usually drop by a cafe on the way home. Is that so? Shimada's not a part of any club, right? Yeah. On that note, you're not part of any club too, right? I wanted to take it easy in high school, because I had a tough time with the club activities in middle school. Phew. That feels like a very Hisamura-like answer. Sechan said that and chuckled. I'm glad to see that the atmosphere is not as awkward as before. If I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have been able to talk about the matter when I got to the cafe. By the way, about the club activities, both Hisamura in the original story and I are not in any club for the same exact reason I just said. I felt close to Tsukasa Hisamura because we were so similar. Rather, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the character was based off of me. Well, it is an exaggeration, though. Sechan is not in any club, but she's very athletic. Yuichi Shijimoto, the main character, is also good at all kinds of other sports, not just basketball. But Sechan is even better than him. She's so athletic that if she were serious about any sport she competed in, she could probably make it to the nationals. That's why Sechan is constantly being asked to participate in sports-related club activities. Even in team sports, if Sechan is included, she is at the level to get a good placement in the prefectural tournament. That's why Sechan is often called upon as a helper for every sports club activity, and so on. I've also been asked to join various clubs because I also do pretty well in such activities. Something about this kind of athleticism, it's like a setting for a manga. Is there anyone like that in the real world? Someone who helps out in various club activities, gets results, and is constantly asked to join a club. I've only seen it in the world of manga. Aren't you going to join a club, Shimada? You've been invited to a lot of clubs, right? I appreciate it, but like Hisamura, I prefer to take it easy after school. I'm not that passionate about sports either. Well, that's a very Shimada-like answer. She's very athletic and cool, but she's also kind and friendly. Ha, I like her so much. Wah, what did you just say? Eh? Ah no, it's nothing. No, but just now all right. Sechan tried to question me, but stopped midway and flushed red instead. Perhaps she realized that questioning me would only hurt us both, but that was a bit careless of me. I was thinking that I was reading a manga and said, "Ha, how precious," to myself. I'd better be careful. This world is already my reality now. I was talking like this with Sechan, but it felt too much like it was a dream and I forgot about it for a moment. After that, Sechan and I walked in silence, not looking at each other until we reached the cafe. The cafe that Sechan and Fuji's always go to is Moonbuck's, a famous chain store often found in front of a train station. Well, this is the world of manga, and the cafe is a play on the name of a real-world cafe. The menu item they serve is called Francino, which is almost the same as the ones served in cafes in the real world. We entered the store and gave our orders to the waitress. "I'll have a drip coffee tall. What about you, Shimada?" "I'll take a grand of vanilla creme Francino. Change the syrup to white mocha syrup, and add more caramel sauce and whipped cream, please." What kind of spell is that? Her order was 3 to 4 times longer than mine. The waitress seemed used to it and said, "Okay," and started making it. I'm not even sure if what I just ordered is even a drink anymore. "Do you come to Moonbuck's often, Shimada?" "Yeah, I come here with Shiho most of the time, but sometimes I come out to buy some for myself on my days off or something." "Oh, so you like it?" I didn't know about that. Even the original story hasn't released that information yet. I don't know if it's the same as the original, but I was able to see a new side of Sechan. Well, does it not suit me? I do have a sweet tooth after all." "No, I think it's totally fine. I think you're cute and precious." Is that so? Thank you." Sechan is portrayed as a calm and cool character in the story, but she's still a normal high school girl. So what's wrong with liking sweet things? I misspoke for a moment, but I do actually think she's cute and precious. My drip coffee came out right away, and Sechan's something Francino came out a little while later. It's bigger than my coffee, and it's got so much cream and stuff, it's more of a dessert than a drink. Then, Sechan and I sat down facing each other on the 2 seats. I put milk and sugar in it and drink it. Yep, it tastes like normal coffee. So delicious. When Sei put the straw in her mouth and began drinking hers, the corners of her mouth lifted a little, as if it was very tasty, and she looked really happy. Ah, to be able to see my favorite heroine's smiling face so close to me, how happy am I? "Is it good?" Sechan. Ahem. Oh shit, I called her Sechan. Her eyes widened in response to my words, and she choked a little. Perhaps she inhaled it all at once by accident. "Shimada, are you okay?" "I'm fine, or rather Hisamura. Why are you calling me like that?" Sechan said after calming down. "That's right, I'm sure she'll ask." Well, that's what I've been calling you in my mind for ages." Really? "Yeah, so when I confessed yesterday, it was kind of a spur-of-the-moment kinda thing. When I talked about yesterday's confession, Sechan blushed even more. "Oh yeah. I'm sorry, I'll call you Shimada from now on." "I don't mind that, I really don't mind it at all." Are you sure?" "Ah yeah, but you know, it's embarrassing. So only do it when we're both alone." Sechan said this while looking away and looking embarrassed. But that's, is that a roundabout way of approving my confession? Wow, what? How did you reach that conclusion? Because you said it was okay for me to call you Sechan whenever we're alone. And no, I only gave you permission to call me by my name. I haven't agreed to your confession. I got it, don't be mad. I'm sorry. It was indeed depressing to be rejected to such an extent. The fact that she is so adamant about denying it suggests that the answer to yesterday's confession has been decided. Perhaps because I was so blatantly depressed, Sechan said, and started to speak in a hurry. "I'm sorry, Hisamura. I didn't actually reject your confession, rather, I haven't decided on a response yet. But you know, I'm considering it positively for now." That's enough of this talk. "No, but you can call me Sechan when we're alone. Do you understand?" Yes, I understand." And so I was given permission to call her Sechan whenever we were alone. Sechan said some remarks that made me curious and happy, but I couldn't just go and ask her the meaning of what she said. Chapter 12. After-school date? After all of that, I can finally explain why I had called out Sechan. I start the story with actually, and tell her that Kaori Tajin found out about Yuichi and Fuji's date on Sunday. Oh yeah, that woman. From Sechan's point of view, it seems that she doesn't like Kaori Tajin very much. She is the one who interferes with her best friend's love life, so I guess it's justified as to why she doesn't like her. Does this mean she's going to interrupt their date? Maybe, I mean definitely. The person you want the least to know about the date knows about it. What were you doing? I'm sorry, I didn't expect her to ask about it. Well, enough of the past. Anyways, you don't want Tajin-san to interfere with the date, so you're asking for my cooperation. Well, according to Yuichi's request. Yes. When I said that, Sechan fell silent, as if she was thinking about it for a moment. Of course, you have all the rights to refuse this request. You don't need to cooperate with us for this. No, I will cooperate. It's for Shiho's sake after all. Really? Shiho is trying to muster the courage to confess her feelings. We can't let anything get in her way during this time. As expected of her best friend, Sechan immediately decided to go and help them. But even if you say that we have to keep her out of their way, how are we going to do that? We're dealing with the daughter of the Tajin group, remember. That's right, I have no idea on how to stop her from interfering with their date. The Tajin group is one of the top companies in this world, so she should be able to do various things in order to interfere with them. Their total assets are said to be over 1,000 trillion yen. I'm a high school student, and even I don't understand how much their wealth accumulates to. Is there such a company in the previous world? Well, this is a manga world, so what am I expecting? At any rate, Kaori Tajin is the daughter of a very wealthy family. If that person really decides to get in their way, there's probably nothing we can do about it. She'll probably be able to do anything with her abundant financial resources. What are you going to do to stop her? Do you have a plan? Nope, if you try to think about it, it seems impossible, no. I think this is difficult too, but I don't want her to get in the way of Shiho's plan. No, wait. I forgot, but the original story had this sort of development, right? No, of course it did. It just didn't develop into Tsukasa Hisamura and Sei Shimada talking about the situation in a cafe. The story proceeds with Tajin trying to interfere with the date. If I try to interfere with the plan as it unfolds, I might be able to stop her from interrupting those two. However, the situation's different now. The story isn't following the original timeline. Tajin found out about the date before it even happened here. In the original story, Tojoin found out about the date on the day it occurred, so she had minimal preparation for interrupting the date. This time, however, it's more likely that she prepared to interfere with them in advance. If this was following the original story, it would have been impossible to stop it. But since the story's following a different path, it's possible this time around. Somehow, I think I can understand why Tajin is getting in the way. Are you sure? What's your reasoning? Not much, but if I had to guess, I'd say it's Tajin's personality. Even in the original story, Tsukasa Hisamura and Kaori Tajin were somewhat close. Tsukasa Hisamura did not interfere with Yuichi and Tajin's relationship, but rather supported it instead. Well, it was mostly just teasing and not anything substantial. That's why I feel like I'm a little close to Tajin. I think I might know a lot more about her personality than the original. Well, in this case, it's not because I know the character very well, but because I know the original story very well. Yeah, but it's better than taking no action at all. What are you going to do? Sechan manages to ask a question while drinking her Francino. Anyways, first of all, the day before the date, that is, Saturday night. I'll invite Yuichi over to my house. What do you mean? Tajin-san might be watching Yuichi's house on Sunday morning. That's why Yuichi should go on his date from my place instead. In fact, Tajin was in front of Yuichi's house on the day of the date originally, even though she didn't know anything about it. She probably came to ask him out normally. But since Yuichi had a date, he sent Tajin-san away. As Yuichi hurriedly sent her away, Tajin-san got curious and followed Yuichi silently so that he wouldn't notice her, and then she saw the scene of the date. So first of all, there's a high possibility that Tajin will be in front of Yuichi's house this time. I see, so should Shiho head over from my place too? No, I think we're probably okay there. I don't think Tajin-san knows who Yuichi is going on a date with in the first place. In fact, She may not even know that it's a date yet. Is that so? Tajin-san's probably thinking that. There is something Yuichi can't tell me on Sunday, so I think she'll only know it's a date when she sees Yuichi and Fuji's alone together. Maybe she doesn't know that Yuichi and Fuji's are going on a date yet, but I'm sure she's going to interfere with it on the day of the date. So she doesn't know where the date's going to happen. Ah yeah, she probably doesn't know about it. So if Tajin can't track down Shijimoto, isn't that the end of it? I'm sure Tajin won't know the location of the date either. Ah, that's certainly the case. In the original story, Yuichi was being tracked by Tajin. So she found out that he was going on a date and decided to interrupt him while chasing him around. But this time around, Tajin doesn't know where he'll be headed towards. So if I can get Yuichi to the place of the date without Tajin finding out, then I've basically won. So it looks like I won't have much to do for this. That's probably the case. I'm sorry for wasting your time today. No, it's fine. If I can save Shiho's date from being ruined, it's a small price to pay. She's too cool. She's too manly and handsome. I'm in love with you. Ah, I'm already smitten with you. You're really sweet, huh? And no, this is nothing. This much is normal to do. Haha, as expected of Sechan. As soon as I complimented her, Sechan's face flushed red. She probably isn't used to receiving so many compliments. I want her to stay this way forever. She's so cute whenever she's like this. After that, Sechan and I had a light chat and left the cafe. It was a light chat for us, but it was probably about 30 minutes of being alone together in the cafe. It was a time that made me extremely happy. It's the best. There was no end to the topics we talked about. We talked about school, Yuichi and Fuji's. We left the cafe and walked back home together, talking with each other again. Oh, you have an elder brother, Sechan. Yes. He lives alone and is a functioning member of society, so he's not home anymore. I'd never heard of this before. This is another piece of information that's not in the original story. I wonder if Sechan had an older brother in the original story. Ah, so that's why. So that's why you liked shonen manga and anime. What? How do you know about that? Yeah, she didn't tell this piece of information to Tsukasa Hisamura now, did she? In the original story, Sei was researching Yuichi for Fuji's, and in the process of them getting to know each other better, she told him about this fact. The reason why Sei likes shonen manga and such is probably because of her older brother's influence. Well, Yuichi told me about it. Thaw that guy, I told him to keep it to himself. Sorry, Yuichi. I didn't hear it from him, of course. But I can't tell her that I heard about it from a manga now, can I? It's nothing to be ashamed of, right? I like shounen manga too. Yo, you do. Well, it doesn't suit a woman like me to like shounen manga. I don't think gender has anything to do with your taste in manga. I really do think that. I don't read a lot of shoujo manga, but I'm sure there are plenty of guys who read shoujo manga, and I don't think that's creepy at all. Everyone has their own hobbies. And I'd be very happy to talk about shounen manga with you, Sechan. Is that so? I'm glad then. She blushed shyly and turned her head away. I don't think it matters if it looks good or not, but I think it's cute that she's a little concerned about it, and it made my cheeks soften. Hey, you're laughing at me. Sorry, but I'm not laughing because it doesn't suit you. I'm laughing because I think you're cute. That's the same thing as making fun of me. Sechan and I talked about such fun things as we were walking home. Chapter 13. Returning from an after-school date. Say point of view. As I looked up at Hisamura's face while he was laughing, the corners of my mouth rose unconsciously. When we first met alone after school ended, I wondered what would have happened to us, but we were able to talk normally, just as we had before the confession. No, not the same as before, because this guy sometimes throws in some random stuff as well. Before the confession, Hisamura had never said anything like, cute, to someone like me. But today, while we were talking in the cafe, and even now that we were out of the cafe, those words came out of Hisamura's mouth several times more than I was accustomed to. Each time, I was unaccustomed to being told this by the opposite sex. I felt extremely embarrassed whenever I heard him compliment me. And yet, this guy has somehow said it to me over and over again. Maybe he's used to saying due to other women. When such thoughts pop up, my heart instantly begins to feel fuzzy. I don't think Hisamura is the type of person to say such things to other women. But once I start thinking about it, I can't stop wondering about such a situation. What's wrong, Sechan? I seemed to have spaced out in the middle of the conversation and fell silent. No, it's Yoyer, no, it's nothing. What's wrong? I'm curious, you know. Do you tell women other than me that they're pretty or cute too? I can't just go ahead and ask that. If I ask that to him, it would make me look like I'm jealous of other women. I was hesitant to ask this question, but I felt like I couldn't erase the bother in my mind if I didn't ask it, so I got up the courage to ask it. Oh, you often refer to me as cute. Well, yeah, you are cute after all. Of course, I think you're not only cute but also very beautiful as well. Ku, I'm sure you've said this to other women as well. You seem to be very used to saying it for some reason. Eh? Hisamura's eyes widened in surprise, as if he had not been expected to be told such a thing. He answered quickly. I've never said that to anyone else, really. I've only said it to Seicha. Oh, sorry, no. There was someone else I had said it to. Ah, see, I was sure you did. The initial joy at the idea of it being only Sechan was short-lived, as he quickly denied it. After all, Hisamura himself said that he was the kind of guy who would say such things to other women. No, I don't think it's a bad thing to be a man who can say such things about women, even if I'm not the only one he says it to. I had called my sister cute. Just this morning. What, you have a sister? I see you didn't know about it. You didn't tell me about her, so of course I wouldn't know anything. Well, that's true, I guess. I have a younger sister named Rink, and I haven't told anyone about her yet. Is that so? I wondered if he could have a sister, but now, on the contrary, I started to worry about something else entirely. Is Hisamura a siscon? How'd you reach that conclusion now? No, I'm not a siscon. So, what would you do if your sister brought her boyfriend home one day? I don't know. I don't think it's possible for someone like Rink to have a boyfriend. She's a sub-heroine after all. It'd be a shock if she somehow did have one. Hisamura is pondering about something with a difficult look on his face. If it bothers you so much, aren't you basically a siscon? No, I was just worried about my sister getting a boyfriend. I wouldn't mind if he's the person she actually fell for. I see. Well then, I guess you're not a siscon. So, on the other hand, you said you have a brother, right? Are you a brocon by any chance, Sechan? No, I'm not, but he might be a siskin. I might have gotten old, but I loved it when I was in elementary and middle school. Oh, I see. Well, if you get a boyfriend and introduce him to your brother, he might object to him. Seriously, that sounds like a lot of work to deal with, Hisamura said, with a slightly tense look on his face. Seeing this, I wondered if Hisamura lost interest in going out with me because my brother was too much of a hassle. And no, of course not. If we like each other properly and go out normally, I'm sure he'll approve of it. That's right. Did you just say that you're going to go out with me and that you're gonna introduce me to him? And no, we haven't talked about that part yet. Okay, I understand. The air between them became awkward again with Sechan's words. Did I say something I shouldn't have? But Hisamura has a sister too. A sister, I wonder what type of girl his sister would be. Earlier, I thought of the time when Hisamura would meet my brother, but the opposite also holds true. The day when Hisamura introduces me to his sister, I'll have to think about greeting her too. If you're going to go out with him, you need to get to know his family members as well, right? Wait, no, that's not what I meant. Why am I assuming that we're gonna be dating already? My face turns red again as I shake my head rapidly to throw off the delusions appearing in my head. What's wrong, Sechan? And no, it's nothing. As we were talking, we reached a junction. Well then, Sechan, I'll RINE you if I hear anything more about Sunday's date. Yeah, wait, speaking of RINE, why didn't you, reply to my message last night? Oh, sorry about that. I fell asleep while I was looking at Sechan's RINE. I see, that's good then. It was refreshing to hear about what I was worried about last night. I'm really sorry, I'll be careful next time. I'll definitely respond to your next RINE. No, it's fine, but it's just like what Shiho had said, you really just fell asleep. I'm sorry, just like what Fuji said. How did Fuji's know about our RINE, Sechan? I hadn't told Hisamura about it. We stopped for a moment as I told him about how Shiho had heard about the confession Hisamura had given me before he left. Seriously? Oh, so that's why I felt Fuji's glancing at me so much today. I'm so sorry. It seems that Shiho had only heard a part of what had actually occurred, but I misunderstood and almost told her everything that had happened. Wah, that's embarrassing. Of course. Neither I nor Shiho will tell anyone about it, so rest assured. Yeah, I know that. I mean, I could never, ever tell anyone else something that embarrassing. Finally, with both of them feeling extremely embarrassed about their current situation, they both head back home respectively. Chapter 14, Saturday Night. Friday was such a fun day. I kept thinking of Friday over and over again. We had an amazing time talking at the cafe, and the walk back home together was also great. Well, we were a little embarrassed on the way home, but we still had a lot of fun together. I'd never actually gone back home from school with a girl, so I was actually a little nervous. Okay, fine, maybe I was very nervous. The reason why I was so nervous was because I was with Sechan rather than another girl. It was the reason why I was so nervous, but it was also the reason why it was extremely fun. I mean, now that I think about it, that was almost like an after-school date. I wish I could do it again sometime. Sechan seemed to enjoy it too. As I was thinking about this, the doorbell of my house rang. Looks like he's here. Yep, it's Saturday night, the day Yuichi was supposed to come to my house. Well, to be precise, he came to my house to take refuge from Tajin so that she wouldn't interrupt his date with Fuji's tomorrow. This means that tomorrow morning, Yuichi can go on his date without being noticed by Tajin. It was a nice strategy on my part. Well, it was Sechan who had realized the merits of this strategy. As expected of Sechan, I opened the front door and welcomed Yuichi into the house. Yo, welcome to my house. Oh, Zai. Well, my parents aren't home yet, so feel free to come up to my room. All right then. You don't seem so well, you okay? Yuichi is always cheerful, but he seemed to be in low spirits currently. What, did you lose the basketball practice game today or something? This guy's skill regarding basketball was outstanding, and he has also been selected to represent the prefecture. The other team must have been very strong to be able to win against Yuichi on the opposing team. No, we won that one, but listen, we're in a state of emergency right now. I really don't want to hear it, really. But is it related to tomorrow's date? It's related to tomorrow's date. That's even worse then. I'm pretty sure it's related to Tajin-san. That's right, Kaori found out that I'm staying at your house today. That's the worst thing that could have possibly happened. Now, the whole operation's been blown out of proportion. What were you doing? How did she find out about this? I left my house a while ago to go to your house, but suddenly, a limousine came in front of me. So does that mean the limousine in front of my house currently is? Of course. I had Kaori drive me here. You're really fucked, you know. You were supposed to come to my house in secret, but somehow you came here in a limousine with the one person you needed to keep it a secret from. Section. Good evening, Mr. Hisamura. Good evening, Tajin-san. It was already dark outside, with only the streetlights and the light from my house's front door illuminating the surroundings near us. Even in such pale lighting, Tajin's beautiful blonde hair shone so brightly that it seemed to somehow be glowing in the dark. No, seriously, why is it shining so brightly? Is it for comedic effect or something? In case you were wondering, this is a manga world, so it's possible. I see that Yuichi is staying over at your place today. I'm jealous that you're having so much fun without me. I too want to be a part of it. And no, it would be pretty unpleasant for a girl like Tajin-san to come to a place with two men. Isn't that right, Yuichi? Yes, that's right. So Kaori, please go home for today. That's a pretty harsh thing to say to her, buddy. Even if the other party is your childhood friend, she's the daughter of arguably the #1 company in the entire world. Wow, Yuichi. I gave you a ride in a limousine in the middle of the night, but you still have the guts to say something like that to me. Well, that was a lifesaver, so thank you, but we're about to have a very hot talk, man to man only. Right, Tsukasa? That's right. Yuichi invited me to watch the adult videos that he always watches in his spare time. Wait a minute, I never said anything about that. Yeah, he didn't actually say that. That's terrible, Yuichi. Even though I made a photo album just for you to sneak under your bed. Were you the one who did that? My sister found the album, and we almost had a family meeting because of it. Wow, I know about it since I read the original story. But it's amazing seeing what you can do for him, Tajin-san. It was an extremely lewd photo book that could even be substituted for adult videos. Yuichi also found that photo album, and he didn't know whether to throw it away or not, so he kept it under his bed. But then his sister found it, and he had a hard time because of that. How the hell do you know about that? I wasn't supposed to tell anyone about it. I was going to take it to my grave. Oh no, Yabe. I got carried away with my knowledge of the original story. Oh really, Yuichi? I was embarrassed because I thought that I'd gone too far, but if Yuichi likes it, maybe I'll make another photo book just for you. I don't want it. Seriously. I was going to do a nude photo book next though. Are you sure you don't want one? I don't want it. You're in a lot of trouble right now, you know. Well, I can see how that would bother you as a man. So if Tajin-san, who has a body that's so bonkyu-bon, you wouldn't believe that she's an actual high school student, was the one who told that to you, anyone would be at a loss in that case, you know. Note: bonkyu-bon is a slang that means big small big, which means Japanese women have bigger boings, smaller waist, and larger hips. As a man, I can totally understand why you'd want to take a good long look at Tajin-san's photo album that was under your bed. Too bad, well, my nudes will be on your bed sometime in the future. I have to endure the nosebleeds. I didn't hear anything, nothing at all. I made a gesture of tapping both ears repeatedly to show that I wasn't listening. Well, I'm doing it after I heard it, of course. But seriously, if I had such a naughty childhood friend, my life would be a rose-colored dream. In addition, his childhood friend is wealthy, which means that his life is not only rosy but also golden. But Yuichi's mental strength is also quite impressive. If I were in Yuichi's position, I'd have been swept away by her for sure. But now I've got my lifelong love, Sechan. If Sechan had said something like Tojuin just now, "Yo, you want my nude album? We will if you do, then I'll do my best." Yuichi, did you just get a nosebleed? I got a nosebleed just by imagining it, and it wasn't a low amount either. That was my first erotic fantasy, and somehow I got a nosebleed. As expected of a world of manga, I never thought that something like that would ever happen in the past world. Oh, Hisamura-kun, of course I'm not going to show you my nude photos, okay. Well, if you're prepared to have your eyeballs gouged out afterwards, I can show it to you for a second, but I still wouldn't like it. I don't really want to see it, but you can predict what I was thinking. Of course, it's me after all. That's true. I'm sure there are many wealthy people who would be willing to pay hundreds of millions for a nude photo of the daughter of the Tajin group. And Yuichi can get it just by saying he wants it. Wow, that's seriously amazing. And anyway, I don't want your nude photo album. And you should go home too. Your parents will be worried if you're home late. Yuichi, that's... Yes, you're right. Okay, I should probably get going then. Tojuin-san replied disheartedly. She seemed to be more depressed than before, no matter how you look at it. Just a moment ago, she had a beautiful look with her confident smile on her face, but now she wore a somewhat fragile smile. Yuichi also noticed it immediately, probably because they were childhood friends. What's wrong, Kaori? No, it's nothing. I guess I'll be leaving then. Have a safe trip home. I came in a limousine, so as long as the driver is careful, I should be fine. With that, Tajin-san got into the limousine and left. What, did I say something strange? As expected, even Yuichi, the insensitive protagonist, would notice if she was so blatantly depressed. Well, you didn't say anything particularly strange. Though I do know the reason why. Thanks to my knowledge of the original story, of course. Kaori Tajin doesn't actually get along well with her parents. Her mother died when she was born, and her father is her only parent presently. Her father is also the president of the Tajin group, so he has very little time to be with his daughter. Once a month, the two of them would have dinner together at a fancy restaurant. That dinner party is also very formal, like a dinner party where you just report on what's going on in your life. There were no conversations about their day-to-day life like a normal parent-daughter relationship, and even though they were supposed to be eating very expensive food, Tajin always seemed to be so nervous that she could hardly taste it. Kaori Tajin is hungry for love. I guess that's natural since she grew up without knowing her parents' love since her childhood. She believes that Yuichi Shijimoto is the one who can give her that love, and she is so obsessed with him that she is dependent on him and keeps all the other women around her away from him. So when Tajin heads home, her parents won't be there to greet her. She thinks that she doesn't have any parents that actually care about her. Yuichi's words earlier must have reminded her of that, so she felt depressed. Even Yuichi, who has been with her since elementary school, doesn't know about it, Or rather, Tajin-san makes sure that Yuichi wouldn't know about it. Still, even after knowing each other for so long, Yuichi's still clueless about her family. For a moment, I was wondering whether to tell Yuichi about it, but I decided that I shouldn't tell him about it here. Well, normally if I told Yuichi about it, he'd be like, "How the hell do you know about that?" This backstory will be incredibly relevant to the story in Ajajama later on, and I don't want to interfere with that event early on. For me, this is the backstory that moved me and made me care about Ajajama's story a lot. I don't want to interfere with that event, since I do want to see that happen as a fan of Ajajama. Why don't you come into my house now? If I leave the front door open any longer, the bugs will get in. Ah, pardon my intrusion. The bugs got in already. Oi, I'm not a bug. For now, let's leave aside the story of Tajin-san's parents. What I have to do now is focus on Yuichi and Fuji's date tomorrow. Chapter 15, Planning a Date. For now, I let Yuichi come into the house and move to my room. Just as I was about to enter my room on the second floor, the door to the next room opened and Rink came out. Ah, Rink. Oni-chan, is that the guy who's coming to stay with us today? Rink said after she saw Yuichi behind me. Right, Yuichi, this is my cute and lovely sister, Rink. Oi, Oni-chan, don't say that, it's embarrassing for me. Haha, we're good friends, don't worry. Hi, I'm Yuichi Shijimoto, Tsukasa's friend. Nice to meet you. Hi, I'm Rink. Yuichi smiled and Rink greeted him with a hint of shyness and averted her eyes slightly. Wait a minute. In the original story, Yuichi and Rink were supposed to meet later, right? That's right. Yuichi and Rink weren't supposed to meet this early yet. They were supposed to have their fateful encounter in another way. Well, not exactly a fateful encounter, but they were supposed to meet each other in a different way. I called Yuichi to my home and changed the original story yet again. Wait, Yuichi, Rink, can you guys just pretend that the both of you didn't meet here today? Huh? What are you saying? What are you talking about, Oni-chan? Yeah, that's right. Of course, there was no way that could ever happen, and lost time would never return back to me. What should I do? Is this fine? When I came to this world, the original story had changed significantly anyways. In particular, there was no such thing as Tsukasa Hisamura confessing his feelings to Sechan, and probably no such development would have ever happened no matter how much the original story would progress. I don't know if I can handle the fact that the original story had already been changed. I'm sure a lot of things have already been changed since my arrival. Well, okay then. Get along as well as you can. Why do you have to act so high and mighty all the time? I mean, it's hard to be friends with you whenever you talk like that. Oni-chan, you're an idiot. My best friend and my sister are being so harsh to me. I don't care about my sister, but I'm not going to help you with your date tomorrow. I'm sorry, would you like a shoulder massage? 2 hours? That's too long, at least give me 30 minutes. Can I go to the living room? While Yuichi and I were joking around, Rink asked while looking at us with cold eyes. Yeah, sure, go ahead. I'm sorry to bother you. Take your time, Rink said and went downstairs to the living room. We went into my room and relaxed for a bit. Your sister's cute, but also a bit unsociable. How rude of you. Stop making fun of my sweet little sister, otherwise I'll blow you away. You're scaring me a bit. What are you, a siskin? Nope, but I won't let you have her. You're definitely a siskin. As Sechan said, it's not a sister complex. I mean, what would really happen if Yuichi and Rink met here in the future? How would Rink have gotten involved with Yuichi? Would she fall in love with him and become one of the sub-heroines? Maybe she won't fall in love with him now, so she won't become a heroine anymore. If that's the case, that's fine. When I was reading the manga, I was all about Sechan and hoped that she would be happy, but now Rink is also my sister, a full-fledged family member. It would be a pity for such a cute little sister to fall in love with someone who is basically confirmed that he would be a lost love of hers. Anyway, about tomorrow. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that you'd somehow come to our house with Tajin in tow. I'm sorry about that. I never dreamed there'd be a limousine in front of my house either. That's because it's not normal to have a limousine in front of your house. That's Kaori Tajin for you. So, the original plan was that Yuichi would go to tomorrow's date from my house, so that Tajin-san wouldn't be able to follow you and interrupt your date. But if she found out that you're going to be leaving from my house, there's a good chance that she'll be able to track you down. Is she always tracking us? If she goes that far, isn't she basically a stalker at this rate? You remember what had just happened. Do you think Tajin-san just happened to be in front of your house, in a limousine when you were leaving? Yeah, she was already a stalker, huh? Rather than her being allowed to do that because she's a manga heroine, it's an act that's allowed because she's the daughter of the Tajin group. And even though Yuichi finds it troublesome, he doesn't really hate it deep down. Of course, he has no intention of filing a police report against her. So I'd say it's certain that you'll be tracked down tomorrow as you head towards your date. Seriously, that's not good. If she interferes with us, I won't be able to confess to Fuji's. Yes, this guy's going to try and confess his feelings to her on tomorrow's date. Meanwhile, Fuji's is also planning to confess her feelings to him on tomorrow's date. They are completely in love with each other. I wish that they'd just go and explode. I want to be lovey-dovey with Sechan as soon as possible too. I don't know if I'll be able to actually do that though. In the meantime, I'll contact Ch Shimada. Why call her? To let her know that you screwed up and that Tajin-san might follow us to the date's location. I'm sorry. I mean, seriously, this entire thing started with his carelessness anyways. There was no way to avoid the limousine that was parked in front of his house. But it was completely his fault that Tajin-san found out about it on the way to school on Friday. Well, whether she found out about it or not, they were destined to be disturbed by her anyway. At any rate, let's break that fate. Okay, send. I told Sechan that Yuichi had screwed up and that Tajin had found out. It was immediately read, and a few seconds later I received a reply. What are you doing, you idiot? She said, Excuse me. Yuichi sits upright and bows his head. If you do this to me, Sechan won't be able to feel your sincerity at all. Well, let's just say that Yuichi is apologizing. I don't really care about your doja. You don't give a shit about my fragile pride, huh? I don't care about your petty pride. This isn't about that, it's about your date tomorrow. Yes, I should think about tomorrow's date, because my meager pride is not important at all. Really, what do we do now? As for me, I'm starting to think that it's better that I don't get involved with him anymore. Because they were thwarted even in the original story, so it's hard to come up with any more strategies. Now, if they continue their date without being disturbed and one of them confesses, they will go out with each other. If that happens, the whole development of this Ajajama manga will go null. I feel bad for Yuichi and Fuji's, but in my opinion, I want Tajin-san to be happy too. If they date, Tajin-san will not be saved and the story will just abruptly end. After this date, it's the story of a child being saved. If Yuichi and Fuji's get together, Tajin-san might not be able to be saved anymore. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not that interested in whether Yuichi goes out with Fuji's or Tajin. It doesn't matter who he chooses, as long as it makes them happy. I know that Fuji's is a nice and cute girl, but I also know that Tajin-san is a lovely girl who truly loves Yuichi. That's why I don't want to be so attached to either Fuji's or Tajin-san. I want Yuichi to get to know the two of them on his own, and then make his choice based on his own thoughts. But as it is now, Tajin-san is just a bad guy who's getting in the way of the two of them. No, she has her own thoughts, so for her they're getting in her way. Well, it's because she likes Yuichi after all. Yuichi didn't know about this yet though. He just thinks of her as a childhood friend who's getting in the way of his love life. If this continues, Yuichi will never see or know how Tajin-san felt at all, and he will go out with Fuji's instead. As a reader and a fan, I want to prevent that from happening somehow. If Yuichi doesn't take a good look at Tajin-san, the story won't ever properly start. But seeing Yuichi thinking about Fuji's in such a serious way, seeing him really want to confess to her up close, I want to support him in his decision. This feeling is not as a reader nor a fan, but as Yuichi's best friend. In the meantime, I'll try to find a way to make sure that she won't get in your way as much as I can. That's good enough, thanks. That's the ideal situation. We'll try to come up with all sorts of countermeasures, but it might be pointless since it's Tajin-san after all. But I'll do my best to stop her. I'll consult with Shimada, then decide what to do about her. Yeah, by the way, I have an idea as well. It's unusual for Yuichi to come up with something good. Phew, if you underestimate me, you'll get burnt. Are you so hot that my tongue would burn? So your body temperature is over 100 degrees. Note, this is a pun since Namru Sujuru could mean lick or look down upon. Oi, I'm not boiling bot, just listen. Let's hear it then. You know that me and Fuji's have a date tomorrow, so that's where you come in. You want me to come by myself. Why do I have to go to an amusement park alone? Yuichi and Fuji's are going to an amusement park tomorrow, so what would I do all alone? See, that's why we recruited Shimada, so that you two can go Toj. Accepted. That was a quick decision. Oh no, I said my opinion right off the bat, since it was going to be me and Sechan going to an amusement park together. No ways, you. As expected, even the dense Yuichi would be able to realize my reaction just now. Well, it can't be helped since he's my best friend. Did you want to go to that amusement park that badly? Well, I thought so, since I wanted to go to that amusement park too. I'm so glad that you're an idiot. I'm not an idiot. Why would you say that? Even high schoolers can enjoy going to amusement parks, you know. That's not the point though. That's the idiotic part that you're thinking about. I think it's normal for high school students to go to amusement parks. Well, this guy is funny just because he's like this. But why would you suggest that Shimada and I go on a date alongside you? You two will come and watch over me and Fuji's, so if Kaori comes to interfere with us, you'll stop her in her tracks. That's the plan. It's going to be a big mess if we do that. Besides, it'll be too much of a burden on me and Shimada. I'm really sorry about that, but I can't come up with anything better than this. Indeed. In fact, once she knew where the date was, Tajin-san was able to interfere with the rest of the date in any way she wanted to. I feel like no matter how much I try to plan here, it'll be useless. If that's the case, it would certainly be better for me and Sechan to go directly to the place where the date will take place and keep an eye on our surroundings. It's a crazy plan, really, and it's just so troublesome for me and Sechan. Are you going to ask Shimada to do something so troublesome? And no, Shimada is a good person, so I thought that she'd probably be able to do it. Ooh, when you put it like that. Yuichi can't seem to ask that much from Sechan, let alone from me, his best friend. But it's also true that there's no other strategy we could use. I got a RINE from Shimada, seriously, that girl. What did you get? I knew Shimada was a good girl. I handed him my phone and showed him the message I got from Shimada. I thought of a way to stop her. But the only way I can think of is to go to the place where Shiho and Shijimoto are going to have their date tomorrow and stop Tajin whenever she arrives myself. So the worst that could happen is that she'll be able to track down Shiho and Shijimoto's date. Would Shijimoto be okay with that? You should go and ask him that. Shimada is too good of a person. Yuichi held my phone and raised it up as he sat upright, as if he was repenting for his actions. Well, looking at the message now, I can see why you'd want to do that. I didn't expect Sechan to propose the exact same strategy that Yuichi had just mentioned. After all, Sechan is a very nice girl. She is kind and friendly and… Haha, seriously, Shimada is just so sweet. What? What's the matter? Just give me my phone back now. I'm sorry, Aya. I think my finger accidentally scrolled up when I was doing my repentance earlier, and it sorta went back through your talk history with Shimada. Chapter 16. Getting Found Out. I'm sorry, Aya. I think my finger accidentally scrolled up when I was doing my repentance earlier, and it sorta went back through your talk history with Shimada. If you scroll up, you'll probably be able to see Thursday's talk with Sechan. And by Thursday, I mean the day I made my confession to. So you like Shimada. It's bad, huh? No, it's not bad, but really. I'm serious now. Come on, give me back my phone. Yuichi handed the phone over to me, completely stunned. I meant, you confessed already. Yeah, I got a little carried away. Seriously? What? Wait, I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around this sudden situation. Seeing Yuichi's dismay, I sighed heavily. I didn't expect this guy to find out about it like this. It's a good opportunity, so I'll just tell him about it. It's simple. It means that I actually like Shimada and that I've already confessed my love to her. Seriously, so are you two dating? No, we're not dating. Oh, so you got rejected then? No, I haven't been rejected either. The answer is still pending. It's still pending, but when will I get a response? Seriously? Well, if it's on hold, it means that there's still a chance. If she didn't feel anything, she would have turned you down right away otherwise. I wonder. Well, if you think of it positively, that may be the case. Yeah, I'm sure. But wow, I never thought that Tsukasa liked Shimada. I think that you guys would be a good match. Haha, thanks. I was sure this was what that guy would say. After all, it was this guy that Sechan fell in love with in the original story. Damn you, protagonist. I'll hate you if she chooses to reject me. What, why? I'm not involved with it. I'm kidding. Well, it's really a joke, because if I actually hate him, it will be nothing but false resentment towards him. I may resent him a little, but that will never make me actually hate him. But Tsukasa already confessed, right? Hey, I'm going to confess tomorrow too, so tell me. What? How you confess, stuff like that? Of course I won't. It's like a punishment game to me. Come on, I won't tell anyone, please. I'm just using it as a reference for tomorrow. No, if it were you, you could just say, I like you, please go out with me, and Fuji's would agree. So I don't think you actually need my advice, but there's no way that I can just tell you that. It's embarrassing as hell, so I'll keep it brief. Oh, as expected of Tsukasa, you're the man. You've got a lot of nerve saying that. So I told Yuichi about the time I confessed my feelings to Sechan. I was very embarrassed, so I didn't tell him too much about how our conversation flowed, but I gave him a rough idea of what I had said. And for this guy, I think that's the part he really wanted to hear about, because he wants to use it as a reference for his confession tomorrow. Then we talked for a short while, and Yuichi's first thoughts were, that's a marriage proposal. That's not what I'd expected to hear at all. Why is that a proposal? No, on the contrary, what else could it be but a proposal? I like you, please go out with me. Might be a normal confession, but I'll make you happy is definitely a proposal. Cool. It's true that those words alone sound like a proposal, but hey, I didn't ask her to marry me, so it should be safe. Yeah, just barely though. Yeah, I guess I'm really on the edge currently. So that means Tsukasa likes Shimada so much that you would want to marry her. If you marry Sechan, you'll die, I swear. Do you like her that much? Of course I do, it's Sechan. In my previous world, I spent all my non-school hours working part-time and devoted almost all of my time and money towards Sechan. Just being able to breathe the same air in the same world with Sechan, who I love so much, is already too much happiness for me. It's not like I'm so happy that I'd be willing to die if we get together and get married. I'd be too happy to die. My cause of death would be death by natural causes. I didn't think you liked Shimada that much. You also said something like Sechan just now. Oh, I messed up. No, when I looked at your Rine's message history, I could see the word Sechan. Come to think of it, I think I called her Sechan when we talked on Thursday night because I thought that I was still in a dream. But now I was allowed to call her Sechan whenever we were alone together. This is the best, huh? Although sometimes as a reflex, like just now, I call her Sechan at the spur of the moment due to my habits of calling her that in my previous world. And speaking of Rine, I haven't replied to her message yet. I had just shown this guy the message from Sechan and forgot to reply to her. That's right. I mean, is Shimada really going to come to the date's place? If so, I'd really appreciate it. Well, let's ask her about that first. Let's see, the message I'll send is, Shijimoto says he'd be grateful if you do it, but wouldn't that put a huge burden on Sechan? All right, sent. It was immediately read, and a few seconds later, I received a reply. It's not that much since it's for Shiho. Keep it a secret from Shiho, though. I didn't tell her that Tajin might come and disrupt the date. She was looking forward to this, so I don't want to unnecessarily worry her. You're such a good girl. I love you so much. You're not even hiding your feelings for Shimada anymore now, are you? Chapter 17. Surveillance date. It's not that much since it's for Shiho. Keep it a secret from Shiho, though. I didn't tell her that Tajin might come and disrupt the date. She was looking forward to this, so I don't want to unnecessarily worry her. You're such a good girl. I love you so much. You're not even hiding your feelings for Shimada anymore now, are you? Yuichi is saying something, but I can't hear him. Sechan is so nice that it hurts. Sechan plans to bear the burden of making Fuji's and Yuichi date a success, without telling Fuji's about it until the end of the date. I don't want to be thanked by Fuji's, not even for a second. I just hope that my best friend's love will be fulfilled. I was able to fall in love with this girl. Then I was brought into this world, and was even able to confess my love to her firsthand. That alone makes me insanely happy. Compared to Sechan's feelings for Fuji's, I'm really no good, I'm really blessed to be in such a situation. When Yuichi suggested it, I said, it's too much work for me and Sechan. But Sechan suggested it herself, and even tried to hide it from Fuji's so that she wouldn't be worried. It's so awesome and cool, I love it. I'll stick some skin in the game for you. Then. I'm coming with you, to protect you and Fuji's date. Oh, there's my Tsukasa, my best friend. You're acting like some kid, singing a lousy song in some vacant lot. Haha, I'm a pretty good singer if I do say so myself. I know. I've listened to the drama CDs of Ajajama from the previous world, and you had a crazy cool voice actor, you know. I haven't been to karaoke with this guy ever since I came here, so I'd like to hear him sing a cool song with such a voice. If we make it through this, karaoke's on you. Of course, I'll do that at least. I'll take the most expensive set I can order. Please don't do that. We both looked at each other and began to laugh. All right, I'll send another message to Sechan. I can't let Sechan go alone, so I'll come with you to protect Yuichi and Fuji's date. Let's do our best together. Sending. Me and Fuji's have really good friends. It's true. You can thank me and Seicha, Shimada for that. Of course. Also, you can call her Sechan in front of me if you want. I already know about it after all. Shimada says I'm only allowed to call her that when we're alone, so absolutely not. Well, aren't you just boasting about it now? I am not boasting. No, that was definitely boasting. So you guys are going on a date tomorrow as well, I assume. Is that so? Tsukasa, did you not realize? Well, I see. If we're both going to go and protect Fuji's and Yuichi's date, that means me and Sechan are going to be alone with them too. Oh man, that message I just sent her, if you think about it carefully, it looks like I'm asking her out. I wasn't aware of it at all, but now I'm starting to get nervous. What if she refuses to go with me? I looked at the message screen and saw that the message I had sent earlier had already been read. Well, I haven't heard back from her yet, but I'm afraid of what she'll say now. Oh, you're making me feel so nervous all of a sudden. No, it wasn't a big confession. I mean, you've already proposed to her, right? Then this should be fine. It was not a proposal. I did confess to her, but most of the confession that I had made that day was a bit bold because I thought that I was dreaming. The message history that Yuichi just saw is also the messages that I had sent whilst in that dream tension. Although I didn't mean to say that to her in reality, I meant everything that I had said to her that day. I definitely want to make Sechan, who's basically been confirmed as the losing heroine in the story, happy. I'm not going to let it end sadly. I think it's going to be okay, but I'd be so depressed if I got rejected. Pom-pom, a peculiar sound came from my phone. She replied. The message screen shows. You're coming too. I'm reassured having you on board. Thank you. Let's go. Whoa. Don't just shout out of nowhere, you. When I saw that it was accepted, I yelped out loudly. Thank God, I didn't get turned down by her. I mean, really, I'm going on a date with that Sechan tomorrow. No, the two of us would be working together, sure. The goal was to keep an eye on Yuichi and Fuji's date and prevent Tajin from interfering with them. Don't mistake means for purpose. Me and Shimada, we're going on a date. No, that's true, but you're going to protect our date, right? Of course. Okay, what should I wear tomorrow? Do you really understand or no? Yuichi was worried about tomorrow, probably because I was so excited knowing that I was gonna go on a date with Sechan tomorrow. Well, I'm looking forward to it nonetheless. Chapter 18, at that time Sechan. Wait, could this possibly be a date between me and Hisamura? I realized this a few minutes after sending my reply to Hisamura. Currently it's Saturday night, and tomorrow is the big day when Shiho, my best friend, has a date with Shijimoto. At that time, I received a message from Hisamura via RINE. Looking at it with a bit of dread, the worst part was that there was a growing possibility that Tajin would find out the location of Shiho and Shijimoto's date tomorrow. I'm stunned seeing what was sent to me, but what's done is done. What we need to think about is how we can keep the date from being interrupted by her. After some thought on my own, I decided that I would follow them on their date in secret and prevent Tajin from interfering with their date if she came to interrupt them. I told Hisamura to tell this to Shijimoto, and Shijimoto agreed. Hisamura also said that he'd come along with me. I wasn't sure if I could prevent Kaori Tajin from interfering with them alone, so I thought it would be reassuring to have Hisamura there, and after sending the message, I realized. The purpose is to watch over Shiho and Shijimoto, but in other words, it seems that it's going to be just us alone together in the amusement park. I didn't realize. I've already sent a message of approval, for the two of us to keep an eye on their date. It's impossible to tell him now that I want to do this alone. Well, it's also true that I thought that it would be more enjoyable if he went with me instead. And no, the goal is not to have fun, the goal is to stop Tajin from interfering with them. I tell myself that, but once I'm aware of it, it's hard to get rid of the idea of a date with Hisamura. The act of being together itself is almost like an amusement park date. Ooh, I've never been out alone with a guy before. Of course, everyone would get nervous the first time around. Moreover, the other party was Hisamura, who loved Sei so much that he almost proposed to her the instant he saw her. It would make him even more nervous than others. Wait, what am I supposed to do about my clothes for the date? It has now completely become a date in Sei's mind, but that's okay. What I'm worried about now is what I'm going to wear tomorrow when I meet up with him. I have no idea on how to dress for a date with Hisamura. I open the closet in my room and look at my clothes, but I have no idea what I should wear on a date. What should I do? Yes, Shiho. I always go shopping for clothes with Shiho. So if it was Shiho, she would know what kind of clothes I have, and she would know what would look good on me. With that in mind, I picked up my phone and called Shiho. 1 or 2 rings echoed in my ear, then the call connected with her. Hello, Sechan, what's up? Oh, sorry for the rush, actually. She said that and suddenly stopped. Hey, wait, how can I explain this situation to her? I called Shiho on the spur of the moment, but I wondered what I should say. First of all, I must never tell her that Hisamura and I will be accompanying Shiho and Shijimoto on their date tomorrow. If I told Shiho that I was going to follow her, she would definitely worry about me. That would absolutely be no good. What's wrong? Did something happen? Wait a minute. I'm just trying to think of some words to explain this situation to you. If I don't want to tell her that I'm going to be following her and Shijimoto on their date tomorrow, I would have to tell her that I'll be going on a date with Hisamura instead. That's embarrassing, but, it's super embarrassing, but I have to say it. I'm really just going to watch over Shiho and Shijimoto on their date, but I don't want her to know about that. She prioritizes not worrying about Shiho over her own shame. Actually, Hisamura asked me out on a date. What, really? Wow, so when is it? Tomorrow. Tomorrow, it's on the same day as Miha. Sei-chan will also have a date with Hisamura-kun then. Yeah, that's what's happening. Wow, I didn't know that. I'm kind of happy that you have a date too. Ooh, so I've decided to go on a date with Hisamura, but I'm not sure about what I should wear for tomorrow. So you're asking me for help. Leave it to me. I'll come up with an outfit that will make Hisamura-kun melt. And no, you don't have to do that. Just be normal. Yeah, but you want Hisamura-kun to say you're cute, right? I'd like to be told that, but he's always telling me that, so I don't exactly need him to. Hey, are you boasting your love to me now? I am not boasting. So, to make it easier for Shiho to choose, I'm going to swap it to be a video call and put her on speaker. Then, with the phone propped up on the desk, it was decided that Sei would show her clothes to Shiho. So, where are you going on your date with Hisamura-kun tomorrow, Sei-chan? Where am I going? Why are you asking me that? Because clothes vary depending on where you'll go. I'm going to an amusement park tomorrow, so I've decided on something that'll be easy to move in. I won't be wearing a miniskirt, since I'll be riding on a lot of attractions too. Oh yeah. In other words, since I'm going to the same place, I should not wear a miniskirt either. I need to be able to move in a relaxed manner. So, where are you going? It's a similar place to where Shiho is going. I'll probably be moving a lot too. Oh, so you mean a place where you can play sports? Yeah, something like that. Around one. Yeah, you're right. Around one is a place where you can enjoy various types of sports in one facility. Then I guess Sei-chan can't wear a miniskirt either. I never really intended to wear a skirt, but in the first place, I only have a few skirts that I could wear outside. Skirts look really good on you, Sei-chan. It's not my character, and I'll lose to Shiho if I wear one. The miniskirt you tried on and bought before was really cute, too. I didn't buy that one on my own. Shiho insisted on it, so if you show that to Hisamura-kun, he would be absolutely thrilled about it. I'm never going to wear it. Besides, I'm going to a similar place as Shiho. I'm going to a place where I need to move a lot too. Fufu, too bad I guess, then you can. After that, I tried her suggestions one by one, just the way that Shiho had told me to make sure that the clothes matched well. Chapter 19, Lost Clothing Codes. After discussing it for a while, I put them on one by one, just like Shiho said, just to make sure they had actually matched well. This is so embarrassing. They can see the stomach and everything. The first thing Shiho chose was a sweater that was short enough to show the navel. It's okay, Sechan, you have a great style. You have a beautiful neckline and a cute belly button. I don't understand what's so cute about my belly button, but I can't wear this tomorrow. What a waste. If that's the case, you could have made Hisamura-kun melt. Since Sechan has large breast, the sweater will emphasize them and make them look sexy. I'm sorry, but this is pretty frustrating. I'm not trying to make him melt though. But you want people to think you're cute, don't you? Don't you want to be told that? Yeah, I'm not capable of that. Okay. Then, after listening to some of Shiho's recommendations, I decided on the one that I could wear for tomorrow. Although Shiho's choices were not skirts, they were all cute and a little different from my taste. When I asked her why she chose those clothes, she replied, "Because I have to show Hisamura-kun how cute Sechan can be." It was a rather embarrassing reason. At any rate, I finally finished picking out something for myself to wear on our date tomorrow. You're on a date too, Sechan, so have you replied to him yet? I haven't done that yet, nor have I decided how I'm going to respond to him. What? You decided to go on a date together when you haven't even replied to him yet? I don't know, I just went with the flow. I'm not sure how this is gonna play out. But you don't have to be in a relationship to go on a date with someone. I'm going on one tomorrow too, so I can't say much. Didn't Hisamura-kun propose to you anyways? Propose? It wasn't a proposal. A few minutes ago, someone somewhere else had said the exact same thing in a different area. But Sei and Shiho had no way of knowing about that. If you go on a date without replying to him, you'll give him false hope. I guess I should reply to him now, huh? Yes, I think so. I don't think you should keep him waiting for too long. Yes, I know. I'll get back to him tomorrow. Yes, I think you should think it over carefully and decide if you really want to go out with him or not tomorrow. Yeah, I guess so. Hisamura and I had talked to each other before he had confessed to me, but there were more things I didn't actually know about him if I think about it. After he confessed to me, we began talking a lot more and I got to know more about Hisamura. We both care for our best friends, he has a younger sister, we share the same taste in shounen manga, and we both drink our coffee with 1 milk and 1 creamer. I got to know a lot more about him than that, and tomorrow's date isn't exactly a date, but it's a type of date. I'll get to know Hisamura better on our date tomorrow, then I'll get back to him. Hey, Sechan. What? Let's be honest, you're very likely to actually go out with him, right? Why? Still on the video call, I could clearly see Shiho's face as she went with a teasing smile on her face. Of course, Shiho could see clearly that Sei's face had turned red from what she had just said as well. We don't know about that yet. I'm not sure about it, because tomorrow's date with him might reveal a lot of unpleasant parts of that guy. Haha, so if things keep going the way they are, does that mean you're going to go out with him? Moo. I'm hanging up now. Thank you for helping me pick out some clothes. Fufu, it's getting late, Sechan. Let's both work hard tomorrow, okay? Yeah. Yeah. Good night. Good night. The two girls in love then wished each other success and hung up the phone. Then, when Sechan was about to go to sleep, she realized something. Oh wait, I had Shiho pick out an outfit for me, but if I wear the one that she picked out for me, she might notice us both tailing her tomorrow. Her original purpose was not to go on a date with Hisamura, but to watch over Shiho and Shijimoto's date. In other words, they're going to be at the same place as us, an amusement park, and I need to watch the both of them from afar so that I won't get caught. I don't intend to get close to them, but if I wear the same clothes that Shiho has just chosen for me, then my chances of getting spotted would increase drastically, even if I'm very far away from her. What should I do? At the end of the day, if I can't watch over Shiho's date, what do I do? That's the reason why I had asked Shiho to pick out some specific outfits for me, some full-body dresses that don't show off too much, but I won't be able to wear them all. Of course, there was no way I could go and ask Shiho to help choose my clothes again. In other words, I had to start choosing my clothes all over again, and this time without Shiho's help. I had to come up with something other than the outfit that Shiho had chosen for me. It just got so much harder. Tomorrow, Shiho and Shijimoto will meet up before noon. In line with this, Sei and Hisamura needed to make sure to arrive a little earlier, so that they would be prepared for any time Tajin would interrupt them. I have to go to the park earlier than Shiho and Shijimoto, so I don't want to stay up too late tonight. But I can't sleep because I don't have a good outfit to wear for tomorrow. I have to decide quickly. Sechan's ditzy side came out, and she was very impatient to figure out tomorrow's outfit. However, it was still difficult for her to decide, and in the end she ended up wearing the same outfit that she always wore whenever she went out with Shiho. Of course, there is nothing strange about it, but Sechan herself thinks that it is the same clothes as usual even though it is a special date for her. But I can't help it. That's the only good outfit I can think of to wear for tomorrow. I should go to bed early because I have an early day tomorrow. I thought and then crawled into bed. Is it really okay to wear these clothes for tomorrow? I should think more about my outfit. No, I can't make any more outfits by myself then. Should I wear the same outfit as Shiho had told me to wear? Yes, that's what I should do. No, wait. It's more likely that I'll get caught by her if I do so, no. But I need to. I couldn't sleep for an hour after I got into bed, because I kept thinking about what I should wear for tomorrow's date. Chapter 20, Date Day. Sunday has come. No, if I say that it's come, it sounds like I didn't actually want it to come. I'm actually very happy since my date with Sechan is finally here. Yuichi and I slept together in my room and woke up perfectly fine. Of course, I slept on the bed while Yuichi slept on the floor with a mattress. Well, I say that I slept on the bed, but I actually couldn't sleep at all, while the guy on the mattress was sleeping very soundly. No, not being able to sleep is normal in this situation. I'm going on an amusement park date with Sechan, a character I've loved and admired ever since I read the manga. On the other hand, if someone can sleep soundly through this, that person probably doesn't really like that character that much. Or maybe there's someone like Yuichi, who has a lot of nerves sleeping soundly throughout all this. He's going to be confessing to Fuji's today, right? Then, why is it that he can sleep so soundly the night before he confesses? It's not that he's thick-skinned, it's just that his nerves are dead, man. I slept well today. Okay, I'm going to work hard today. You're really good at sleeping, you know that. Oh, you're up early too. I didn't tell you this, but Shimada and I are talking about meeting up earlier than you guys so that we don't meet each other by accident. Oh yeah. Seriously, thanks for doing this for us. Well, never mind. I was going to say something resentful to Yuichi, who got a solid 8 hours of sleep while I barely got any sleep. But I lost interest in saying anything when he showed me his sunny smile. It's really not fair for someone to have such a good-looking face. I woke up before you, Yuichi, so I was already ready to leave. Hey, there's nothing wrong with my clothes, right? I don't think so. You look normal, so it looks good on you. I can't be normal. I'll be next to Seicha Shimada. I'm going to be on a date with her, so I can't look bad. What's wrong with you? Don't worry, Tsukasa is usually pretty cool too. That's exactly why I can't just be normal. You're such a pain in the ass. I've become the Tsukasa Hisamura of this world, but my face and body are the me of my previous world. I can't explain what that means exactly, but compared to being in this world, I can't help but be worried. My face is ordinary. It's not ugly, I think. In terms of my face's attractiveness, I'd like to think I'm about average, maybe a slight bit higher than average. It's just that the characters in this manga world are already too good looking. Starting with the main character Yuichi Shijimoto, the heroines Tajin Kaori, Shiho Fuji's, and Sechan. All of them have such good faces that I seriously wonder why they haven't become idols or models already. Sechan is just an angel, if you ask me. However, I can't fit in as an idol or a model if I compare myself to them. Anyways, there was nothing I could do about my face, so I at least wanted to look good enough to be able to stand next to Sechan without shame. I mean, aren't you getting ready pretty early? What time did both of you decide on? Yuichi asks me this as he changes from his pajamas to his casual clothes. Damn, this guy's wearing such a simple outfit, but he's got a great face and style, so it looks disgustingly good on him. You guys decided on 11 o'clock, so we're meeting at 10:30. It's 9 o'clock currently. I'm meeting Shimada, remember, so it's common sense to arrive an hour earlier than her. Where's the common sense in that? I can't make Sechan wait even a single second for me. Sechan is surprisingly ditzy, so maybe she'll leave the house early and be at the meeting place already. But I absolutely must reach there first. Moreover, if Sechan waited alone for me, she might encounter a pickup scenario. If I see a scene like that, I don't know what I would do to the guy trying to pick her up. You can't keep Fuji's waiting either, can you? Well, as a man, I'm supposed to wait for her, but it would only be 15 minutes at most, right? Nope, looks like you'll never be as good as me. I don't want to be like you. Since I'm going to make Sechan absolutely happy, this is basically light work compared to anything else I had to do. I'll have to make light work of it. I mean, this much is not hard at all. In fact, it's almost a reward to be able to wait for Sechan for an hour. What time is Yuichi planning to leave? I was hoping to get there 15 minutes before 11, but I guess I should take a page from you and get there 30 minutes earlier. Huh, do you think that's enough to catch up with me? It's okay, I'm not trying to catch up with you. HMPH, you softy. How can I stay in this house when Tsukasa is leaving first? It's okay, it's Yuichi, so there's no worries. Just don't hurt my sister, Rink, or I'll kill you with all my might. You're freaking me out. Your pupils are fully dilated. I'm trying to protect my sweet sister. Of course my pupils would dilate a bit then. You've been scaring me a lot lately, haven't you? This is normal. Well, I'll tell Rink about you waiting here, so just keep quiet until you leave and you'll be fine. Oh, okay, thanks. But the truth is, there's not much point in this guy going from my house to my date's place anymore. The reason was that Tajin-san already knew that Yuichi would be leaving from here. Well, it looks like Yuichi is going to have a hard time going back to his own house, so I guess it doesn't matter. Well, I'm leaving now. Seriously, you're actually going to the meeting place an hour early. Of course. Just relax in my room or something in the meanwhile. I'll do that. I forgot to mention that after you went to bed last night, but Cockroach-kun came out from somewhere and I couldn't get rid of him, so I think he's still staying in my room. I can't relax at this rate. When I was so nervous about my date with Sechan that I couldn't sleep, that black demon suddenly came out of nowhere. I confronted him with a roll of the appropriate paper, but I missed badly. While me and Cockroach-kun were fighting, Yuichi was sleeping soundly. This guy's really just. Take care of it if you can. Seriously. Yuichi looked around at the walls and floor, but of course he wouldn't stay in any obvious place. Chapter 21, Going on a Date. While Yuichi was looking around suspiciously, I left the room and headed downstairs. Due to the structure of my house, I can't get to the front door without going through the living room, so I opened the door to the living room. There I saw Rink, who had already cooked and eaten breakfast. Rink, good morning. Good morning, are you going out, Oni-chan? What about breakfast? The seat opposite the one where Rink was sitting, the one where I always sit, had already been prepared for breakfast. Oh man, I forgot to tell Rink that I didn't want breakfast today. I feel bad for not telling her about it. I'm sorry, I'm in a bit of a rush right now. I don't need lunch either, by the way. Give that breakfast to Yuichi upstairs. What? Are you and Yuichi-san not going out together? The word Yuichi-san came out of Rink's mouth, but it was a very new and unfamiliar word. Because in the original story, Rink called Yuichi Shijimoto-senpai or senpai. It seems like the distance is getting closer, but also getting farther. In the original, I think many fans thought it was cute that she called him senpai. Well, it doesn't matter. He and I are both meeting up with different people, so he'll be leaving later than me. He'll probably leave the house in an hour or so, but I don't think he'll be leaving my room, so it'll be okay. Yeah, okay, but Oni-chan, where are you going in such a hurry? I'm just going to be at the rendezvous point, a little early so as not to keep the people waiting. Yeah, I'm only going to be there just a little bit earlier than her. Just about an hour before the appointed time to meet up. What? Are you going out with a woman too? Well, yeah. And I'm going to be with my favorite person, Sechan. Wow, I'm getting really nervous after thinking about it again. I walked through the living room and put on my shoes at the front door. Then Rink, who was eating breakfast, followed me to the door. Don't tell me you stopped eating breakfast for your brother to come to the door just to say, have a safe trip. What a cute little sister I have. Oni-chan, do you have a date today? It's a little different from a date, but well, going out with a girl alone. I guess it is a date then. Elle lies. I'm not lying. I'm not that petty to lie about that. I sat down and put on my shoes, facing the direction of the front door, so I couldn't see Rink's face behind me. But from the sound of her voice, she seemed to be a little depressed. With that in mind, I put on my outdoor shoes, stood up and turned to face Rink. I'm off then. I'm sorry for having you make breakfast for me, but I'm sure Yuichi will be happy about it. In fact, if he's not happy about it, you can go and kick his ass. Got it. Ahem. What's up? You're not looking too good. No, I'm fine. Have a safe trip. I'm off. I'm so happy hearing my cute little sister bid me goodbye. I opened the front door and walked out, wondering about the slightly stunned Rink inside. The first thing I did when I went outside was look around. Normally I don't do this, but today I had to. The reason why is because, is that it? There was a black car parked right outside my house. It's not a car that stands out as much as a limousine, but if you look closely, it's a regular luxury car. It would be unnatural to see such a luxurious car in a deserted residential area so early in the morning. It might be my neighbor's car, but if that were the case, they would normally leave it in the parking lot of their house or something. I mean, that's probably Tajin-san's car. I walked past the car, pretending not to notice it, and headed towards the meeting place. While I was on my way, I went on Rine and sent a message to Yuichi and Sechan. I knew that there was a good chance that she would follow me to the location of my date. Yuichi immediately replied, "Seriously, I'm sorry, but I need you to stop Kaori." Roger that, so did you get rid of Cockroach-kun? No. Seriously, I have no idea where it's at, so I'm not able to relax at all. You're useless. Then I got another Rine from Sechan soon after. I see. If that's the case, then we have to make sure we watch over Shiho and Shijimoto's date and stop her. By the way, has Hisamura already left the house? We still have quite a bit of time before our appointment, you know. Oh no, Sechan will know that I'm already out at this hour if I don't think quickly. No, I'm not out yet. I just looked out the window and saw a suspicious-looking luxury car parked outside my house. Is that so? That's good then. It would be too embarrassing if she found out that I was too excited, so I left the house an hour early to head to the meeting place. Besides, it might make Sechan feel uncomfortable knowing that I already left. My Rine is being continuously bombarded by Sechan. It's been a while since I've been to an amusement park, so I'm looking forward to it. Too cute. Apparently, Sechan is here to stop my heart just before the date begins. It's so cute and painful that my heart hurts seeing it. The gap between a cool girl like Sechan sending this kind of message is so cute that it leaves me at a loss for words. I'm also really looking forward to going to the amusement park with you, Sechan. I sent her my honest feelings and took the train to the meeting place, feeling excited. Chapter 22. Rink's feelings. After Oni-chan left the house, I stood there dazed for a while. After a couple of seconds, I sighed and went back to the living room. I sat down and ate the rest of my breakfast in a daze. My Oni-chan is going on a date. I couldn't help but mutter what I had been thinking in my head for a long time. As for Rink, she didn't expect herself to be so disturbed by the fact that her brother Tsukasa had gone out on a date. No, my brother is a sophomore in high school. He's old enough to go on a date already. As I was eating with these thoughts in mind, the rice on my plate already disappeared without my knowledge. Noticing this, I took my plate to the kitchen and dipped it in water. Oni-chan's breakfast will be eaten by his friend Yuichi Shijimoto, who's still upstairs, as he had mentioned earlier. Rink went upstairs and knocked on the door of her Oni-chan's room. The door opened immediately, and Yuichi looked at me curiously. Rink, what's wrong? I made breakfast, would you like some? What for me? I made it for my Oni-chan, but he left without eating it. Oh, I see. I guess I'll be grateful then. I'll bring it to you now. Oh, then I'll go to the living room? No, but he told me not to leave the room. It's fine, isn't it? It's probably just a joke. Really? Can we eat in the living room then? Yes, I'm fine with it. So they both went to the living room. Yuichi sat down and ate the breakfast that Rink had made. It's delicious, Rink. Thank you. Rink thanked him while washing the dishes. Rink, are you okay? Yuichi, who had been watching Rink, asked as he ate his breakfast. Are you okay? You seem a little dazed for some reason. No, about that. Yuichi-san, do you know who my brother is going out with? Yeah, I know her. She's a girl in my class named Sei Shimada. Shimada Sei. Apparently, Oni-chan really is on a date with a girl. Is Oni-chan dating that person? Rink was incredibly hesitant and nervous to ask that question, but she did so anyway. No, I don't think they're dating, not yet at least. Yeah, yet. I was almost relieved when I heard that they weren't dating, but what he said still stuck to me, and my heart was suddenly in turmoil. Yeah, Tsukasa seemed to have already confessed to her after all. Huh? Rink's eyes widened when she heard that. Is it true he confessed to her? Yeah, Tsukasa said it himself. So I'm pretty sure that it's true. Is that so? She never thought that her own brother, Tsukasa, would confess to a girl one day. Thanks for the food. It was delicious, Rink-chan. Oh, thank you. Please hand over your plate. I'll wash the dishes, Rink-chan. You've been spacing out for quite a while. I think you'll drop the dishes at this rate. Thank you. Yuichi stood in front of the kitchen sink in place of Rink, and washed the dishes for her as well. I'll take care of it, so you can go and rest in your room. Well, I'll take your word for it then. When you're done, wipe it off with a towel and leave it there for me. Got it. With that, Rink left the living room and went upstairs. She seemed to be depressed, hearing that Tsukasa has someone he likes. It seems that it's not only Tsukasa, huh? Rink, too, has a brother complex. Yuichi washed the dishes slowly, muttering such things to himself. Meanwhile, after going upstairs and returning to her room, Rink collapsed face down on her own bed. Her face turned to the side and looked in the direction of the wall where Tsukasa's room was. Oni-chan no baka. You said I was cute. Rink buried her face in the pillow. Ooh, she groaned. I thought you said you loved me, Oni-chan. Chapter 23, Meeting Up. I've arrived at the meeting place at last. We were supposed to meet up at a cafe near the amusement park. It was only 9:30. I have almost an hour left until the appointed time to arrive. It's not that I arrived too early, though. This is rather normal in my opinion. Phoo. I take a deep breath to calm myself down. From now on, I'm going on an amusement park date all alone with Sechan. I'm starting to wonder if any of this is real, now that I think about it. Seriously, am I really going to go on a date with a heroine of that Audiobook manga? With my favorite character, say Shimada of all people. If you think about it calmly, it's such an unbelievable situation. I've been in this world for less than a week, and I never thought I'd somehow end up going on a date with Sechan. When I was in my previous world, I never really dreamed of such a scenario ever happening. But the purpose of the date today is a little different. Sechan and I are only working together to prevent Tajin from interfering with Yuichi and Fuji's date. Our goal is to essentially ensure that their date is a success. But in effect, this also means that this is going to be an amusement park date with Sechan. What's more, did you all see my RINE? I can't show it to anyone if I'm honest. I don't even need to look at it anymore to remember that it said, well, it's been a while since I've been to an amusement park, so I'm looking forward to it. Sechan is also looking forward to her date with me at the amusement park. Really, I can barely stop my heart from thumping anymore. Well, of course my heart doesn't really stop. If it were really a world of manga, it could actually really stop. In gag comics, there are depictions of heart stopping and then immediately coming back to life. But if that happened in real life, you would have to give the person a heart massage for their safety. Please, my heart, just hang in there for today. But while on an amusement park date, what kind of things can I do to entertain Sechan? I don't think I've been to an amusement park at all ever since elementary school. I'm looking forward to going there, but I'm worried about whether I can escort Sechan properly or not. Well, it's an amusement park, so I guess I should just ride the attractions like a normal person. But can Sechan and I even ride the attractions? While we go and enjoy the attractions, Yuichi and Fuji's date might get interrupted by Tajin-san. If that happens, it will be the end of us. Well, in my mind, I'm hoping that Tajin-san will come and interfere with them. Because if those two were to get together here, the story would end super early. If that happens, Tajin-san won't be able to be saved anymore. Well, probably no matter how hard Sechan and I try, we'll never be able to stop Tajin-san if she really decides to interfere with them. She could probably get the park to shut down for all we know. If she does that, there's nothing we can do about it. I don't think she'd go that far, but frankly, she's the kind of person who could actually do it. I don't think there's anything we can do to stop it if that's the case. Well, if I can't stop her, then I can't. That's that. But since Sechan definitely wants to stop her, I'll make sure to do my best while cooperating with Sechan. I was a little concerned about the time, so I looked at my watch and saw that it was about 10 o'clock. It's only 30 minutes till the meeting time. No, considering Sechan's personality, she'll come in a little more than 20 minutes. She'll arrive early since that's the person she is. Yua, I'm getting really nervous all of a sudden. Oh, right. I just realized that I'm going to be able to see Sechan in her casual clothes for the first time ever. Liv. I can't wait to see her in her casual clothes. Well, I've already seen quite a bit of Sechan in her casual clothes whilst reading the manga. I often saw her going out with Fuji's or something like that, so she would probably come dressed like that. Absolutely adorable. How could it not be adorable? I'm seriously looking forward to. Hi Hisamura. Eh? Suddenly, I heard someone call my name from behind me, and my body jolted, startled from hearing my name all of a sudden. Did I hear Sechan's voice just now? No, but there's still 30 minutes before the meeting time. Why would she be here already? But there's also no way that I would mistake Sechan's voice for someone else now. With that in mind, I turned around and caught sight of Sechan looking at me. The moment I saw her, I forgot to breathe. The first thing I noticed was her jacket, a black blouse with a slightly short hem that reached just above the waist. She was wearing it loosely, which looked really good. Underneath, it were her light-colored denim shorts, which looked beautiful and showed off the charm of Sechan's long, beautiful legs as much as possible. She was wearing a red shoulder bag on her shoulder, which was also very stylish. And the thing that draws my attention the most is the sweater that's inside the black blouse. A white-colored sweater with a larger knitted pattern and a little loose. I wouldn't have been that surprised if that was all. The length of the sweater is unusually short, and you can see Sechan's belly button and her beautiful neckline up close. WL, it's only 30 minutes before the appointed time to be here. When did you get here, Hisamura? Sechan is saying something to me, but I can't hear her. I hadn't expected her to come in such casual clothes, and my brain still hadn't processed what I was seeing. Wait a minute, it's really so. Don't stare too hard, Sechan suddenly said, and then used her hands to cover the exposed part of her stomach. The embarrassment of what I was doing just now came to my head. So, sorry, I was just admiring your look. When I said that honestly, Sechan's cheeks reddened even more and she turned her head away. I mean, I was admiring, which sounds like I was speaking in past tense, but I'm actually still admiring her. Sechan, you're just so pretty, you scared me. Is that so? Thank you. No, I've always thought you were cute, but you look really badass today. That's enough, you don't have to praise me anymore. Sechan said this angrily, her face turning even redder. But for me it was still not enough praise for her. I'd like to continue on for at least 10 more minutes. Well, I actually want to praise her all the time. But I think I'll only be able to say, oh man, she looks so precious. Because I'd lose my vocabulary in front of her beauty. There's still some time before Shiho and Shijimoto arrive. Let's wait in the cafe for the time being. Sechan said this with a hint of embarrassment and walked towards the cafe. Got it. I followed Sechan, still a little stunned at her appearance. Her back is too beautiful to be put into words. I'm so glad to be alive. Chapter 24, the beginning of a surveillance date. We went into the cafe, and whilst taking our seats, we both ordered coffee and iced cocoa respectively. When we got to our seats, maybe due to the fact that we're in a restaurant, she took off her black blouse and showed off the sweater she was wearing. It was a white long-sleeved sweater, but what I couldn't help but notice was that the length was shortened enough so that her stomach was visible. I didn't expect Sechan to wear such an outfit today, so I felt like I was suddenly knocked out right before the date even began. Sechan sits facing towards me. She's already too cute to look at. I cover my face with my hands and sigh. What's the matter? No, it's just that Sechan is so cute that I can't stop looking at her, so I'm trying to hide my gaze from a physical standpoint. I couldn't see Sechan's face, so I couldn't really tell, but she seemed to be startled by my words. It's a little dangerous for me. I didn't expect Sechan to come in these type of clothes, so I was surprised when I saw you. Well, I don't wear this often, especially this sweater. Sechan was still not used to wearing it, so she took the hem of her sweater and pulled it down a little, trying to keep her stomach from showing as much as possible. But by doing so, it emphasizes Sechan's ample breasts even more. Oh, you're peeking through the palm of your hand. He said she was too cute to look at, but he ended up peeking anyway. No, but I don't think this can be helped, because she's too cute. Well, doesn't this look bad on me? No, it looks too good on you. It's too cute. Just seeing you dress like that makes me thank God that I was born. That's an exaggeration. Sechan looked embarrassed when she said that, but I would still say it without any exaggeration again. Thank you, God, for bringing me to the world of Ajijama. This is the first time I've seen Hisamura in casual clothes. You know, I think it's pretty cool. Seriously, thanks, I'm flattered. My outfit is a bit simpler than Sechan's. I wore black skinny pants, a white long-sleeved t-shirt, and a denim jacket over it. My denim jacket is a little darker than Sei's, though the colors of her pants and outerwear are reversed. A black bag slung over her shoulder, with a small amount of belongings for ease of movement. It's not flattery, I don't flatter people after all. Sechan said this with a light smile. Oh yeah, thanks. Now it was my turn to be embarrassed by Sechan. Sechan is too cool and cunning like this. I really like that part of her too. So, what time did Hisamura arrive? I got here just before Sechan arrived. Really? Ooh, fine, I arrived at 9:30. That's an hour before the appointed time. Sechan stared at me with a gaze, so I told her the truth. But Sechan's scowling was cute, so I'll take it. You were already out of the house when you RINED that Tajin's car was parked in front of the house then? Yes. Why did you leave so early? That's because I didn't want to make you wait. I appreciate the sentiment, but there's a limit to how early you can come. Also, I was looking forward to my date with you a bit too much. This is not a date. The purpose of this is to watch over Shijimoto and Fuji's. Of course it is. But Sechan didn't think of this as a date, That's a little disappointing. I've never been on a date before, and it's been a while since I've been to an amusement park, so I was looking forward to it. Say something, I'm getting embarrassed. No, I'm just really happy that Sechan thinks of this as a date. The purpose is a little different, but the general idea of this is that of a date. Moreover, just now, Sechan said that she had never been on a date before. I never thought that I would be the one to get Sechan's first date. I'll definitely entertain you on your first date, Sechan. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I know I said I'll entertain you, but this is my first date too. So please keep the hurdle a little low. When I said that while sitting and bowing, her face relaxed and her eyes softened. Fufu, is that so? Well, let's enjoy our first date together. Yeah. Then we both looked at each other and laughed. I think this feeling is the most couple-like feeling we had so far. After that, we had a quick chat and waited for Yuichi and Fuji's to meet up. I came early to wait for Sechan alone, but she thought I might come early, so she came 30 minutes early. Thanks to that, I was able to talk to Sechan happily for longer than I'd expected. It was a massive win to come out early. It was about 10 minutes before 11 o'clock, just before Yuichi and Fuji's had promised to be there. Sechan and I were waiting in the shadows near the place where they were going to meet. Yuichi was already standing alone at the meeting place. As expected of Shijimoto, he arrived with plenty of time to spare. I made him do it. I told him not to make Fuji's wait. I even showed him an example. By example, you mean you arrived an hour ago? I don't think that's a very good example. It's a great example because if you arrive early and the person you're waiting for arrives early, you're in an amazing situation where you get to spend more time with the person you like. Yes. Apparently, Sechan was embarrassed by the words, spending more time with the person you like. She already knows how I feel because I've already confessed my feelings to her. But her embarrassed face looks so cute whenever I say such a thing again. Did you just laugh at me? No, I didn't. If I had to say, I just thought that it was cute. I feel like I'm being deceived, but okay. While we were having this conversation, we looked at Yuichi. We were not only looking at Yuichi, but all around him as well. Because there's already a possibility that Tajin-san will be interfering currently. What kind of car was it that was near Hisamura's house? From a distance, it was just an ordinary black car, but up close, it looked like a luxury car. I saw the parking lot of the amusement park. It was full of black cars. I guess so. Well, I can't make a judgment there, so we'll have to assume that she's probably here. Yeah. Well, it's Tajin-san, so I'm sure she's here. She came here in the original too after all. But in the original story, she hadn't come to interfere here just yet. In the original story, she was probably still in the car. From Tajin's point of view, Yuichi is just coming to the amusement park with his friends. That's why she was waiting in the car. But when she saw Yuichi meeting up with Fuji's and seeing the two of them entering the amusement park alone, that's when she decided to interrupt his date. If things stay as they were in the original, she wouldn't come to disturb us here just yet. So I was a little careless, or maybe just not that enthusiastic about it, and looked around lazily. Hey, Hisamura. Are you watching the surroundings carefully? Yeah, it's fine, I'm watching it carefully. If Tajin suddenly interferes here, I'll feel bad for Shiho. So I'll definitely stop her before she does. Yeah. As for me, I'm almost certain that she'll not come here so early, so I'm not too enthusiastic about this. But Sechan doesn't know that, so she's been seriously looking around since the meeting. Since I can't tell her that Tajin-san won't be here, I decided to keep an eye on the surroundings with Sechan. However, the fact that she is so serious about doing this for her best friend Fuji's really shows how much she loves her friend. As expected of Sechan, she's amazing. And as I said, Tajin-san did not appear here at all, just like the original. Oh, Shiho's here. Really? Fuji's had arrived about 5 minutes before the appointment and met up with Shijimoto. They are quite far away, so I can't hear what they're talking about, but they began smiling at each other as soon as they met, and they seemed to be enjoying themselves. Good, looks like the two of them made it to each other safely. Yeah. When I looked at Sei, she was looking and smiling at them serenely. But I wonder what Sei-chan's true feelings are at the moment. I wonder if Sei-chan still likes Yuichi right now. At this point in the original story, she still saw Yuichi as just a boy she was slightly interested in, but she would have been a little bewildered to see them go on a date together. So how is she feeling now? What do you think of Fuji's and Yuichi Sei-chan? Do you think they're a good match? Yeah, I guess so. Shiho is, of course, a very nice girl. In Shijimoto, as I got involved with him, I found out that, well, he's a nice enough guy to match with Shiho. I don't mean to ask you this, but you used to like Yuichi, didn't you, Sei-chan? Well, I was a little concerned about him, I guess. Do you still feel the same way about him? Do you want me to say that or something? I raised my voice in question and looked at Sei-chan questionably, who was looking at me with a slightly upturned gaze since I was taller than her. I don't care about Shijimoto right now. Besid, and no, never mind, it's nothing. What? If you're saying so much, might as well tell me everything. Well, I won't tell you just yet. Hey, look. It's about time that Shijimoto and Shiho went into the amusement park. As Sei-chan said, I saw them both walk into the amusement park. Let's go in before we lose sight of them. Okay. Sei-chan tries to get ahead of me at a quick pace, so I follow along with her. She seemed to be hiding her embarrassment, and if it were true, I'd like to question her a little more about it. But we'll be together for the entire day, so I don't want to put her in a bad mood. I mean, are we really going to have an amusement park date together? Now you're making me nervous all over again. Chapter 25, Sei's First Date. Shijimoto and Shiho, as well as Sei-chan and Hisamura, were able to safely enter the amusement park. This amusement park is very large and has many different attractions and facilities. It's impossible to ride all the attractions in this amusement park in one day. As Shijimoto and Shiho continued their date, Sei and Hisamura followed them both at a distance. They were far enough so that they wouldn't be spotted if they suddenly turned around, but also close enough so that they would never lose sight of each other either. They followed their date at a distance. But in Sei-chan's heart, things were a bit hectic. Sei-chan's point of view. Well, I shouldn't have worn this outfit. The thing I was most concerned about currently was how I was dressed. I thought about it until just before I went to bed last night, and kept thinking even after I woke up this morning. I kept wondering what dress I should actually wear until just before I actually left the house. I decided to wear the sweater that revealed the belly button that Shiho recommended, the one which I had immediately rejected. I was really unsure about wearing this, but I mustered up the courage to wear it. It's embarrassing, but Hisamura was very happy to see me like this. And no, I didn't wear this to make him happy. I tried to make an excuse in my heart, but then thought again. And no, I shouldn't lie to myself. Of course, I wore it to make Hisamura think that I was, well, cute. Even if it would make me just a tiny bit cuter, I wanted him to think I looked cute, though. He reacted stronger than what I actually imagined, which made me the one extremely embarrassed instead. Well, it was a lot better than no reaction at all, or just a subtle reaction. However, he reacted so well that, it's kinda. Hisamura, your gaze hurts a little. Ooh, sorry. While Hisamura kept an eye on Shiho and Shijimode, he also kept glancing at me whenever he had the chance. I who had been on Hisamura's side for a while now. Rather, it looked like he would rather spend more time looking at me instead of stopping Tajin from interrupting their date. Well, it's rather embarrassing to be stared at so much. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, but I think it's your fault that you're so cute. Hisamura covered his face with his hand, perhaps to avoid looking at me. What's with the nonsensical blame shifting? Well, I just said it randomly. But it's true that I stare at you because your outfit is just too cute. You aren't embarrassed being so honest, huh? It's a little embarrassing, but I'm just telling you the truth. If you say so much about me, even I'd start to feel more embarrassed. On the contrary, it would have been better if I just shook off his compliments and acted like a dignified person. But it was rather difficult to do so. Well, for now, I'll let you stare at me as much as you want. But don't lose sight of Shijimoto and Fuji's, okay? I understand. I mean, it's okay to stare at Sechan, right? Well, I wore this dress because I was prepared to be seen by you. Aren't you just so cute? Oh, shut up. I became embarrassed and began walking faster to try and avoid his gaze. Hisamura just followed me with a smile on his face. After a few minutes of progress, the first attraction Shiho and Shijimoto chose was a roller coaster. They picked a fancy one out of the blue, those two. That's right. Well, these things are popular attractions, so they get pretty crowded in the afternoon. Is that so? The line wasn't that long yet, so it probably wouldn't take a while for us to get in. In the afternoon, it's not uncommon to wait for an hour to be able to ride the popular attractions, so it's better to get on them as early as possible. And Shiho is surprisingly fond of this sort of thing. How does Shijimoto feel about these types of rides? Oh, I haven't heard much about him, but I doubt he's the type to freak out over something like this. That's true. As I looked at them standing in line, both of them were smiling and talking very much, as if they were looking forward to riding the roller coaster together. It looks like fun. Okay, let's get in line. Oh, we're getting in. If we get in, won't we lose sight of those two? Oh yeah, I see, that's right. It was true that if Hisamura and I were to get in the ride, it would be after the two of them had finished their ride. It would make it more likely to lose sight of the both of them. As for Sechan, like Shiho and Shijimoto, she wanted to ride it because she liked thrilling rides, but she would have to be patient this time around. Well, shall we line up? But if we get in, we'll lose Shiho and Shijimoto. If we lose him, we can just RINE him and ask him where he is. That's true. Shijimoto knew that Hisamura and I were at the amusement park, and since he was the one who had asked us to keep an eye on them, he would be able to tell us where they were. But what if Tajin gets in the way of those two while we're on board? That would be the end of the story then. Ah, yes. But don't worry, we just entered the amusement park. She won't come to disturb us just yet. What makes you so sure? My intuition. How appropriate. It would be boring to come to an amusement park just to keep an eye on them the entire time. It would be too much work if we had to constantly watch them vigilantly from the start, so we should let our guard down a little to relax. That's true. Hisamura's point of view. I need to watch over Shijimoto and Fuji's date from now, till evening or even the night if it gets late. If I'm on my toes all afternoon, I might not be able to stop Tajin when the time comes. Come on, let's just get in line. Sechan was still a little worried, but Hisamura took her hand and got in line. Since we're here already, we should have some fun too. The corner of Sechan's mouth curved up when she saw Hisamura smiling at her. If Tajin get in the way of the both of them, I'll do my best. Isn't it impossible if she tries to interrupt them? If Tajin interferes, the worst that can happen is that we'll have to break in there and rip Tajin off them by force. Would you go that far for Shiho? Yeah, I won't let her interfere with Shiho. As expected of Sechan. What do you mean? It means you're friendlier, more assertive, and even cooler than before. Oh, Sechan's point of view. I turned my head away again in embarrassment. After Fuji's and Shijimoto's turn, it will be ours. Before the ride, I was a little worried that those two would get interrupted by Tajin during the ride, but once I got on, I was having fun. I thought that since I had come to an amusement park, I might as well enjoy it like this. But, Hisamura, if you don't like roller coasters, you should have told me before the ride. So sorry, I was so excited, I kind of forgot about it entirely. He felt a little sick. It seems that Hisamura has surprisingly weak semicircular canals. After riding the roller coaster, both of us are sitting on a bench right next to the ride, resting quietly. Hisamura is leaning against the back of the bench, trying to recover from his sickness. Sorry, I'll recover soon. Even you can be like that, huh? I've learned something useful today. After being teased for so long, I've finally learned about one of Hisamura's weaknesses. In fact, in a way, Sechan's entire existence is a weakness to him. I hope you enjoy now that you know about this, but I'd rather you don't play any tricks on me in the near future. Right. Well, let's go and ride the coffee cup thing next. You're going to get me sick again. Foo-foo, just kidding. They rested there until Hisamura sent a Rine to Shijimoto and found out where the two of them were at. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 26, Sechan's Weakness. Shoot, I really messed up earlier, didn't I? I rode the roller coaster with Sechan because she seemed like she really wanted to ride it, but come to think of it, I'm not exactly good with such things. I'm okay with all the screaming and whatnot, but I get sick very easily due to my weak semicircular canals. I showed Sechan how pathetic I looked. This is the worst. But Sechan, on the other hand, seemed to be enjoying herself a lot, so that was good. She was more than happy to see my disgraceful behavior, so my feelings are a bit complicated, but it's better than her being disappointed with me. Anyways, I took a break and recovered completely. So, I headed towards the place that Yuichi had told me about on Rine. Right now, Yuichi and Fuji seem to be buying lunch at a food stall, or maybe they just want to find an area where they can sit and eat together. While heading towards them with Sechan, we stopped by a food stall to buy some lunch for the time being. I bought a hot dog while Sechan only had a crepe. Is that enough for you, Sechan? Yeah, I've been a light eater since the start. This is already quite a lot of food for me. I see, that's fine then. Well, some say that one crepe for lunch is not very nutritious for your health, but that's okay for today. It was a special day today. It was our first amusement park date, and I'm not so inclined to argue about nutrition while I'm the one who's only having a single hot dog in his hand. Nowadays, a high school student's lunch is as good as a single tapioca milk tea. Am I wrong? Sechan and I headed towards the place where those two people were and confirmed their appearance from afar. Then we sat in the same eating area, but kept enough distance so that they wouldn't notice us, and ate what we had bought earlier. Sechan ate a crepe in front of me with her mouth wide open. Surprisingly, she has a sweet tooth that can't be discerned since she always looks so cool. There's her gap. As I was looking at Sechan with that in mind, I noticed that she was also staring straight at me. Hey, what's with the staring? We know it's nothing. Wait, don't say that you want to eat my crepe. Apparently, Sechan thought the reason I was staring at her was because I wanted to eat a crepe. Sharing the same food is a bit. No, I was just. It would be an indirect kiss. Sechan blushed and said that. I coughed and groaned because she looked way too cute the way she said it. Sechan, it's not like I wanted to eat a crepe, you know. Is that so? Yep, I was just thinking about how cute you look while eating those crepes. In any case, it's still super embarrassing for me. Haha, sorry about that. I had been teased earlier during the roller coaster ride, so I was able to return the favor this time around. HNNG. What's wrong? Why are you holding out your crepe towards me all of a sudden? Why you should eat it too? It's because I don't like it when I'm the only one who gets embarrassed from such situations. No, wait, are you sure about this? Why, yes. I didn't expect that Sechan would actually offer me a crepe, prepared for an indirect kiss with me. And it was even more embarrassing because Sechan was the one holding it, and I would be the one eating from her hand. Damn, I didn't think you'd be prepared to self-destruct all of a sudden. I was feeling extremely happy to be able to actually kiss her, albeit indirectly, but I couldn't give up the feeling of embarrassment when the situation actually called for it. How could I not accept the crepe where I can kiss her indirectly while she says, "Ah," when she offers it to me? Sure, well, I'll go ahead and take a bite now. Come on, eat up already. Pushing down my embarrassment, I leaned forward and opened my mouth to eat the crepe that was offered to me. I tried to eat as much as I could in the parts where Sechan hadn't really touched, but it was impossible to do so since she had already eaten quite a bit of it. The crepes were supposed to be full of chocolate, whipped cream, etc. But I'm kind of embarrassed to admit that I can't really taste the flavor of the crepe currently. Well, how does it taste? Yuan, it's pretty good. Yeah, I agree. Sechan hesitated for a moment, but then right after, ate the crepe in one big gulp, eating the part where I had taken a bite out of. It's sweet. Yuan, yeah, it's really sweet. I don't really remember much about how sweet the crepes were, but I think we're giving off a sweeter vibe now than we were before. I've read about this sort of atmosphere in mangas and books, but I've never really experienced it myself. I'm feeling so embarrassed right now. Perhaps Sechan felt the same way, as I saw her blush in embarrassment as well. And then me and Sechan glanced at each other at the same time and began laughing at each other, due to the strange atmosphere surrounding us. Haha, I didn't think Sechan would do something so embarrassing. Fufu, you two, Hisamura. I can't believe you're so shy. Ah, yabai, I'm having such a good time with Sechan. I'm so happy I'm dying. Later on, about the same moment that we had finished eating, I saw Yuichi and Fuji's finish eating and move on to their next destination. Yuichi and Fuji's began eating earlier than us, but those two seemed to have bought and eaten quite a bit of food. I knew Yuichi ate a lot, but I guess Fuji's eats a lot too. That's right. Shiho was a little concerned about it, but Shijimoto also seems to eat a lot, so they look right for each other in that department. I had never heard of this before. Fuji's was never described as someone who ate a lot in the original story. To be honest, the Ajajama manga is a popular manga, but it's not really a long-running series yet. There's not even 10 volumes out currently. There should be quite some information about characters that were not fully divulged about yet. For a while after that, we watched Yuichi and Fuji's go around the amusement park normally again, so we also went into the exact same attractions that they did. As the purpose of the original date was to keep an eye out for Tajin, we didn't go to all the attractions that they did. Section. It's been about 2 hours since we finished having lunch, and so far we haven't really seen Tajin-san around. It seems that Tajin-san is supposed to interfere around here, as was said in the original story. Now, what do you think those two over there would go to next? Of course it would be the attraction that they went to in the original story, which is... Yes, I knew it. It's a haunted house. It's a typical amusement park date in a romantic comedy manga, the haunted house chapter. You know, the kind where the heroine gets scared and goes, kaya, and sticks to the boy tightly, and there's a bit of a lucky pervert situation happening as well. Although this story is a bit different from the normal cliché, since Yuichi is the one scared here instead of Fuji's. As such, Yuichi was desperately proposing to Fuji's to not go to the haunted house. Sechan stared at me while he tried his best. Fuji's, can we not go here? This place is to scare children, and we shouldn't enter since we're high school students. I actually like these attractions quite a bit. Besides, it doesn't matter if it's to scare children. We're at an amusement park right now. We're here to remember the fun that we felt when we were kids. Oh, could it be that you're actually scared, Shijimoto-kun? And no, of course not. Why would I be scared of an area designed to scare children? Let's go there then. Fufu, let's go then. Yeah, this is just like the original. Fuji's already knows that Yuichi doesn't like haunted houses, based on his current reaction and such, but that's the exact reason she wanted to go in with him. Fuji's is surprisingly a sadist, isn't she? Well, there were a lot of fans who liked that part of her. Well, Shijimoto also likes it, which makes him a guy with that kind of hobby. Wait, no, does he really? I'll ask him about it next time. Okay, looks like those two are going in. Then we'll go ahead and inte. And no, we don't need to go into now, do we? Sechan's words made me raise my voice questionably. Look, it's dark in there, so Tajin won't go ahead and disturb them there. Yeah, there's no point for us to go there too. We haven't entered every attraction they went to, but no matter how I look at Sechan's refusal now. Could it be that you're bad at haunted houses? I am not bad with them. It's just that I don't see a point in going along with scares that are aimed towards children. No, you're giving almost the exact same excuse as Yuichi. I didn't think that Sechan was bad with scary things. I guess that information hadn't come out in the original story yet. No, well, most normal girls are not very good at it. It was rather odd for Fujis to walk in there happily. But well, this is making me want to go in even more now. I like these attractions a lot. Isn't it fun to be a kid again and go to places like that? Right, Sechan? Ew. Come on, let's go now. I am not very good at it. Eh? Did you say something? I said I'm not good at it. To be honest, I'm not a fan of those haunted house-like things. Oh, I didn't expect her to be so honest about it. That's right, you don't have to force yourself to be stubborn like Yuichi, it's fine to be this way. Oh, I see. Are you disillusioned with me now? No, I won't be disillusioned with you just because you don't like haunted houses. When you put it like that, I'm not good at roller coasters either, you know. Oh, that's good to know. But well, I'm sorry. I really want to go to the haunted house with you, Sechan. Hey, why? Didn't I say I wasn't good with it? That's why, or rather, I thought you would be absolutely adorable if you were scared, Sechan. You've got a bad personality, you know that. No, if you put it that way, Fuji's would be the same as me, you know. To be honest, I'm having a lot of fun in my heart. In fact, I think that Sechan's best friend has a worse personality than I do, you know. Well, I'm not saying you have to, but you were scared when you were a kid, right? Well, yeah. So maybe you'll overcome it now that we're in high school, you know. So you might actually be able to enjoy it now instead. That's true. Well, my real hope is that Sechan hasn't gotten over it at all, and that she'll show me how incredibly cute she is when she's scared. Hey, that's really rude of you, you know. I'm just being honest. No, really, I'm serious. I'm really, really serious. I know I'm saying the same thing twice, but I'm really serious. I want to see Sechan get scared by a ghost even if it kills me. I think that even if you haven't conquered it yet, you'll enjoy haunted houses a lot more than people who aren't scared of them. I think that would mean you can enjoy haunted houses a lot more than others, Sechan. How badly do you want to go to a haunted house right now? So much so that it has become the most desired attraction in this park for me right now. Oh, so you want to go in that badly, huh? I'm neither good nor bad at scary stuff, but I really want to see Sechan scared out of her wits. Fine, if you're so insistent about it, let's go in then. Whoa, really? Yeah, I've always wanted to get over this weakness of mine. I haven't been in one since grade school, so maybe I can go for it now. Oh, I really didn't expect her to agree with me all of a sudden. I really wanted to go there, though. I was prepared to get down on my knees and beg if I had to. Okay, let's go then. Well, if you really can't handle it, we can retire whilst in the middle of it, so I think we should be fine there. Once I'm in, I'll stick with it till the end. Thus, Sechan and I went into the haunted house that Yuichi and Fuji's had gone into. Chapter 27, Haunted House. Apparently, the theme of this haunted house was a hospital-like place. We were walking side by side in the dark. Sechan was walking very fast with light steps. Perhaps she wants to finish this as fast as possible. Sechan, you'll fall if you walk in such a hurry. No, I'm not in a hurry. Sechan's voice sounded like she kept her composure, but her body was trembling more than usual. So far, no ghosts have appeared yet, and so Sechan seems to have been able to keep her cool, albeit just barely. But at the next moment, a zombie in a nurse's outfit jumped out from the shadows from the right side of Sechan, who was walking a little ahead of me. Kaya! Sechan screamed and quickly jumped towards me, the one who was walking slowly behind her. I wonder if actual people play the role of the ghosts in this haunted house. It's scarier because it's not a machine or a doll. It even surprised me a little bit. Sechan seemed even more frightened than usual and latched herself onto my left hand, as if she were using me as a shield from the ghosts. I'll say it again. Sechan clung to my left arm as if I could act as a shield from the ghosts. Why? Waya, come on, let's go. We have to speed up. There was still a zombie in a nurse's costume in front of me. So Sechan took my left hand in hers and held it as she ran forward. I followed along with her since I was being pulled at a fast pace. I didn't expect to get hugged by her all of a sudden. No, I thought that it might happen at some point, but I wasn't prepared for it to happen so soon. Did we manage to escape? We've escaped, we're fine now. Sechan looked back with teary eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. And just as she was about to move forward again, there was a clatter and a person came out of the shadows on her side. Kaya. This time, since she was already clinging to my arm from the start, she just increased her grip. That made Sechan's ample breasts rest on my left arm. Sechan didn't notice it at all and was busy shutting her eyes from the sight of the ghosts. We have to get out of here quickly. Why, yeah. Both Sei and I stammered out our words as we said this, and moved on. Although the ghosts aren't present right now, Sechan doesn't seem to want to let go of my arm at all. Sechan, we need to escape, you know. I don't want to, I'm too scared. I don't want to leave you right now. Gufu. No, I could tell even in the dark, my nose was bleeding. It was on the verge of coming out earlier, but what she just said dealt the final blow. I covered my nose with my right hand, pinching it lightly. Fortunately, I didn't bleed as much as I did yesterday. I mean, seriously. I didn't expect to have a manga-like nosebleed 2 days in a row. No, wait, it's about the situation right now. Sechan is still holding on to my left arm, rather even more tightly than before. My arms had already slowly settled between Sechan's breasts. I never thought I would get subjected to something like this before Yuichi. Furthermore, Sechan was wearing a thin sweater that showed her belly button, so the shape and heat of her breasts could be strongly felt. I think my left arm senses have already peaked. My arm was pinned to her chest while the back of my hand touched her bare stomach. Sechan probably doesn't realize it, but her skin texture is so smooth. Yabai, no. If I become more conscious of it, I'll get even more nosebleeds. See, Sechan, are you okay? We can quit now if you want. And no, I don't want to quit now. We've made it so far already. We're almost at the exit. Sechan said that, but I think we're not even halfway through this place. Sechan doesn't seem to want to quit this since she is stubborn. I didn't think that I would be the one that would want to tap out first. Of course, the reason for tapping out was not because I was afraid of ghosts, but because of the possibility of my heart stopping due to Sechan. My heart is beating so loudly now that I can hear it very clearly in my own ears. I've never heard my heart beating so loud and fast ever before. I'm really going to die here, aren't I? Well, if I do die here, I'd be extremely content with how I die. What's the matter, Hisamura? Nothing, I'm fine. Sechan glanced up at me and asked. The way she glanced up at me, with her eyes looking a little teary, while still looking at me all scared but still sincerely worried about me. All I can say is yabai, truly yabai. This really is something to die for. If we don't get out of the haunted house quickly, Sechan really will kill me with her cuteness. I have to do my best to get out of this mansion alive so that I don't turn Sechan into a murderer. Let's go, Sechan. Yuan, I'll do my best. The way she said that was way too cute. Stop it. Life points are already 0. Those words came to my mind, but I couldn't exactly say them to Sechan. After that, both of us walked faster and faster throughout the haunted house. Every time a ghost appeared, Sechan let out a cute shriek, which caused my heart to throb with each shriek. By the time we left the haunted house, my life points were already in the negatives. No, well, I'm still alive, so I did my best, my poor heart, after leaving the haunted house. Sechan and I sat down on a nearby bench and took a break. This time, it was like a roller coaster where both me and Sechan got affected. That was scary. I know, right? Sechan glared at me, but I was in the middle of a crisis. I thought I was going to die. Wait, that's supposed to be my line, isn't it? Why do you look so tired? You weren't afraid of anything in there, were you? It really was like heaven and hell in a combo pack. What do you mean? More like it was 100% heaven. If I had called that hell, I'm sure various men would have already stabbed me from behind. But if I had to call it anything, it would also be hell. I really felt like I was one step away from dying instantly. I wouldn't really die if this was real life. But this is the world of a manga. The mere thought of something erotic makes my nose bleed, so it's no wonder if my heart would stop beating if I keep having experiences like that. It was a real close call, but it was also a great experience. Minutes ago, I was the one that convinced Sechan to go into the haunted house with me. I was prepared to experience heaven and hell, but not in this way. We have to get to Shiho and Shijimoto quickly. Give me a few more minutes. All right, also, why is there blood on your nose? Did you bump into something just now? I bumped and squeezed it. What do you mean? No, it's nothing. As expected, I don't have the guts to directly say that to Sechan. Since Sechan hadn't fully recovered yet, we decided to take it a little slower for a while and then immediately go after those two. Chapter 28, At the Store. After finishing up with the haunted house, we caught up with those two and went straight back to doing the surveillance date. There was no particular interruption from Tajin-san and Yuichi, and Fuji's date continued like normal. Sechan and I also enjoyed riding attractions at various places, and so the time had already passed into the evening. It's about time. In the original story, this is the time when Yuichi and Fuji's went to a store. This is the same store where Tajin-san comes and interrupts their date. Our next stop was the largest concession store in the park. It's not a store that offers any food or drinks, but it's more of a souvenir shop than anything. While they were picking out souvenirs and such, Tajin-san came and paid a visit. Yuichi was thinking of confessing his love at night, with beautiful scenery and pretty lights. But since Tajin-san arrives and interrupts them, he couldn't confess his feelings on time. Perhaps that is where Tajin-san will come to interfere with them this time around as well, and that's when we'll have to stop her from interfering with them. I'm still unsure on how I'm gonna stop it though. And I'm still contemplating whether or not I should really stop her. To be honest, I personally don't want to stop her right now. It's all because I don't want the original story to end here. However, when I think about Sechan's feelings towards this situation, I honestly feel that it would be better to stop her instead. What should I do? I was feeling troubled and conflicted while Yuichi and Fuji's entered the shop just as they did in the original story. Sechan and I followed them into the store quietly. The store is quite large, so if you hide far enough, you won't be spotted. Fufu, so there's also stuff like that here. Sechan was looking at the products displayed at the store. Since Tajin-san hadn't shown up until now, Sechan had become a bit careless, or rather, she had let down her guard. Well, that's to be expected, of course. We've been watching them ever since noon, and we pretty much joined them alongside their entire date. Well, in the scenario we are in now, I don't think we can handle Tajin-san if she decides to interfere with them now. Well, I would prefer that scenario, to be honest. They have sweets as souvenirs, but what stood out the most were the large stuffed animals and head accessories. It's the kind of head accessory that high school girls would buy when they enter an amusement park. Then they'd go ahead and take pictures of themselves wearing those accessories whilst still in the park. Well, one way to describe this experience is, you see it at the park, and whilst being all excited and everything, you go ahead and buy one of them. But whenever you try to wear them outside the park, it just becomes a hindrance, and so you get tired of just leaving it all alone at home, and that's when you decide to throw it away. Well, it's a bit of a biased view from my side. There are many different types of headgear present in the stop. There are some with bear ears, some with rabbit ears, some with cat ears, and many more. I think it looks pretty cute, but it's not enough for me to buy it as a souvenir. But I have a very cute sister at home called Rink. There was a rabbit-eared head accessory with a few fluffy parts reaching the chest. The rabbit ears would bounce around whenever you pull on them. I can already imagine Rink moving the ears with a tint of embarrassment on her face. Alright, let's go ahead and buy one immediately. No, wait, calm down me. Am I really going to buy this? Will Rink really be willing to wear this headband? If it's Rink, I'm pretty sure she would say, "Are you stupid or something?" and then immediately refuse to wear it. Would she be willing to wear it if I ask her though? I'll just go ahead and ask her first. I turned on my phone, opened Rine, and sent a message to Rink. I wondered if it would be easier if I just snapped a picture of the accessory and sent it to her. With that in mind, I turned on my camera and picked up the rabbit accessory. Hisamura, are you really going to buy that? I'm a little lost right now. I didn't know you had that type of hobby. No, it's not for me. I was wondering if my sister would like it. Your sister, how old is she? 1 year younger than me. You're going to give this to your sister, who is a freshman in high school. Sechan also picked up another rabbit accessory and asked. Apparently, Rink finds me a bit of a pain, so she wouldn't be happy getting a souvenir from me. No, I don't think she'll actually wear it, but I'll still go ahead and ask her anyway. I think it would be really adorable if she decided to wear it. If a slightly tsundere-type girl like Rink were to wear it, I think it would be the cutest moe gap ever. If she actually wore it, I would immediately snap a picture and save it permanently. Well, I guess I'll just have to go and ask her about it then. That's what I was thinking until. Hi Hisamura. Wa. When I heard my name called, I turned to look at Sechan next to me, and saw a rabbit-eared Sechan. I didn't expect Sechan to suddenly put on the rabbit ears. "WL, does it look good on me?" Sechan asked me with a face that showed a slightly embarrassed and shy smile. "Catcha." Sorry, it was by reflex. The next thing I knew, I was taking a picture of Sechan with the camera app I had opened earlier. "Wow, what are you doing?" Sorry, it was a spinal reflex. My body was moving before my brain could tell me what I was actually doing. "Stop spitting nonsense, delete it. Right now," Sechan said as she removed her rabbit ear accessory. Her face turned bright red after seeing me take a picture of her wearing it. Yeah, that was really rude of me. I thought that and looked toward my screen to delete it. But all I could see on it was a beautiful angel. "I don't want to delete it, I want to keep it as a family heirloom. I want to print it and frame it for a display." "No, you can't." I was just being honest though. I really thought so. It's such a waste deleting such a cute picture of Sechan. I want to save it for the rest of my life. "Awa, really? It's extremely cute, you know." No. Please, I won't show it to anyone. I'll look at it every morning, so no matter how hard the day is, it will make me want to live on till the very next. Every morning? That's even worse. That's extremely embarrassing. Is it really no good? Yeah, no. I tried to be persistent about it, but it seems to be useless. But I can't just remove such a cute little Sechan from my life. Sechan, you erase it. I can't bring myself to do such a thing. Really? I handed my phone to Sechan with shaky hands. Sechan took it and seemed to have deleted the picture. There's goes the opportunity of a lifetime. Why don't we, take a picture together instead? Why, like Shiho and Shijimoto over there. When I shifted my gaze in the direction Sechan was looking at, I saw Fuji's and Yuichi there, face to face, with their bodies quite close to each other. Fuji's was busy holding her phone and taking a selfie. They both wore matching barriered head accessories and looked like a backcouple. Note, a backcouple means stupid couple who flirts everywhere without minding the time, place, occasion. They're not dating yet, are they? There's something about that scene that doesn't feel right. I got hit with a sense of déjà vu or something similar to that. If you don't want to take a picture with me like those two, it's fine, I don't mind. So I should wear a rabbit accessory as well. Why, yeah. Well, it looks like I'll have to wear those rabbit-eared head accessories too. 'Cause if I do, that I'll be able to take a picture with her just like those two over there. Of course I will. That was a quick answer. On the other hand, I can't see any reason not to do such a thing. I'd be willing to even pay to have another photo of Sechan in her bunny ears, and I'd be willing to pay even more to have that photo taken with me. Well, let me just put this on. Sorry, it doesn't look that good on you. Yeah, I didn't think it would look good on me either, but I didn't think it would look so bad that Sechan would laugh at me. Well, I'm glad though, since I could see that kind of smile on Sechan's face. In the meantime, Sechan is going to wear it again. Yeah, so cute, such an angel, so great, so amazing. Sechan has already opened the camera on my phone, so we'll use that to take the picture. Look, see closer. Yuan. In my opinion, I've already put my face pretty close to hers, but Sechan says it's not enough. I saw the way Fuji's and Yuichi took the picture earlier, so it seems that Sei wants to do it just like those two. They were so close together, cheek to cheek, right? As expected, I couldn't go that far, so I got a little closer till our shoulders touched. That should be enough. Let's take the picture. Sechan said and pressed her finger on the screen of the phone, making a click sound. Me and Sechan immediately distanced ourselves after taking the picture. Looks like we got it. That's good to know. My heart couldn't handle the idea of getting that close to her again. No, I had gotten even closer than that in the haunted house earlier, but that was different. I was approached by Sechan, and besides, Sechan was in an extreme state at the time, so I don't remember much about being so attached to her at that time. But now it was me approaching her, and Sechan and I are both barefaced, which is even more embarrassing. After Sechan gave my phone back, I immediately went to look at the pictures that were taken. Both of us had red cheeks and a slightly awkward expression on our faces. I don't care anymore, but Sechan is the best because she still looks cute, even when she looks like this. I'll send you the picture later on Rine. Yeah, please do. It's insanely embarrassing, but I think we should share this picture together after all. Wait a minute, I had some kind of deja vu feeling about the line I had just said now, too. What's with this deja vu? I got it. Wait, but why? I realized something and immediately started looking for Yuichi and Fuji's. I found them still looking for souvenirs and such at the store. What's wrong? Why did you look at them all of a sudden? And no, I thought I had lost sight of them. Well, it should be fine. I can't see any sign of Tajin-san interrupting them at the moment. Yeah, there's still no sign of Tajin-san coming to interrupt their date. But that's strange. Tajin-san would have interfered with them already if we were following the original storyline. The uncomfortable feeling I just had, where Fuji's and Yuichi took a picture with a barriered head accessory on. If it was following the original story, she would have interrupted them from behind and said, "Oh, it looks like the two of you are having quite some fun together." That's why the picture from that time would show a scary Tajin-san face in the background. When the three of them get together, they get into a light shouting match, but then Fuji's immediately whispers in Yuichi's ear, "I'll send you the picture on Rine later." But now, as you can see, Tajin-san is nowhere to be seen. In other words, the original story is already falling apart. But why? Why hasn't Tajin-san come to interfere with them yet? At this rate, the both of them will really go out with each other. Chapter 29. Different from the original? After that, Yuichi and Fuji's left the store. In the end, Tajin-san didn't interfere. Sechan and I followed them, but it was bothering me the entire time. Why didn't Kaori Tajin come to interfere? Maybe my memory is mistaken, and she didn't interfere like that. No, but I do remember reading the original story about the two of them taking a picture wearing barriered head accessories. So I'm certain, in the original story, Tajin-san would interfere in the store. And yet, Tajin-san never appeared. In other words, Tajin-san's appearance in the amusement park date has already been divulged from the original story. Why? If I had to give a reason, I would say that something had changed when I became Tsukasa Hisamura that had an effect on Tajin-san's actions. I need to sort out what has changed from the original story so far. First of all, in the original story, Tsukasa Hisamura did not confess his feelings to Sei Shimada. Also, me and Sechan wouldn't have followed them as backup in the original. But that shouldn't have had any effect on Tajin-san, and it also shouldn't have had much effect on the current scenario. What else is there? The timing when Tajin-san found out about the date. She found out about the date on Friday instead of today. That's probably the part that deviates from the original, but if that had an impact on the story, she would have interfered sooner rather than later. Another thing that changed was that Yuichi came to my house on Saturday so that Tajin-san wouldn't find him. But when Yuichi came to my house, Tojo-in-san had already found out. No way. This was what Yuichi said when Tajin-san came to my house. "If it's late at night, your parents will be worried." After hearing that line, Tajin-san started acting strange and left immediately. Yuichi didn't mean to hurt her at all, he was just worried about Tajin-san, but for her it was different. After her mother passed away, Tajin-san felt that her only parent, her father, wasn't interested in her. It's likely that those words were painful to hear. Could that be why Tajin-san didn't come to interrupt them? This is all just a conjecture on my part, but it could be possible. No, even if I'm wrong, I'm certain that Tajin-san hasn't interfered as she did in the original story. The sun's almost setting. That's right. My thoughts were interrupted when Sechan suddenly spoke to me. It was getting pretty dark now, and the lights in the amusement park were starting to light up. I couldn't imagine thinking of something else other than Sechan during an amusement park date with her. Looks like those two will be heading to that place soon. What place? Didn't you know? This amusement park has a very beautiful illuminated area at night. It is said that there is a rumor that those who go out there with their loved ones will be united forever. I think I heard of it before. I'm pretty sure that in the original story, if you successfully confess your love to someone in this illuminated amusement park, you will be united forever. Of course, in the original story, Tajin-san interfered with the pair. So Yuichi, Fuji's, and Tojo-san went there together, and I think they ended up saying something like, "It's beautiful." It didn't make much of an impression on me, so I forgot about it. But if this continues, those two will be able to confess successfully and get together. The rumor of the place will probably turn out to be true as well. If that happens, those two will be together forever. Oh, those two are going to the illuminated area. As Sechan said, those two are walking in the direction of the beautiful illuminations. If this continues, Yuichi and Fuji's will really start dating. Are you sure you don't want to interfere, Tajin-san? Why? Could it be that you don't like Yuichi in the world I'm currently in? No, that's probably not true. She even drove Yuichi to my house and offered her nude photo book to him. Then, where are you? As I was thinking, I looked around to see if Tajin-san really wouldn't interrupt them. And then a certain person caught my eye. It was an old man in a butler's uniform. Even though he was old, he was taller than me and had a white beard which created a dignified air around him. He didn't look like an ordinary person by any means, which made me think that he could be the owner of the amusement park. But I know who he is. That old man in the butler's uniform is someone who works for Tajin-san. As I recall, Tajin-san called him Gramps, and he was her butler. He's the one that always goes along with Tajin-san's whims, and he's really cool even if he's an old geezer. If he's here, that means Tajin-san is here too. But if you're here, why don't you just go and interrupt them? Perhaps you're still hung up on what Yuichi said. The topic of her parents must be very nerve-wracking for the current Tojuan-san. In the future, this topic will be resolved, but as of now, it should be a taboo topic for her. The fact that Yuichi, the person who she loves the most, touched on it probably hurt her the most. Could it be that Tajin-san wouldn't come to interrupt them? If that happens, doesn't that mean she will have to live without resolving her problems in the future and will never be saved? In the original, the story moves toward with Yuichi saving her. Wouldn't that never happen if he goes out with Fuji's? If that happens, she will. I looked at Yuichi and Fuji's. The happy mood around them has vanished and the atmosphere has turned tense. It is probably because both of them are heading to the illuminated area and are thinking of confessing their feelings. They are already way more intimate on this date than they were on the original. It may be difficult to stop them now. Nevertheless, hi Hisamura, are we going to the illuminations? There's something I want to talk to you about. Sechan. What? I'm sorry, I have something to do. Hi. Without hearing Sechan's reply, I started running. I'm sorry, Sechan. Sechan probably wanted to stop Tajin-san from interfering, thinking about Fuji's. She even went so far as to act in secret so that Fuji's wouldn't know about it. But I still don't want them to get together yet. The time will come when Yuichi will have to choose between Fuji's and Tajin-san. But as it is now, Yuichi will choose Fuji's without looking at Tajin-san at all. That's absolutely no good. Also, it's hard to say to Sechan and Fuji's, but my second favorite character in Ajajama is Kaori Tajin. With that in mind, I ran and talked to the old man in a butler's uniform. Excuse me, can I have a moment? How may I help you? The old butler looked at me and quietly asked me that question. It was the first time I heard Grandpa's voice, but it was very austere and cool. Please take me to Tajin-san. You know the young master. He says, looking down at me a little warily. I'm not friends with Tajin-san. That means my position right now is. I'm the close friend of the person Kaori Tajin loves. Chapter 30, Kaori Tajin's feeling. Point of view, third person. Kaori Tajin is a young lady that is acknowledged by herself and others. She lives in a mansion that is unthinkable for a normal person and is surrounded and taken care of by maids and butlers every day. She was beautiful, had a good head on her shoulder, and was very athletic. A person who was blessed with almost everything by God. That's who Kaori Tajin was. But for the price of everything she received, God took away her mother. Her mother died right when she was born, and so she grew up without ever seeing her mother's face in the flesh. Of course, there were still photos and videos of her. But since she had died before Kaori's memories even began, she couldn't remember a single thing about her mother. She doesn't remember feeling that lonely without her mother, though. The butlers and maids were very kind to her and took the place of her mother instead. She didn't know the feelings of a mother's kindness and free love. The butlers and maids were kind to her, but they were only maids hired by the Tajin family and not her true family. She has never experienced a field day in elementary school where she ate a handmade lunch by her mother, with her mother. While everyone around her was eating with their families, Kaori was on a large seat, eating a sumptuous bento prepared by her maid while being watched over by an old butler of the family. At such times, the only person that would ever eat with her would be Yuichi Shijimoto. Wow, that looks so good, can I have some? Yeah, of course it's okay, please help yourself. Thank you. Itadakimasu. That's what she loved about him. Yuichi would say that there was nothing special about it, but to her, it felt very much like love. She was proud to say that she was blessed. Except for a mother, she's had everything in her life going for her in the right direction. The fact that her relationship with her father was not going too well is what was troubling her the most right now. It's not like they don't get along well. No, rather, I'd prefer it if we didn't get along at all. She has the opportunity to eat with her father about once a month. She and her father, the president of the Tajin group, have dinner alone at a fancy restaurant. For her, there was never a more nerve-wracking time than having that dinner with her father. She would only be able to chat with him then. He has never really done anything fatherly for her ever before. Indifferent, that's all she can say are her feelings for her father. The opposite of like is not dislike, but indifference. She is neither liked nor disliked by her father. That was a complex that was so deep inside my heart. That day, Kaori went to the place where her favorite person, Yuichi Shijimoto, was on a date. Even though it was a date, it wasn't me who was going on a date with Yuichi. That is where Yuichi went on his date with his girlfriend, Shiho Fuji's. Point of view, Kaori. At first I went to Yuichi's friend, Tsukasa Hisamura's house on Saturday. I was planning to hang out with them on Sunday as well. But something didn't feel right when I had met them at his place, so I decided to track them down the next day, and there I saw it. Yuichi wasn't going out with Hisamura. No, he was going out with Shiho Fuji's instead. Immediately, I thought about interfering with their date. But since Yuichi seemed to be the one who had asked her out, I started by silently watching their date unfold. Yuichi is very cool. In both elementary and junior high school, he was the object of the girls' adoration. However, he himself thinks that he isn't popular with girls since Kaori was the one shielding him from meek women who wanted to be with him. But this time around, it wasn't the girl that liked him, but rather, it was Yuichi himself liking the girl. It was a pattern that I had never seen happen before, which was extremely unnerving to me. I have always been operating under the impression that the only person who's worthy of Yuichi's affection is me. To keep other women away from him, I started a rumor that me and Yuichi had been friends since elementary school, were already dating, and were even fiancés. I almost died of the amount of embarrassment that I had felt while spreading them, but I still did it. But no matter what I did in the past, Yuichi still decided to go on a date with Shiho Fuji's. If it were the same me as yesterday, I would still be thinking, I definitely love Yuichi more than you, and would have interfered with his date as soon as I could. But I suddenly recalled what Yuichi had told me yesterday. Your parents will be worried if you're home late. Those words, the words that Yuichi had directed at me. The thing is, I don't have such parents in my life. I didn't have a father nor a mother. All I had was a big and lonely mansion. My father was always busy and never actually home, and even if he was home, he was always working in the office we had instead. We only meet each other at home once a year after all. I wondered if I, who hadn't received much love, really loved Yuichi. Then what exactly is the love that I have for Yuichi? Having grown up without truly knowing love at all, I was unsure of what my feelings for Yuichi actually were. Yuichi and Shiho Fuji's were on a date, and they seemed to be having fun the entire time. I wonder if I could make Yuichi give out such a cute and pure smile like she did. I couldn't figure it out, and I couldn't get it out of the way. At this rate, Yuichi and Fuji's will end up together after this date. But still, maybe it's all right. I muttered this to myself as I looked into the distance. I asked my Gramps to drive me here, and I've been keeping him around as company ever since noon. Even now, I had him go see where those two were going to be at the end of the day, and I was just waiting at a place where I could eat and relax with no issues. It's a little dark outside, but it's not pitch black due to the lights and illumination surrounding the area. As that was happening, I was waiting for Gramps to return. I heard footsteps behind me, so I hurriedly turned around. Gramps, you're late? Oh, Hisamura-kun. Good day, Tajin-san. I expected that Gramps would be the one to return to me, but I didn't expect to find Tsukasa Hisamura here instead. Of course, I was already aware that Tsukasa Hisamura and Sei Shimada had come to this amusement park. Perhaps the plan was that he was supposed to stop me if I tried to interfere with their date. There was no other reason for those two to come to this amusement park after all. Good day to you. So, why did you and Gramps come together to see me? Oh, if you were trying to stop me, you're safe now. I'm not going to bother them anymore. Why aren't you getting in the way? Didn't you like Yuichi? Well, I'm not exactly sure about that anymore. I certainly liked him, but I don't know if I really liked him. I wondered if I, who hadn't even received my father's love properly, would be able to properly show my love for Yuichi. Why are you giving up? Haven't you loved him since you were a kid? Yes, I did. I liked him, I guess. But I was thinking about it a lot, and I realized that maybe I didn't really like him after all. I see, so you were afraid. I suppose you could say that. Why did you get afraid? Weren't you the one who was saying that you liked Yuichi so much? I just got cold feet, that's all. Yuichi fell for another woman even though there was a woman like me beside him all this while. Oh, so you're admitting that you lost to her in the charm department then. What do you know about how I feel? Kaori had been looking in a different direction for a while now, but she finally decided to look at Hisamura's face properly for the first time. Hisamura's face was serious. How would I ever know about how you feel? We were both born and raised differently, and Tajin is the daughter of a major corporation. I have no idea how being someone like that would actually feel. Yeah, that's right. But you also don't know how I feel. What are you trying to say? You won't know how someone feels about you if you don't go and say it. That's why I keep telling Sechan that I like her, as well as telling Rink that she's cute. I really don't know what you're talking about right now. Huh, I didn't mean to talk so much. Hisamura looked down and sighed. That's why you don't even know how your father truly feels. What do you know about? I had never told anyone about the relationship between me and my father. I never mentioned this to Yuichi, not even once. That's not important right now. It's just that the Tajin-san right now wouldn't even know how your own father feels about you. Yeah, I don't know. Even if he doesn't put it into words, I could tell by his attitude. He neither likes nor hates me. That's why you were afraid, right? You have never received love, so you don't know if the love you're showing Yuichi is real love. What the hell are you? That's enough. Let's see for ourselves how much your father loves you. Huh? You want me to find out if my father loves me? I've had the answer to that question for over a decade now. And how can I be sure, you say? You have a phone. So call him up and ask if he loves you or not. What in the world are you saying? Just do it. That way you'll know if you're really getting enough love from him. Even if I called right now, my father wouldn't answer. It's not a matter of love or anything. It's just that he can't. My father is a very busy man, and his job requires him to work every minute, even the few tens of seconds from the time he wakes up and goes to bed, count for his job. He is the president of the Tajin Group, one of the largest corporations in the entire world. Kaori's father, the president of the company, was very busy and would never be able to take a phone call that just suddenly came out of nowhere. Just a few minutes of unscheduled phone calls can delay and break up a business deal worth hundreds of millions of yen. Just try it. If it doesn't go through, just use the excuse you're always busy at work. It's perfect for the Tajin-san, who used the excuse that Yuichi has no taste just because she lost to Fuji's in terms of charm. Fine, I'll go along with your charade. If I refuse now, the name Kaori Tajin will be tarnished. I pulled out my phone and tapped on the place labeled father on the smartphone. Tap again to call. But is this really okay? If he's in the middle of an important business meeting, even the slightest sound can be very annoying to him. And it was really this sudden, there was no way I was going to get out of this scot-free. What's the matter? Could it be that Kaori Tajin's getting impertus? I'm going to make you regret this even if it goes through or not. As she said this, Kaori tapped the screen again. The phone's electronic tone rang and echoed. Beep beep connected. I thought I'd heard Kaori wrong, but she was actually muttering to herself quietly. Hello, what's wrong, Kaori? She heard her father's voice, echoing from the other side of the cell. Chapter 31, Kaori and her father. Hello, what's wrong, Kaori? She heard her Atu-sama's voice, ringing from the other side of her phone. I hurriedly put the phone to my ear and answered. Oh, Atu-sama, sorry for calling you so suddenly. Oh, what a surprise. Why you didn't mind taking my call when you were so busy, were you? Where on earth would you find a father that doesn't answer his own daughter's phone calls? I tried to speak, but nothing came out of my mouth. Schedules are set in seconds, and even these few seconds of communication right now would have delayed his schedule significantly. But I didn't think that Atu-sama cared about me so much that he was willing to set that aside for me. So, what can I do for you? Oh, Zai. Oh yeah, the reason for the call. I glanced at Hisamura for a moment. I didn't expect for it to actually go through and hear something so embarrassing by him. But I felt bad about taking up Atu-sama's time, so I gathered up my courage and asked, "Oh, Atu-sama, I wanted to know if why you love me. Is that what this is about?" I couldn't speak, but this time it was for the exact opposite reason as before. After all, my father doesn't really care about me. Of course I love you. Hey, did you not hear me? Is the signal bad? Hey, change the signal in the building. I heard Atu-sama instructing someone nearby. And no, I heard you loud and clear. Really? That's good. So you really love me. It's natural for a father to love his daughter. I couldn't help but feel tears welling up in my eyes at those words. I've never felt so loved in my life. I've always acted like how I did, so I've never actually been told how he truly feels about me before. Is this really my father speaking? It's not fake, it's real, this love is real. Oh, Atu-sama. What's the matter, Kaori? Why are you crying? I'm sorry. Hey, did I do something wrong? Or did you get into some kind of trouble? Don't worry, I'm on my way to you now. Hey, cancel all plans for the rest of the day. Dinner with the President of the United States? I don't care, schedule it for later. W8, please wait. Atu-sama, I'm fine. Are you sure? You're not holding back, are you? Yes, I'm fine. I never dreamt that my father would care about me so much ever before. I've only had the impression that I was being treated with indifference for a long time. So everything was just a misunderstanding on my part. Good, speaking of which, what would you like for dinner next Saturday? I forgot about it until he mentioned it. No, I was deliberately avoiding it, but next Saturday was my once-in-a-month dinner with father. Every time we had dinner at a fancy restaurant or something, the Gramps would always ask, "It seems that the master wants to ask you about what you want to eat this time." Every time he asked, I would always answer him with anything is fine. But this is the first time I was asked directly like this. Well, is anything fine? Anything is fine. There's nothing I can't prepare for you. He's the president of the Tajin Group, a major corporation, so there really isn't anything in this world that he can't prepare. However, I don't want anything special from someone else. Just as a daughter, I'd like to try Atu-sama's homemade food. A homemade meal by me. Why, yes. Are you sure? We can go to any fancy restaurant if you want. No, I want to eat Atu-sama's homemade food. When I was a kid, I don't recall how young I was. There was a time when the company was not that big and the house was not very big as well. I remember eating the food that Atu-sama had cooked back then. I don't even remember what kind of food it was, but I do remember that it was really delicious. No matter how good a meal I had at a fancy restaurant, I still haven't forgotten how it tastes. I want to eat the same food as I did that time, but things are much different now than they were then. Now, as I said earlier, he schedules his appointments in seconds. With such a busy schedule, there was no way he would have time to cook just for me. Yeah, got it. I haven't made anything in a while, so I don't know if I can do it right, but I'll make it. Is it really okay? Of course. Well, I also have a favor to ask from you, is that all right? Why, yes, what is it? As far as I can remember, Atu-sama has rarely asked me to do anything for him. I wondered what kind of things he would ask me to do. I'd like to try some of the food that you make, if that's okay with you. Of course, I definitely want Atu-sama to eat it. Well, thank you. I'm looking forward to it. Why, yes, me too. I'm sorry, it's about time I cut the call. My secretary's looking at me like she's going to kill me. Of course, sorry for calling you out of the blue. No, it's okay. There was one last thing I wanted to say. Atu-sama. What is it? I love you too, Atu-sama. Oh yes, thank you. Why yes, see you at dinner. Yeah, look forward to it. With that, I hung up the phone. Chapter 32. Returning to Yuichi. After that conversation, I was stunned for a while. I wondered if the person I was talking to was really that father of mine. I had misunderstood and thought that he was indifferent towards me all this while. If you look at his attitude alone, that's right. Even if we were having a conversation right now, over there, he would probably be expressionless and wouldn't have any change in his expression at all. But when did you love me so much? So how'd it go? While I was in a daze, Hisamura suddenly spoke to me. Yes, I made this call at the behest of this man. I wondered if I was truly loved by my father. Didn't you figure that out from the phone call earlier? Yes, you're right, father loves me, he loves me. I shedded more tears. I was an idiot who worried about something that wasn't true all this time. All I had to do was to ask father once. If I had done that, I would have known that my father actually loved me so much, and I wouldn't have thought the opposite for so long. Well, from what you told me, it seems that your father is as bad as you are at expressing your feelings. Hey, you liked Yuichi all this time, but you can't convey it to him, right? That's because Yuichi is too insensitive. Fufu, well, that's one thing. But that's the same case for Tajin-san, no? Who was loved for 16 years but mistakenly thought that she wasn't for so long. You have a really good personality. I'll take that as a compliment. With that said, we both laughed at each other. So, what are you going to do now? Yuichi and Fuji's are already on their way to the place where supposedly lovers are supposed to be united for life if they confess there. It's decided, I'm going to stop them. No, I'll show you that I'm the only one worthy of being Yuichi Shijimoto's girlfriend. Fuji's has a definite advantage at the moment, though, right? There's no way I'm going to lose to a girl like her. I'll overtake her in an instant. Fufu, that's Kaori Tajin for you. I stood up and ran towards Tsukasa Hisamura. The confession spot was in the direction right behind him. Whilst passing by Hisamura, I said, "Thank you. One day I shall repay this debt." I said and ran. Thank you for that. I'm looking forward to seeing how a Tajin will repay her debt. I heard that from behind me after I passed Hisamura. When I ran a little further, I saw a woman running in this direction. I laughed and gave a few words before passing by her. You have a good boyfriend. Eh? She reacted immediately, but I didn't stop to respond to her. He's not my boyfriend yet. I heard that behind me, and the corners of my mouth raised even further. Still, how much time do I have left anymore? With that in mind, I ran as fast as I could to Yuichi and Fuji's. I arrived at the confession spot and looked around. There weren't many people here, so I quickly found Fuji's and Yuichi. The two of them were facing each other, exchanging nervous glances. Fuji's, I. Shijimoto-kun. The moment I heard that, I screamed. Yuichi. A's Kakiori. The shouting made Yuichi notice me immediately as he turned to look at me. Yuichi, of course, had a look of "Why are you here?" written all over his face. Fuji's had a very surprised look on her face as well. "Why are you here?" "Ha ha, give me a moment. Let me take a breath." She came right up to Yuichi, took a few seconds to catch her breath and looked up and said, "Yuichi Shijimoto, I have something to say to you." What is it? In the first place, why are you even here? For all this time, I love you. Hi. Kaori's sudden confession shocked both Yuichi and Fuji's. I've loved you since elementary school. I've always loved you for so long. You approached me when everyone kept their distance because I was the daughter of a rich man. I love the Yuichi that treated me like a normal girl. You were my first love. My feelings are still going strong to this day. Kakiori, wait. There were upperclassmen in elementary school that approached me telling me that Yuichi's face was getting cooler and cooler. I kept all of them away from you because I wanted to monopolize Yuichi. I wanted to keep Yuichi all to myself. They were only approaching Yuichi because of your face. No, Yuichi's face is also very cool and cute. I wouldn't be able to wake up if I didn't look at it first thing in the morning. Wait, Kaori, I can't keep up with this. Yuichi's face is as red as or even redder than Kaori's. Although Kaori's face is also red, she continues to shout. Even Fuji's, who was listening right next to them, had a blush on her cheeks. I've liked you all this time. No, it's not just like anymore. I love you. I love you from the bottom of my heart. I want all of Yuichi. I want to give you everything. I want to be messed up. Wait a minute, Kaori. You're talking about some pretty serious stuff. Something gave him a glimpse of Kaori fetishes, but she didn't stop speaking. I don't want you to be taken from me. I can't think of anyone else for me to marry but you, so Yuichi, please marry me. Kaori smiled broadly as she said this. Chapter 33, The Confession. Point of view. Third person. I don't want you to be taken from me. I can't think of anyone else for me to marry but you, so Yuichi, please marry me. Kaori smiled broadly as she said this. All three of them were different and unique, but the one thing they had in common currently was that all of their faces were completely red. Yuichi, choose me. I want to be happy with you. Stay by my side for the rest of my life. Kaori. Yuichi for the first time learnt that his childhood friend Kaori from elementary school held such feelings for him for a long time. It was extremely easy to notice for a normal person, but for the extremely dense Yuichi, he never really noticed it at all. But if you say it so clearly, even a fool could understand what was being told. He finally realized that Kaori really likes him, and that everything she ever did for him was out of love and to monopolize him as well. They were childhood friends who had been close for a long time. He always thought that they would always remain as friends their whole life. But what kind of man wouldn't have any thoughts after hearing about someone thinking about him so sincerely and passionately? Wait a minute. Shiho Fuji's, who had been on a date with him the whole day, decided to speak up. I also like Shijimoto-kun. Yuichi didn't know about Fuji's feelings because she hadn't confessed to him yet. He didn't expect that Fuji's, who was the person he had liked and was going to confess to today, would confess to him in reverse too. We just met in high school, so I haven't known you as long as Tajin-san. But you're my first love too. I also love Shijimoto-kun. Wait a minute. We were in the same class in our first year. You probably don't remember this, but you helped me out when I was getting picked up by a stranger. When? In junior high school. I was being picked up by an adult, and I was feeling very scared. But Shijimoto-kun was the one who helped me. I feel like that situation did happen at some point. I regretted not being able to ask your name at that time, but I was really happy to see you again in high school. Apparently, Yuichi had been helping and generating flags for Shiho Fuji's ever since junior high school, entirely unbeknownst to the person himself. When I started talking to you in high school, I started liking you more and more. It was the first time I ever had the thought, I want to date someone like him. Fuji's. I love your kindness, Shijimoto. I love how childish you are. I love how scared Shijimoto-kun was at the haunted house today. I want to torment Shijimoto-kun so badly. Wait, isn't Fuji's also saying something crazy? Just like Tajin, something gave him a little glimpse of Fuji's fetishes. That's why, please go out with me. Fuji's declared, her face turning bright red. Yuichi, marry me. I'm definitely more suited for you than Fuji-san. I won't lose to Tajin-san. Shijimoto-kun, choose me. Wait a minute. What guy wouldn't be bewildered by the sudden confession of two girls? One of whom he has known since childhood and was very close to, and the other of whom he had fallen in love with after entering high school. I have bigger breasts than Fuji-san. I also have a firm neckline, and my skin feels good to the touch because I go to the finest beauty salons. Kakyori, what are you saying? I've got a C cup too. I'm more slender than Tajin, and I think I'm much more comfortable to hold. Fuji's, calm down. You're getting embarrassed and you're dropping your honorifics. My Fuji-san, you don't understand. Yuichi likes bonkyu bon types like me. It's evident from the history of the porn videos he watches. Hold up, how did you know about that? It's a misunderstanding. Fuji's. Yuichi, who almost exposed himself, desperately tried to make excuses to Fuji's misunderstanding, which isn't really a misunderstanding to say the least. You don't understand, Tajin-san. Shijimoto-kun is the type of guy who likes to be tormented, as I found out today's date. I'm sure Tajin-san, who likes to be tormented instead, won't be able to satisfy his needs. Hold up. Fuji's, what are you saying? There was another revelation about Yuichi's sexual fetishes as seen from another angle. I can't deny that after looking at Yuichi's browser history. Hey, stop it, please deny it for God's sake. If you say something like that, it would really make me sound like I'm an M. Fuji's and Kaori had already revealed their feelings, but Yuichi was in the worst position because he got his fetishes exposed by both sides. That's why I deserve to be Shijimoto-kun's girlfriend. No, it's me. Kaori Tajin is the one who deserves to be Yuichi Shijimoto's girlfriend and marriage partner. You're the kind of girl who would break up with him after about 3 months of dating anyway. If that be the case, it would be better if I go out with him from the start instead. And no, that's not true. If I go out with Shijimoto-kun, I'll go out with him for years and years, and eventually get married to him too. Wait a minute, both of you. I'm not mature enough to be ready to go that far in the future. Fuji and Kaori were facing each other, arguing vehemently about who should go out with Yuichi, while poor Yuichi was in the middle of them, trying to stop them all by himself. Then both Fuji and Kaori simultaneously turned towards him. Yuichi, I love you, please marry me. Shijimoto-kun, I love you, please go out with me. What man wouldn't be happy to be confessed to like that by two beautiful girls? However, there will also be no men that wouldn't be troubled in this situation. One was a girl he grew up with and was very close to, a girl who loves him and tried to monopolize him, a girl who was a little too affectionate but is extremely pretty. The other girl was a girl he fell in love with when he entered high school. She was so fun to talk to and extremely soothing, his ideal girl. Both of these girls are very important to Yuichi, and he doesn't want to hurt either of them, but he can't go out with both of them either. Which one is it, Yuichi? Shijimoto-kun. You want an end. He was thinking so hard that at this rate, steam would pop out of his head. No, seriously, steam is really blowing out of his head right now. Suddenly, with so many things going on, his brain couldn't handle the information overload, and his brain got a flat tire and short-circuited before he could say another word. With that, Yuichi fainted and collapsed. Yuichi. Shishi are you okay? The two of them support the fallen Yuichi, but it seems that they won't be able to hear Yuichi's answer right now. Chapter 34. In the Shadow of Shiraba. I can't believe he fainted. He's definitely the protagonist of a romantic comedy manga. I watched the exchange between the three of them, which had turned into a shouting match halfway through. The three of them were shouting quite loudly, so it was pretty easy to hear them even from this distance. However, I'm feeling very jealous and sympathetic towards Yuichi over there. I'm jealous over the fact that he has two beautiful girls confessing to him at the same time. But I'm also feeling sorry for him, as a man, for getting his fetishes revealed out loud to the public. I don't have any specific fetishes to be revealed, so I guess I'm okay in that department. Yes, it's true. What makes you think otherwise? But anyways, I didn't expect this situation to happen. Of course, in the original story, those two never confessed to Yuichi at such a place at all. Because after a confession like that, the story would have probably ended already. Fuji's and Yuichi's date should end with only Tajin-san interfering with them. The story would go on, and after many hardships those two would finally confess to Yuichi. Such a situation wasn't present even in the original story. No, Tajin-san's feelings for him were pretty obvious. However, neither of them actually managed to make a firm confession towards him. But instead, those two have already confessed to him here and now. Moreover, Yuichi was actually supposed to resolve the rift between Tajin-san and her father. In the heat of the moment, I decided to do it myself. Because if I didn't do it, Tajin-san wouldn't budge from there at all. I'm sorry, Sechan. I called out to Sechan, who was smiling next to me as we watched the exchange between the three of them together. For what? No, I was probably the one that interrupted Yuichi and Fuji's date the most. Sechan didn't want Tajin-san to interfere with Fuji's and Yuichi's date. If I hadn't done what I did, Tajin-san wouldn't have interfered with them, and Fuji's and Yuichi would have made it through the date and gone out as a result. It was all because I decided to support Tajin-san in the end. I'm so sorry. Fufu, so you can make that kind of face too. When I looked down and apologized, Sechan gave me a gentle smile in return. I'm fine, but let me ask you this. Who would you prefer Yuichi to go out with, Shiho or Tajin-san? Of course that's not for me or Sechan to decide, but it's for Yuichi alone to think about. Yeah, I guess so. But judging from what you just said, do you want Shijimoto to go out with Tajin? No, as for me, I really don't care either way. But I want Yuichi to take a good look at both of them before making his choice. What do you mean by that? I knew that Tajin-san liked Yuichi. Any normal person would have noticed that, but Yuichi himself didn't. Well, if it was that obvious, anyone would have noticed such a thing. Yeah, I find it sad that everyone but the man in question had noticed Tajin-san's feelings. That's true. To be honest, I have no clue how he didn't notice. That guy, that's what I call a dense protagonist in a romantic comedy manga. That's why I decided to help her there. I wanted to be an ally until Tajin-san's feelings were fully conveyed to Yuichi. I see. So, I won't be taking Tajin-san's side anymore. I probably won't be siding with Fuji-san either. So you didn't have any intention to stop Tajin-san from interfering today. Ooh, I'm really sorry. I was really bothered about it, but frankly, yes. To be honest, I knew that neither me nor Sechan would actually be able to stop Kaori Tajin from interfering with them. Even if we tried our best efforts, it would be futile in the end. That's why I wasn't really motivated to stop her like Sechan was. Huh? Well, I understand that you did it out of consideration for Shijimoto and Tajin-san, but if you didn't want to stop Tajin-san from interfering with them, shouldn't you have just stopped me from going to the amusement park in the first place? That's true, but I came here because I was attracted to the idea of an amusement park date with Sechan. Wha. Is that so? To be honest, if it had only been for Yuichi's request, I would never have really come to this amusement park. When I heard that Sechan was going to be going to the amusement park for Fuji's sake, I couldn't let her do it alone, so I decided to come too. Well, when I realized that I was basically going to be going on a date with Sechan, my motivation to stop Tajin-san really plummeted. I'm really sorry, even though Sechan was working so hard for Fuji's sake. And no, it's fine. I didn't do anything particular at the amusement park anyways. In addition, when I heard of Tajin-san's familial problems, I would have chosen not to stop her too. I think we both would have picked the same choice. Thank you. I really like Sechan. She's so kind and cool when she's like this. Perhaps the phone call earlier had cleared up most of the rift between Tajin-san and her father. It's all thanks to my knowledge of the original story. Tajin-san's father is a man who truly cares for his daughter. The president of one of the world's largest companies and an extremely busy man decides to take time to have dinner with his daughter at least once a month. If he actually didn't care about his daughter and was truly all about work, he wouldn't have even taken the time to do such a thing. Moreover, the phone call earlier, from my point of view, was a gamble as to whether he would answer it or not. But I knew there was a good chance that he would answer it. Because Kaori Tajin's father has several smartphones, but he only has one private phone. And there were only 2 contacts on that phone. Those 2 contacts were Kaori Tajin and his late wife. He always has a phone ready with only those 2 contacts on it. In other words, when that phone rings, it would definitely be his beloved daughter calling. I believed that the father I had seen in the original story, who loved Kaori Tajin from the bottom of his heart, would definitely appear at such a moment. And the final result was great. When Tajin-san was on the phone with her father, I could hear her father's voice from the distance I was at as well. Seriously, I was about to cry too. I was really surprised, because I didn't expect one of the most famous scenes in the original story to be performed right in front of me. I had to desperately hold back my tears from flowing. I wonder who Shijimoto will choose to go out with. Well, it doesn't seem like they'll get their answer today anyways. Those 2 will probably continue to attack Yuichi in the future. I wonder if he'll ever be able to choose properly. Personally, I would like for him to choose my best friend Shiho, but I guess we'll just have to wait for Shijimoto to make his choice. You're right. They'll probably continue to attack Yuichi in the future too. It's just the matter of who'll be able to win over him first. Both of them emphasized their love to him when they confessed after all. Yeah. My words suddenly made Sechan blush. I wonder why. Oh. Well, the confession they made just now did reveal the fetishes of the trio. They were talking a lot about who was the aggressor and who was the receiver. No, Yuichi himself didn't say a word, but it's a pity that he was the one whose fetishes were exposed the most. Sechan has very little tolerance towards that kind of naughty talk. However, in the original work, I think she was portrayed as not very tolerant towards it, but curious instead. Yeah, let's not do that. If I think about it anymore, there's a possibility that I'll get another nosebleed. SOW, which one are you? What? NOT that, it's nothing. She seemed to have wanted to ask me something but stopped midway. I wonder what she wants to ask me, but I don't want to be nosy, so I won't pursue it any further. Chapter 35, once again. Oh, I'm sorry for interrupting you just now. What did you want to say when I went to find Tajin-san just now? Well, it's well, you know, I was just going to say that we should hurry and follow them sooner. I see, I'm sorry. I just ran off without listening to you at all. Nah, it's fine. I mean, you're here with me in the end after all. The fact that I'm watching the three of them having a shiraba currently means that both me and Sechan were here to see this beautiful illuminated place. The illumination was like a field of flowers, so beautiful. It's beautiful. Yeah, it really is. For a while, me and Sechan just stood there admiring the beauty of the illuminations silently. But to be honest, I was actually just staring at Sechan's face the whole time as she looked at the illumination. Looking from the side, I could see Sechan's face lit up by the light. It was so beautiful. I found it more worthwhile to stare at her looking at the illumination rather than actually seeing the park's illuminations myself. What is it, Hisamura? Why were you staring at me all this time? As expected, after staring at her for a few minutes, she managed to notice me, and thus she shyly asked me in return. Fufu, sorry, I was just admiring Sechan. What? Why, you're such a... Sechan's face was dyed red again, but as expected, she was a little used to it by now, so she was less upset than usual. But it was too cute to see her glancing at me once in a while still trying to look at the illumination again. Sechan, can I say it again one more time right here? What are you doing? We were looking at the illuminations together, but I once again turned towards Sechan. Sechan was also nervous, but she still turned towards me. Sechan's eyes pierced through mine. I was so nervous that my legs were shaking. I confessed my feelings to Sechan before, in the classroom right after school. But to tell you the truth, I was only able to do that because I thought I was dreaming at that time. I didn't actually expect to be thrown into the world of the manga, so I assumed that I was just dreaming, and so I just shouted out my love for Sechan. But now, I realized it was real and that I was actually standing right before my beloved Sechan. It's not like I was randomly shouting out my love for her now. It's not the same as when I was reading a manga. This is not the character, Sei Shimada. This is Sei Shimada, a real person living the life of a real girl. This is going to be a serious confession by me, from Tsukasa Hisamura to Sei Shimada. Sechan, I love you. I like the kind Sechan who hides her feelings for her friend and silently supports her in the background. But I don't like the Sechan who hides everything she goes through and keeps it all to herself. I want to be someone who can truly support Sechan and make her happy. I was extremely embarrassed, but I managed to say it straight into Sechan's eyes. Sechan was also looking at me with moist eyes. I like the Sechan who looks cool and dashing. I like the Sechan who acts shy and gets red easily. I like the Sechan who smiles so happily after she eats or drinks something sweet. I've got to know you a lot better than when I first confessed, and I fell even harder for you. I love you, Sechan. Please go out with me. I got my point through to the end. My heart's beating so loudly right now, it feels like it's going to jump right out of my mouth. Sechan listened to my words of confession quietly, her face turning red in the process, but she never once looked away from me. All I should do is wait for her reply. Sechan had been staring into my eyes for a long time, but after a moment of shyly looking away, our gazes connected once more. Thank you. I'm very, very happy. Your previous confession came out of nowhere, and I guess I was just too flustered to tell you, but I was really happy then too. During that time, Sechan was so flustered, she immediately ran away from me. But that's just because I confessed to her out of the blue, and I did think I was dreaming, so I was begging her to answer me immediately so that I could know what she thought of me before I woke up. Did you care about what happened back then too? I also had a lot of fun playing and talking with you today, when we went to the cafe. I got to interact with you in so many different ways, and I got to know more of you too. The date, this was my first time being on an actual date. It was a ton of fun. Sechan said so very shyly. She looked away from me several times in between, but every time she did speak, she made sure she looked me firmly in the eyes before she said a word. No, it's not just that. It's not just that having dates on its own is fun. It's that being with you, Hisamura, is fun. It's fun to go on dates with you. What man wouldn't be happy to hear such a thing from the woman he loves? My heart skips an extra beat, not only due to me being nervous, but it's because I'm expecting it to beat even faster soon. I know there's still a lot we don't actually know about each other yet, and my feelings for Hisamura may not be as strong as you feel for me yet, but I'm not going to lie about my feelings for you anymore. So that's why I'll be doing my best to catch up with you. Sechan looks up at me with moist eyes and declares, if you're okay with me, I'll be in your care. I couldn't breathe for a moment. I'm not mishearing her, am I? Really? Why, you'll go out with me. Yeah, if you're okay with me. Because you're Sechan, I'd love to go out with you. Yeah. See, seriously. Sechan is going to be my girlfriend. Ooh, don't say it out loud. Sechan squirmed around and looked extremely embarrassed as she slumped down. I'm going to go out with this cute girl, Sechan. I loved you before I even came to this world, and I love you even more after I came to this world. I'm so happy I'm going to die. Koo, you say stuff like that too much. No, I'm really RELLLYYYYY dying to be able to go out with Sechan. I was looking up with my hands covering my face when I felt a slight tug on the hem of my jacket. I removed my hands and looked down to see Sechan come a little closer to me than before. She was right in my bosom, tugging at the hem of my jacket with her fingers. Don't say you're going to die. You will make me happy, won't you? Let's get married. Huh? Oh, I made a mistake. Wait, no, I didn't. As far as I'm concerned, I'd like to get married for real. If you're bold enough to say you'll make them happy for life, you'll definitely have to think that far ahead. Well, I can't answer that yet, but I'll let you know how it goes. You understood. Sechan was so cute that I couldn't help but use polite language when she responded to my spur-of-the-moment words. She's taking them so seriously. My girlfriend is just too cute for me. Sechan really became my girlfriend. I'm so happy I'm seriously dying. Wait, no, I'm not dying. I'll definitely live and make Sechan happy. Sechan grabbed a bit of the hem of my clothes, and she's so close to me right now. If either of us took another half step forward, our bodies would definitely hit each other. Perhaps Sechan also lost track of time, but she kept glancing up at me, looked down, and then immediately started glancing up at me again. I want to hug her so badly. Can I, hug you? Sure. Please excuse me. After getting permission, I put my trembling arms around Say's back and gently hugged her. The moment she hugged me, she let out a sigh of contentment, and then she, too, put her arms around my back. I'm hugging Sechan right now. It was very warm and soft. I just want to hold her forever and ever. But I still couldn't muster up the courage to hug her with just enough strength to put my arms around her back. Suddenly, Sechan put all her strength into the arm around my back and started hugging me tightly. See, Sechan. Why, you hold on to me a little tighter, too. Man, too cute. I did as I was told and put my arms around her back and hugged her tightly. HNNG. A more lustrous sound came out. I can't take it anymore. Sechan, I'm sorry, I got a nosebleed. I stopped hugging Sechan, covered the blood dripping from my nose with my hand, and moved away so that it wouldn't get on her. Sechan also hurried away and pulled out a tissue from her bag. Why did you suddenly get a nosebleed? Sechan was too cute. I got a little excited. Why, you're going to have to get used to this. If not, we won't be able to go further. Wait, and no, it's nothing. Is Sechan trying to make me pass out like Yuichi over there? No, of course not. At any rate, I need some more tissues. What you just said made me bleed even more. Hey, is your body really okay? I'm sure it's fine. It probably won't kill me. There was a guy who almost died from nosebleeds, but I think mine is not as bad. I'll be fine. It ended on a boring tone, but that's how I got together with Sechan. I know I keep saying this, but I'm so happy that I'm dying, and I truly want to make Sechan happy without dying. Chapter 36. The day after we got together. The next day, after we had an amusement park date. After my successful confession, we left the park normally. No, I guess it's not normal, huh? Me and Sechan went home, hand in hand. Man, I was really nervous. I think I was more nervous holding hands with her than when I was actually hugging her. When we hugged, it was mostly a spur-of-the-moment thing, but when we held hands, we were both aware of it and were a bit fearful. It wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing like the hug. The touch of Sechan's small, soft hands is still unforgettable even after a day has passed. Or rather, I might never forget everything that happened yesterday. I was shocked at how cute she was dressed when I first met her, and we both enjoyed the attractions together too. No, don't remind me of the haunted house, me. I guess I'm really going out with Sechan then, huh? The corner of my mouth twitched up. Oni-chan, why are you smiling while eating breakfast? I'm just reminiscing about past events. I see. Right in front of me was my sister, Rink, who was eating breakfast with me. Thanks again for the breakfast, it's delicious as always. MMMs. When I said that, Rink stopped eating for a moment, but she responded appropriately and started eating again. But is it my imagination, or are her ears turning a little red right now? I made a bento, too. It's leftovers from last night's dinner. Thanks, last night means meat and potatoes. I'm glad, I really liked it. Yeah, I knew it wasn't my imagination. Now your cheeks are red too. Rink was trying to hide it, but her attempts were so cute that it made my cheeks relax. After we finished eating, Rink and I each went back to our rooms to get ready for school. Today is Monday, so it's a normal school day for us. Speaking of which, yesterday I spoke to Sechan about what should we tell everyone and don't tell anyone at school that we're dating. I was told. I think it's a student thing, but I think there are many couples who announce that they're dating, and there are also some couples who hide that they're dating. Maybe each of us has our own reasons and so on, but the reason why Sei wants to hide it is, I'd be very embarrassed if people knew about it. And that's that. When she told me that, she looked so cute again that I thought my heart would burst out of cuteness. If I were to go out with Sei-chan, I really might die someday, just like in a manga, with the description of my heart exploding with happiness. Let's try not to do that, okay? What? Thinking about this, I changed into my uniform and left the room. Let's go, Oni-chan. Okay, let's go. Both me and Rink will ride on my bike to school today. Rink and I went downstairs from the second floor to the first floor, changed our shoes at the entrance, and just before we left the door. Did you pack the bento? Yeah, I got it. Thanks. So Oni-chan, how was your date yesterday? Yeah, it was fun. I see, so are you going out? Rink said this, looking at me with a worried expression on her face. Apparently Rink was worried that I might have gotten dumped on the date. Well, it would be a little awkward for a sister if her brother was rejected, wouldn't it? Sei-chan told me not to tell anyone else, but it's okay to at least tell my sister about it, right? Rink isn't really the type of person who talks to other people either. Yeah, we've got a firm relationship now, don't worry. That's good. Why did she get more depressed so suddenly? What? Could it be, Rink, you wanted me to get rejected? Did she really have that bad of a character in the series? As an Oni-chan, I can't help but feel a little shocked at this revelation. That's good, Oni-chan confessed to her, didn't he? Did I ever tell Rink about it? Yesterday, after my brother went out on a date, I asked Shijimoto-san. Yuichi. Oh right, Yuichi was still at home yesterday, after I left. But he left yesterday without defeating Gaki-kun, even though I ordered him to. Note, Gaki-kun refers to the cockroach. Last night I was in a really good mood, but then all of a sudden I saw Gaki-kun busy in my room, and then I felt horrible. I beat him this time, but I was so scared back then. Is your girlfriend cute? Yeah, of course, she's insanely cute. If anyone says that Sei-chan isn't cute, I'm going to kick their ass. Who's cuter, me or her? Rink's question came out of the blue, so I responded to her, with a confused tone. When I turned to look at Rink, her cheeks were even redder than when she was eating breakfast with me. And no, it's nothing. Come on, Oni-chan, let's go. Rink became embarrassed and ran out the door, leaving me behind. I had no idea why Rink suddenly asked me that. I mean, I don't see the point in her getting out the front door first, since we're going to be going on a bike ride together anyways. I walked out the front door and went to where my bike was and found Rink already seated on the back of it. And now, pretend I didn't ask you that question earlier. Let's go, Oni-chan. Haha, got it. What are you laughing at? No, I just thought that Rink was cute. Baka Oni-chan. As I stride over to my bike, Rink slapped me on the back as if to hide her embarrassment from this situation. I took it in stride and began to pedal my bike. Chapter 37, First Meeting. I pedaled my bike for about 10 minutes. Just before arriving at my usual place, where I drop off Rink before school, I heard some sound calling towards me. Hi, Samura. Sei-chan. I turned around when I heard my name called and saw Sei-chan standing there. When I came to a sudden stop, the unaware Rink hit her head on my back. Ouch. Oh, I'm sorry, Rink, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, but who is she? Sei Shimada, my girlfriend. Oh, so that's her. Rink said with a hint of interest present in her voice, and looked at Sechan curiously. Well, I guess she's a little curious about her brother's girlfriend. I stopped my bike, and Sechan came up to me. Gee, good morning, Hisamura. Yuan, good morning, Sechan. Is this your sister that you had mentioned before, Hisamura? Yep. Rink gets off the back of the bike and stands in front of Sechan. Nice to meet you, I'm Rink. Oh, nice to meet you, I'm Sei Shimada. You're my Oni-chan's girlfriend, right? Hi Hisamura D, did you tell Rink-san? Ah, well, I'm sorry, but I told her about it. I see. WL, it's normal to tell your sister about it, I guess. Oh, once again, I'm your brother's girlfriend. Sechan, stop it. You're gonna make me die of agony in broad daylight at this rate. Ah well, Oni-chan is always indebted to you. No, it's my pleasure. Your brother's always been good to me. My position right now is kinda embarrassing. I never expected that the girlfriend I had just got yesterday would be greeting my sister immediately today. But just like Hisamura mentioned in the past, Rink-san is really cute. My brother says these kinds of things outside as well. Yeah, he said he was proud of you often. Oni-chan, don't say these kinds of things outside. I'm just saying what I really think though. Don't say that. Fufu, well you are indeed very cute. Sechan also smiled and complimented Rink. Shishimada-sen don't join in please. Then call me by my first name, say. It's weird to have Hisamura's sister call me by my surname. Then I'll be calling you that. Sei-san. Got it, Rink. With that, Sechan and Rink quickly became friends. It's nice to see that happen. They didn't have that much contact in the original story, so I was a little worried about how well they'd mesh together. I guess they mesh pretty well after all. Speaking of which, why don't you call Oni-chan by his first name? Sei-san. It's well. Sei-chan's cheeks blush brightly, and she glances at me nervously. Oni-chan calls you by your first name with A-chan, and you call him by his last name. Oh well, yes. Rink asked a very surprising question. I was also a little concerned about the way Sechan called me. I would be happier if she called me by my first name instead of my last name, of course. I'll call you by your first name S, someday S, so please wait. I understand, she said with a slight upward glance, which made me willing to wait for decades for her to say it. But one day, when we share the same last name, we'll wait. No, let's not have this fantasy. I'll die of happiness if I continue. Oni-chan, Sei-san, can you two not flirt in front of me? Rink said whilst giving me a cold look. We're not flirting. I don't know how you can say that you aren't flirting with each other. I don't think we were flirting though. Is that so? Apparently both Rink and Sechan have different standards for what flirting means to them. I thought that was a little flirtatious too, just now. But well, it seems that it wasn't really flirting according to Sechan's standards. In other words, when Sechan really tries to flirt with me, it would be much more intense than this. Shit, I'm starting to look forward to it very badly. Oh yeah, Sechan, this is the first time I've seen you come here. What's up? This is the street where we parted ways when we went to a cafe after school. This is not the usual road that Sechan would take to come to school. Ah, that's because I thought that I would be able to meet Hisamura if I waited here. Sechan, your cuteness is piercing the clouds right now. Stop it. Why, you're embarrassing me. This is flirting, isn't it? I didn't mean to flirt just now. I think the current situation was all because of Sechan's cuteness. Well then, Sechan, do you want to go to school with me? WL, I was planning to, but you're going to go on bike with Rink, weren't you? That's right, I'm riding my bike with Rink currently. Well, if that's the case, I guess I should just push my bike and walk with the two of the. Then I'll ride the bike alone. Rink then straddled on to the bike I had been supporting her on. I'm going to ride the bike ahead, so you two take your time. You sure, Rink? It's okay. Besides, I feel like I'm going to throw up sugar if I'm around you two all the time. Rink, could you be sick? Are you okay? Sechan took Rink's words literally and approached her looking very worried. I never heard of a sugar vomiting disease. Is it something dangerous? No, Sechan. Spitting out sugar is kind of like a metaphor. It's just that the air between you two is so sweet that it might produce sugar in my system. What do you mean sweet air? It seems that Sechan has a surprisingly innocent side. Well, I'll be on my way. Thank you, Rink. Rink started pedaling towards the school. Thank you, Rink. Let's talk together again sometime. Why, yeah. When Sechan gave a very cool smile, Rink responded with a slight blush on her cheeks. Then, as if to escape from the situation, Rink pedaled her bike even faster than before. It seemed that her face was kinda red. Did she catch a cold? Is Rink being overworked? No, she's probably fine. It's Sechan's fault though. It's my fault, why? Sechan, don't let my whole family down, okay? What do you mean by that? Come to think of it, in the original story, Sechan was a good-looking character that the girls had liked as well. Now that I look at it, that makes a lot of sense. Chapter 38, Going to School Together. Anyway, we should get going or we'll be late, so let's go. Why yeah, I guess so. Then we slowly started walking to school together. The distance between us is clearly smaller than on the way home from the previous after-school cafe date. If I moved my hand just a little bit more, it would have hit Sechan's hand. No, both of them probably want to do so. Sechan, can I hold your hand? Okay. She agreed to it, so I grasped Sechan's left hand with my right. Don't grab it so suddenly, you scared me. You said it was okay though. I was going to continue. It's okay to hold hands, but it's embarrassing to be seen by people. So please let go when we reach a place full of students. Well, I guess I have about 5 minutes then. I will cherish these 5 minutes very much. Sechan's hands were very soft and warm. I really just want to hold her hand forever. But then once my hand begins to sweat, it would be really bad. No, what if it already began? Is it okay? I hope she's okay with it. Sechan, are you fine with sweaty hands? Sorry, my hands are probably sweaty. No, I meant mine. I phrased it badly and gave her the wrong idea. No, it's fine. I think my hands are a bit sweaty too. Sechan's sweat isn't dirty, so it's fine. No, sweat is dirty no matter whose it is. Sechan's sweat doesn't bother me at all. No, I'm rather curious about the opposite of it though. Like what does it smell like? But I'll never tell her, she'll think that I'm a pervert. For a while we just walked together in silence. It was probably because we were both still a little embarrassed about this situation. We held hands yesterday, but can we go a little further than that today? Sechan, can I hold your hand again? Sure. I got her approval again, so we let go of each other's hands at once, and then quickly joined hands together again. This time, our fingers intertwined with each other. This is what we call a lover's touch. This one is much more intimate than normal hand-holding. As the name suggests, it is more loverly-like. We were both even more embarrassed than before, and we became even more silent after doing that. The air was pretty awkward, but I was really happy. I hope that Sechan is feeling as happy as I am, but I doubt that was the case. And after a few minutes, when there were quite a number of students around us, we stopped holding hands. As for me, I wanted to hold hands with Sechan for just a little bit longer, but I guess I can understand her feeling of embarrassment. She doesn't want to reveal the fact that we're dating at school. Well, it was a situation of a man and a woman going to school alone, but if they weren't holding hands, they wouldn't attract that much attention from others. It's not like others care about where we came from after all. It's not unusual for a man and a woman who are good friends to bump into each other on the street on their way to school. Oh, by the way, did you tell Fuji that we got together? Yeah, I told Shiho when I called you last night. As expected of your best friend. Did you tell Shijimoto about it? I wonder if he's ready yet. He's been nursed by Tajin-san ever since he fainted yesterday. Oh yeah. Yesterday, he was confessed by both Tajin-san and Fuji's, and so he fainted after he was so confused at that rapid development. I heard that Tajin-san, who overreacted when he fainted, nursed him through various medical examinations using the latest medical equipment in the country. Well, in my opinion, it was pretty overkill. If steam came out of a person's head and then they immediately faint afterwards, you'd be very worried about that person. Well, this is the manga world, I guess, so that sort of situation happens sometimes, but if this were the real world, you would usually be dead almost immediately. At any rate, they did a lot of tests and found that there was nothing wrong with him after all. Well, it's probably for the best that nothing happened to him. Yuichi will probably come to school as usual now onwards. Yuichi has already received confessions from both Tajin-san and Fuji's. From now on, things will start to unfold in a direction that I don't know about anymore. It's in a direction that wasn't part of the original story after all. From now on, I'll just keep an eye on Yuichi and his love affairs with those two. I'm his best friend, so I guess I'll have to help him out once in a while. Don't talk about us dating at school, okay? Yeah, I know. That's fine, but Shijimoto is going to be asking a lot of questions about it, that guy. Ah, well, he's just that kind of a person. He's the kind of guy who will ask you about things you want to keep to yourself in public, without any ill will. Well, worst case scenario, I'll just punch him and shut him up. I savored the very happy moment of going to school alone with Sechan, and then we finally arrived at the school. Sechan and I are in the same class, so we just walked straight into the same classroom. Good morning, Sechan. Good morning, Hisamura-kun. Ashiho, good morning. Morning. Fuji, who was near the class door, saw us and greeted us. Fufu, you two came to school together. Fuji said that probably because we had both come into the classroom together. And no, we just happened to meet there. Right. Hisamura. Yeah, we just happened to meet. Fufu, I see. Oh oi, come on, Shiho, you know the truth. Sechan started talking to Fuji in a very quiet voice. I'm nearby though, so I could hear it just fine. I know. Because yesterday, Sechan was busy asking me for advice. Don't say that here, if anyone hears you. Don't worry, no one here can hear you at this distance. Fuji said and glanced at me. That woman, she knows I can hear her clearly, but she's still talking to Sechan as if I can't. Sechan seems to think that I can't hear her at all though. You were wondering if you should send a message to Hisamura-kun to meet up on RINE so that you could go to school together. No. Why yeah. You said that's what you wanted to do when you start dating. WL that was. I really want to go to school with you every day too. I'm so glad that you feel the same way. I mean, she talked to Fuji about that just last night. She's too cute for me, isn't she? SHH, Shiho, you never know who's listening. Fufu, okay. I'll keep it a secret that Sechan wants to wear matching clothing with her partner whenever she starts dating. Don't say it out here. When Sechan said that, her gaze locked with mine. Sechan's face was stained red. Her cheeks were turning red just like an apple. Hi Hisamura, did you hear what we just talked about? And no, I didn't hear a thing. Really? You're really telling the truth, right? Can we get matching rings on the way home? So you did hear US. After that, I received an angry Sechan with a red face. Why is she angry at me instead of Fuji's? In the meantime, I need to prepare a ring with my 3 months' salary quickly. Chapter 39, High School Life in the Future. After that, I went to class as usual, and then after a while it was lunchtime. Yo, Yuichi. As usual, I ate with him right next to the window seat. I sat at the front while Yuichi sat at the back as we ate lunch. Oh, Tsukasa, thanks for yesterday. I never got to see you at the amusement park, but you were watching over mine and Fuji's date, right? Yeah. Come to think of it, I hadn't told Yuichi that it was my fault that Tajin-san showed up at the end. As we ate lunch, I explained what had happened to him. I didn't know that. I'm sorry, I was just trying to help her out. No, it's okay. I'm glad I got to hear Kaori's real feelings. Explode. Why? Think about the situation calmly. A person was confessed by his childhood friend to, at the same time, by a beautiful girl with an hourglass figure, as well as a girl that's super popular with the boys in school. What would you do to him in such a situation? Stab him at the back in the middle of the night. You understand, so be careful at night now onwards. Wait a minute, it's a joke. You won't stab me in the back, right? It's normal to be jealous at this. That's right, so when you're walking down the street at night, watch your back. I was just kidding. I will kill anyone who tries to stab Yuichi in the back, so don't worry. You can walk with me safely at night. As Yuichi and I were talking, we heard a woman's voice coming from right beside us. We both looked up at the same time, and of course, there was Kaori Tajin standing proudly. Good day, Yuichi Hisamura-kun. Why Kaori? Good day, Tajin-san. I wonder if Tajin-san has a technique to eliminate her presence or something. I hadn't noticed her presence at all until she called out to us. She looks so much more radiant than she did yesterday when she was deciding to not go and interrupt their date. Just as she walked into this classroom, most of the eyes in the room began falling on us. Yuichi, I made lunch for you today. You'll eat it, won't you? What, seriously? Kaori, you can cook. Of course, there's nothing I can't do for you. I'm sure that in the original story, Tajin-san's cooking skills were on the level of a professional chef. Yuichi took the lunchbox and opened it to find a very tasty-looking array of dishes waiting to be gobbled up. Oh, amazing. Fufu, eat lots, okay? I made it all for Yuichi after all. I can totally eat a lot of this. Oh, so Tajin-san is going to come to this class tomorrow and eat with us too. Yes, I will. Am I interrupting anything? And no, it's fine. I didn't think Tajin-san was going to go so far for him. It was probably a strategy to try and grab Yuichi by the stomach. On that note, Yuichi's other potential romantic partner is. What should I do, Sechan? Should I go make lunch for him too? No, first of all, in Shiho's case, I think she needs to practice how to make lunch. Fuji's looked over here with an alarmed look, while Sechan looked a little pale. Yes, Fuji's is the typical bad-at-cooking heroine. She is a heroine who creates dark matter in a romantic comedy manga. I seriously wonder what happened to that dish. What kind of unknown ingredient did she add to make it that way? Her everyday behavior is not ditzy at all. But for some reason, only when she decides to cook does she make the elementary mistake of mistaking sugar for salt. It is said that the combination of all these factors resulted in a finished product that is completely black even though the product is supposed to be a white stew. On the contrary, the usually ditzy Sechan becomes a superhuman and is amazing at cooking. I'm really curious about Fuji's bad cooking, but more importantly, I'm dying to eat the bento that Sechan would make for me. My last supper would definitely be a home-cooked meal by Sechan. Sechan, can you teach me again sometime? Of course, but if I'm going to teach you cooking, you'll have to follow my instructions to the dot. Please. Yeah, thanks. Their conversation just now worries me. Fuji's cooking skills are at a level that Sechan would not immediately respond to if asked to teach her how to cook. Sechan is so devoted to her best friend that she would go to the amusement park alone to watch Yuichi and Fuji's on their date. And yet, it's only a dish. It's a dish that makes her hesitate on accepting that offer. Yuichi, Hisamura-kun, do you mind if I stay here? It's fine. Sure, feel free to stay. Tajin-san sat down near our seats and spread out her own lunch. Apparently, it was the same contents as Yuichi's lunch. Fufu, we're like a family when you spread out the lunch like that. Yuichi. Why, yeah. That's right. I'm the wife and Yuichi is the husband. That might really happen on Yuichi's birthday next year. I guess so. Tajin-san is attacking him insanely hard. We're still having lunch in the classroom, okay? There's a whole bunch of students around us, you know. Ever since Tajin-san came into the classroom, everyone's been listening to our conversation very intently. Did you hear that? I knew it, they are engaged after all. That's what all the students around me are currently saying. Don't you guys talk about that kind of stuff when the people in question are gone, or maybe say it in a voice that they can't really hear from this distance. I can hear your voice from the front all the way over here. Oh, we're not engaged yet. Of course, Tajin-san could hear them too, but no one expected her to reply to those comments. Both me and the rest of the class were in shock. Right. One of the male students around me said, well, it's true that I want to marry Yuichi though. Tajin-san said it without an ounce of intention of hiding it. Not only us, but even the man himself was shocked to hear it. The girls were cheering in a high-pitched voice. Why Kaori? Not in a place like this. Oh, isn't it wrong that Yuichi didn't know how I felt all along? I am sorry about that. Damn, Tajin-san is strong. At this rate, the rumor would probably spread all over the school again. The rumor that Kaori Tajin loves and wants to marry Yuichi Shijimoto will spread like wildfire. Moreover, this won't be a rumor falsely spread by Tajin-san, but a true story with several eyewitnesses to attest to the fact. It will certainly spread much faster than the last rumor. That would leave no room for Fuji's to counterattack. Wait a minute. As I was thinking about this, a voice echoed through the class. I looked over and saw Shiho Fuji's, who had been sitting far away from us, standing up and approaching us. Fuji says, her face turning red, as everyone in the class looks at her. I love Shigemoto-kyun too. I won't give him to Tojoin-san. There was a moment of silence, and then the classroom was filled with screams. Fuji-san likes Shijimoto too. No way, The two prettiest girls in school like the same person. Carnage, chaos, I love it. What an almighty scream. The guys, especially, are screaming and lamenting in jealousy. Yeah, well, I know the feeling too, guys. I wonder if I would have been on that side if it weren't for Sechan being for me. Why wait? F Fuji's WI here. If I don't say it now, rumors will spread that Shijimoto-kun is Tajin-san's fiancé again. You've got some nerve, Fuji-san. I guess that's why you're my rival. Before I knew it, Tajin-san also stood up and faced Fuji's, smiling and glaring at each other. I hate to break it to you, Fuji-san, but I've never lost a game since I was born. That's good because I think this is the first time you're going to lose, so you'll be another step stronger. Even if I were to lose once or twice in my life, it would never be here of all places. I don't know about that. You never know what life has in store for you in the future. You two are a real beehive, you know? The acrimonious classroom from earlier quieted down in an instant when they heard them talking to each other. And they're even happily laughing at each other, which is even scarier. Shijimoto-kun, Hisamura-kun, can I have lunch with you? Sure. If it's okay with him, I have nothing to say. Thank you. Oh, are you not going to ask me about staying here? Sorry. I forgot about Tajin-san. I can join you right. Fufu, sure, no problem. Scary, scary, scary. What, I'm going to have to eat lunch while I'm in the middle of this mess. Yuichi, can I eat in the cafeteria alone from tomorrow? No, seriously, please stay. Zai, come on, say something. What should I do? Should I really abandon Yuichi here? Sechan, come on. Let's eat together. Shiho, I'm glad you haven't forgotten me, but are you sure you want me here? Yeah, come and eat with me. Okay. Sechan would be joining the group. If she stays in the group, then we can spend a lot more time together. Yuichi, I'm not going to betray you. Let's always eat together from now on. Yeah, you're a real asshole, you know. I don't know who's the asshole here, but I'm going to definitely stay for Yuichi's sake. So, since there were 5 of us eating lunch together, the seating had somewhat changed. We gathered the nearby chairs and desks and attached them together so we could all fit in properly. Yuichi sat in front of me while Tajin-san and Fuji's sat on both the left and right side beside him respectively. And next to me, there was Sechan. Ch Shimada, please treat me well. Aya, please treat me well too. That was dangerous. I nearly called her Sechan in front of the whole class just now. Sechan also glared at me a little with a blush on her cheeks, sorry. Yuichi, what do you think about the lunch I made for you? Aya, it's delicious. Fufu, I'm glad. Shijimoto-kun, I'll make lunch for you next time, will you eat it? Oh, of course, I'm looking forward to it. Yuichi doesn't know that Fuji's can't cook at all. So I know he's actually looking forward to it. I hope he'll be okay in the future. Sechan gave a small sigh when she heard what Fuji's just said. It was so small the 3 of them in front of us couldn't hear it clearly. Yeah, I guess it's still not okay for Sechan. It's going to be hard for Sechan to teach Fuji's how to cook by herself. I got close to Sechan's ear and called out to her. Sechan. What? Maybe it was because I suddenly spoke in her ear, but Sechan jumped up. I'll help you with Fuji's cooking. You know, Shiho's cooking is devastating. Well, I can tell by watching Sechan's reaction to it. I have some knowledge from the original story. Why, yeah, it would be great if you could help me out here. We've made a cake together once before, but I still don't understand how the shortcake turned into a black mess. I don't know if I'm at a level where I can handle it, but yeah, I'll try. Well, I probably can't, but I'll do my best to not die. In front of me and Sechan, Yuichi was sandwiched between Tajin-san and Fuji's, fumbling around nervously. It must be hard being popular. All the guys around us were looking at him with bloodshot eyes. He really needs to be careful not to get stabbed in the back on the street at night. The 3 of them will probably continue their romantic comedy in the future. As Yuichi's best friend and a fan of this manga, I'll be watching over him. With Sechan's mouth slightly curving up, we'll be watching over them quietly. She was originally a sub-heroine who joined the 3 in front of her and fell in love with Yuichi. I changed that fate. From now on, I'm the one who's going to make her happy. What? Why are you staring at me so much? No, it's nothing. Really? Yeah, I'm just staring. Don't say that kind of thing here. Fufu, sorry. I still love Shimada so much. I couldn't help but look forward to the future of high school and the life I would be able to spend with her. End of Volume 1.